Red Bull gives you wings.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Lore!
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel
everyone to the LEC live. Oh, we missed it. That's a bad start. Live from the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany. It is the very first week of our summer season. And of course, the last chance for our teams to get into the season finals. That last chance spans across a bunch of weeks though. There we have the Antonio as well, making his entry into the LEC for GiantX today. My name is Shox and I'm joined at the desk by Goldberg and the person that had to make the exit for the Antonio to make his entry, Oruamne!
Yay, I'm so happy to be here. On the other side of the fence, where it's always a win, you know. Not saying that we didn't win a lot with GX, you know, we got our fair share of wins. But
Did you?
yeah,
Oh, okay.
I remember the happy times, you know, so
Yeah,
for
there
me,
were a
we'd never
few.
lost the game, so I'm happy to be here anyway.
Well, we're really happy to welcome you as well, and GiantX is the first game, so we'll hear you talk about GiantX's new top laner as well. But first, let's zoom out a little bit. Of course, we came from MSI, and I just wanted to know from a gut feeling, how do you feel we should feel after MSI?
I mean, I think we're feeling pretty tempered, but like towards the good side. I think G2 showed some hope coming into MSI, where we got to see some new stints from them. Where are we just a one-team region? Yes, but how good is that one team then? And they were able to take some games off top esports, take SKT to game 5 as well. So that was great. Fnatic, however, showed some good stuff, but also had a bit of a disaster ending.
Yeah, you're a lot more positive with the G2 sentiment, but for me, I'm like, first BO5 loss against NA, I think in about 9 or 10 years, so Fnatic must not be happy about that, but knowing the guys over there, I think they're going to be coming back this split very, very hungry to wash that away and contend for the title against G2.
Good guys, Fnatic. Everyone was still thinking about that best of 3 versus NRG. They were like, we can lose a best of 5 to NA, okay?
Exactly.
But all jokes aside, when it comes to the end of the spring split, going into the playoffs, Fnatic ended in first place, and they were, for me, definitely a team that showed the promise to perhaps contend with G2 finally, but it fell flat. Goldberg, who is going to contend with G2?
I mean, if you look throughout the entire year, who's actually got a 100% win rate against G2, you gotta look at Rogue. You gotta take notes from Rogue, because somehow, some way, they just have never lost. Well, never. They haven't lost to G2 this entire year. So I mean, obviously, if you wanna get some of those dubs, you gotta look at Rogue.
Yeah.
I would be really happy for that. Seeing Larsen and come back on top would be great. But I think for me, it's very interesting because I think we have a lot of contenders against G2. We have BDS, who have been leveling up, you know, consistently throughout the last year and a half now. MDK making finals. Fnatic having great regular season, you know, and decent showings against G2. So for me, it's more of a question of who's going to be consistent enough in the summer split to put all of those systems on point and, you know, not falter when it matters.
And I also think it's a question of where G2 brings so much hope to the region. Hopefully, it's not also a chance for other teams to really come into this environment and have no excuses. Set a higher standard. See that G2 is able to do this being a team from Europe, and seeing that these teams themselves also have the same capabilities and the same environment as G2 and can try and strive for the same results.
That's fair, definitely with the eyes on Worlds. And speaking of Worlds and the season finals, of course, this is what we're working towards. That big end of the year here in the LEC for the big LEC trophy in Munich. Goldberg, how do you get there if you're not G2?
I mean, if you're not G2, it's very simple. Finish top 3 in summer, you go to the season finals. And that's obviously in place, so recent performances of teams coming up, for example, like Karma and Combo Rogue or GX, if they suddenly start to become good now, the bad performance in winter won't really matter that much.
So you're telling me if Karma and Core gets 3rd place in this season, in summer, they would still make it to season finals and could still make it to Worlds?
Absolutely.
Whoa.
Yeah, from the perspective of someone who did do even the like worst version of the run last year with, you know, being 10th into making finals to make it to season finals, it's a lot, I wouldn't say easier, but there is a lot less stress, because right now you're not looking at it and be like it's an impossible task, because you're not like you need to make finals. You just need to make, well, you know, top 3 is just one less best of 5
Just
win.
make top 3.
Yeah, it's okay. It sounds kind of stupid, but it is a bit easier, you know. So the stress level for all of these teams, I feel like it's a little bit lower, and it feels a lot more achievable.
I mean, they have a clear goal now, and something, as you say, that is highly achievable. And when we talk about possible contenders for, you know, kicking G2 off that throne, maybe it could be Team Vitality. They are bringing in a new jungler, and Karzi had some interesting words about him.
Scrims with Linka's going well? No. He's win trading every game. He's selling the games. He's a secret spy, and he came to this team to f***ing win trade us. We are all gonna end up in LFL after this split.
Don't believe Kazi's lies. Linsus is actually a Gigasmith. My name is Aragon. I'm here to tell you why Linsus is actually going to be really good on Team Vitality. Now, when it comes to Linsus, what you need to know is he has several very positive traits that might make Vitality a better team. First of all, he's a brilliant shot caller, right? In every single early game, I've watched him for 2 years on different teams. And every early game, teams play really well around him. His teammates, his supports, his mid laners, his top laners, they always get priorities at the right time. They're really good at coordinating early set plays like invades onto respawn camps and what have you. And it's not a coincidence. This guy is a fantastic early game shot caller, and that should be another avenue of attack that Vitality have this season. Next is the flexibility of his picks. He can play everything, right? He's more of a carry jungler with champions like Viego, but he has dabbled in Diana Yasuo, Talia, which is really important in this meta, right? Because you have way more carry junglers that are AP, but he can play tanks as well, like the Rel of old. So, flexibility as well. Lastly, he uses draft resources extremely well. He is a counter-pick jungler, which is kind of rare when it comes to junglers. Usually, you get early blind pick junglers, but when it comes to Linsus, a common position for him to be in, especially on KC Blue, his last team, was actually R5, and he would find the best counterpick possible, which rounds out his team composition, and also is really good into the enemy team. So, in summary, to wrap it up, Linsus is a versatile early game shot caller who can utilize draft resources well and will act as a strong carry for Vitality this split. Let's send it over to Law, who is standing by with another new player in the league. It's the Antonio in the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game lobby.
Thank you so much, Aragon. I have another rookie here with me entering the LEC this summer, the Antonio, the LEC, I want to say. It's been one of the biggest memes of the offseason. First off, congratulations.
Thank you.
Welcome to the league. I know that this has been something you've been looking forward to for your entire career, this drive to join the league. How much has it been pushing you?
What do you mean pushing?
Pushing you to succeed, pushing you to make it further, the fact that you wanted to join the league.
Yeah. Okay, so I compete for a long time, like 8-9 years, and this was the last. I mean, when you compete, you want to be the best, so you have to play in the best league, and it's something like 2 years ago. It got into my mind that I really wanted to be here, yeah, I got it.
And it's amazing that you got it after all these years, especially tell me about the day you found out that you were going to be promoted into the main lineup and how you reacted to this.
I mean, of course, I was so happy when they told me. And it was a giant office in Malaga. They just told me because something like I was waiting because it was not 100% sure. I kind of knew because I did tryouts, so I was waiting the new. And yeah, when they told me, I was really happy.
I know that a lot of people were happy. I mean, this is a video that was made from the League of Legends from Spain, the Spanish side. So many people have been cheering for you and supporting you and actually being so happy that you made it to the LEC. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, because I played for a long time, so many people watch at me since I was really kid. So they were so happy for me because apart from League, I did many things for the Spanish community or whatever, so they were really happy, and yeah, make me. I'm so grateful because so many people talk to me, and yeah.
Must be looking forward to today. It's the big step, actually. It's the final day. Well, how are you feeling right now? How has been the preparation getting into today, into the mindset, and the fact that you're going to be on stage in a few minutes?
I mean, I'm really confident in me and my team. Yeah, I'm so happy. Like, it's crazy. I could not sleep a lot. I was thinking a lot, and yeah, I'm really, really happy.
All right, let's break the mood here a bit because you're a rookie. So for me, I want to do a freshman initiation and remind you of the logs.
Oh, yes.
Of what you posted before joining the league. And actually, Shox is here.
Yeah.
There you go.
In the middle.
Do you want to talk about this?
Do you want to?
No.
Okay. It's just a little joke, of course. This is evidence that we have on X anyway. But we did want to welcome you also to the LEC formally and maybe take a selfie with us. And that would be a good start. Does that work?
All right.
Yeah. Do you want to take it?
I'll take it. Yeah. That's fine.
But this was really cute, okay?
It was really cute. I agree. I agree.
16.
It was so cute. Like, you were 16 here?
Yeah, 16.
I thought it was actually so cool because you fought so long to be in the LEC. And now you're here, so I don't want to only make it about this.
The old one and the new.
Exactly.
Welcome to the LEC.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Antonio, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Shox, I think we have you on the other side in a few minutes.
I gotta go.
Over to you.
Yeah. Oh my god, I was running so much, but I'm back.
That was very quick, yeah.
So fast. No, but of course, all jokes. It's awesome to see someone who really has that want to be in the LEC and then arrives here as a rookie, Odo, who has so much legacy within their own org.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think it's every day you see someone who comes up, you know, as a rookie, especially in a major league, and he's the franchise player of that team, because he has been, you know, with GiantX, if I'm not mistaken, for around 7-8 years now, and he's been waiting this whole time to get this opportunity. And yeah, I think it's a very interesting fact.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of English viewers who's not going to know this Superliga legend, because that is what he is. He's immensely popular in the Superliga fan base, streams a lot as well. He's a content creator, he's a pro player, he's been there for so long. So he brings a lot of expectations as well coming into it. But I also think at the same time, there's going to be a lot of question marks with this substitution coming in, because it is a player that very much reminds me of Odo when I'm watching him play in terms of what I'm seeing from a champion pool and what he brings to a team. But it could also be a chance for GX to bring a new spirit and life into the comms and team in general.
I guess that's the question mark. I know the sentiment that I heard on Euphoria, which I do agree with before we see him play, is this an upgrade to Odo? I would say on first sight, not, right? But it is about everything around how you're going to be approaching these games and working with the team. Stylistically, Odo, how do you think he fits in to your role?
Well, he's quite similar to me in that sense, especially in this meta where I think we might be seeing a lot of lane swaps and whatnot. But yeah, I think he would fit in very, very well. I'm just curious how the team molds around him, because yeah, I feel like he's a little bit less flexible than me in that sense, but he has shown in the Superliga that he can play a lot of like picks that also myself I don't play, so he might be a wild factor for them.
This is a great graphic, of course. Oh, we lost it. Can we get it back? To kind of showcase kind of the identity of the champion pool that the LEC, sorry, is bringing to the LEC.
Yeah, I think it's that the only one missing is a Cho'Gath over there that's been cut out,
sadly. And Karma's also only the...
Oh yeah, almost barely getting in there as well, but he's got some unique champion picks as well that kind of signature, at least the Cho'Gath for me is something that I've looked forward to, that maybe in some spots it's something that he could bring out that you haven't seen before, but from what he's bringing, mostly tanks, still can play carry, but pretty much the same, like, not necessarily weak side king, but down that avenue.
Yeah, the question is it going to matter a lot in terms of the top lane in the competitive state that we are in right now? He's going up against Heretics, of course, Odo, so how do you see that matchup playing out, and how important do you think top lane is going to be generally in the competitive games in the LEC?
I would say not so impactful, sadly. Yeah, I would love it to be a little bit more impactful, but yeah, I still don't know if we're going to be seeing lane swaps or not. But usually what happens with top lane is that if there's a lane breaking, or if top lane is the lane that is breaking, you feel it the most in the game. So it's hard for you to leave a big impact in the game. But if you're the one who doesn't have a big impact in the game, then you're kind of like, you know, a very clear weak link.
Yeah, even if it isn't like the carry meta, top lane is always
especially.
very, very important. Is it hard for you to talk about,
No. I mean, you know, I just saw the interview. I'm really, really happy that he's happy that you made it, because, like, you know, I mean, if I was really sad, at least someone else is very happy that he took my job. But, you know, it's interesting. But yeah, I think he's very, very motivated to come into the league, especially for a team like GiantX that has been, like, you know, struggling, and they need to make again another deep push like they did last year. Having someone with such a tenacious vibe around him, like exactly with this tweet, he is. As you can see, he's extremely motivated to be here. It's a dream come true for him. And for a team that is struggling, this is the sort of energy that you need to push you over, where you motivate your teammates, you motivate the staff, the organization, and the fans, everyone to rally around you and make a deep final push to, you know, lock the season finals. This is what they need.
Yeah, and I mean, while initially it doesn't look like an upgrade, I don't think that you can fold it against him coming in with this much passion. Having tried and worked for this for so long, you got to respect the drive, you got to respect the passion, and the fact that he's stayed with Giants for this long, the fact that he's then being paid in return by the organizations, very nice.
Yeah, it's great, and he will get his chance, as will many players, and as in the quote, everyone wants to make it to Worlds. That is what the summer in the LEC is all about. Let's kick off the summer season.
For the fourth time in the organization's history, they will secure first seed in MSI, and they will lift the Spring Split shield.
The more you give into it, the more you will get out of it. So if you ask me what it means or how much you need to sacrifice to be the best, I would say everything.
Back.
No.
We got
Okay, just send guys. Okay, GG, it's fine. Almost win.
to back.
I messed up in Lilia.
We cannot go.
Nice try. Alright, well, guys, sorry. That was okay.
a lot.
Don't worry, we lose as a team.
You want to feel like you deserve your job, that you're not here by a coincidence or anything like that. You are here for a reason.
You have to go all in if you want to become the best at something. And even then, it might not be enough. I have learned a lot from those losses, though, and I will not repeat the same mistakes again.
G2 is so far ahead because they have cups.
G2 just have to try to take it. It's a quadra for Caps. They want to give them the same treatment. No, we're good. Apex in the spring finals.
I don't think they are that far ahead.
I never won LEC. Reached 2 finals, lost to G2 2 times.
I'm not sure what you need to sacrifice to be the best, because I've never been. At least for me, the best means actually winning it all, Worlds. Once I win, I can tell you.
A 3-0 for G2.
But I think that this split, there might be some challenge for them.
He's got no escape method, trying to get the trade on down. He does!
I played in Turkish League, I won it. I played in LCS, I won it. I'm really motivated to win and say I played in the Aero League and I won it.
I want to be the best, I don't compete to be the second.
If I use my frustration to at least be more motivated, that can be fine. But if you use your frustration to just say it's impossible to win, then why are you competing?
It would be weird of me to say, oh, I want to win Worlds. So at least for me, it's winning LEC right now. I want to get better to win.
It's a good one, but the fight feels like it's already done. Nuke is Bob Ross. I can see the afro from here.
We reach top 3, barely every time getting top 2. Next goal is to win, right?
I think the Sun Split is best shot at winning the title.
Azure wants to try and disengage, but he already used the opposite flick back. It's still humanoid, baby.
We don't care because we want to win. We will take these wins. We would also like to be challenged. We have to win this split, no matter what. If it's not summer, it will be season finals. But we are going for the win.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the games. LEC Summer Split kicks off here. I'm Mehdi, that's Vedi. You can't see him yet. Actually, you kind of can in the back of the camera angle that we had. The GiantX fans out in force as D'Antonio makes his debut on the LEC stage.
Bit of a Spanish derby to start off the split. Heretics versus GiantX. Excited to see what they bring to the fold. While we have seen big changes on the side of GiantX, Heretics coming into the same roster. The adaptation, of course, bringing Viral over Perks last split. Started the regular season strong, but their playoffs ended quite shorter than I'm sure they wanted.
Yeah, definitely. I think for Heretics, they built a foundation. And as Jankos said, their expectation isn't to win Worlds. Their expectation, or their hope at least, is to win the LEC. And that starts here. Remember, the top 3 teams from Summer will make it into our season finals. After that, it is championship points that we look at. And already, I am not surprised Captain Flowers crying somewhere because Skarner has been relegated to the bench.
Lucian also taken away. I mean, we are playing on patch 14.11. A lot of changes have happened since you last saw us at MSI or at Spring Split. The question is, we heard some rumors around split pushing. The game team said, we're going to make that a lot harder for you to do. We'll see what the impact of that is. But so far, Twisted Fate, Senna, Lucian, where will Varus, Caitlyn be on the priority list? Talia, we've been hearing rumblings about, a fantastic flex pick in the current meta.
I'm just looking forward to the first support to build to Warmog's Armor first.
Oh my goodness.
Warmog's Armor, Fimbulwinter, it is a busted build in solo queue. I've been hearing rumors that it's happening in scrims at least as well. We'll see if it happens on the stage today. There's the Rumble taken away. Where will GiantX go with their last ban? Jankos looking behind him. Maybe towards the coaching staff. Maybe
Jankos
just to look at his own. I think he might be looking at the pictures behind them.
Of course, as a reminder, these drafts are pre-recorded.
Yeah.
So these players are just having a good time. They're getting ready for the game.
I'll be honest.
They're chilling. So I thought I'd clarify for you, Medic.
Thank you, Medic.
Poppy going to be banned away by GiantX. I wonder if this does mean we're looking at a potential Juhan Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Maybe. We'll have to wait and see. Heretics, what will the priority be for them?
There are 2 changes for GiantX, obviously on the top side of the map. Introducing Juhan with his DRX Maokai skin. Wonder if we will see the Maokai today. D'Antonio coming up
Corki,
from
first pick.
Yeah, what a surprise.
Woo! I mean, Corki has, of course, had some pretty significant changes. For those that have been playing on the live patch, you're already very aware of them. But AD champion now, but still played in the mid lane. Medic. They said that they tried really hard to put him bot. Pro said, nah, we're keeping him mid.
He can still be played in the bot lane a little bit. They got rid of his passive package, which makes me very sad because I can no longer talk about a giant package happening in a fight. But yes, Corki, Lethality, one of the builds. We also see a crit build coming up. We'll see which one happens today. There's the Sejuani. No real invention in the jungle. GiantX looking down towards Kalista as well for Patrick. Obviously, Kalista just so powerful, only partly because it gives you lane pressure, but also partly because it enables your support to be that much more aggressive. The Fate's Call pulling you out of sticky situations.
Will we see the Varus in response, or will we see something different towards the bot lane? A number of AD carries were nerfed from 14-10 to 14-11 due to the itemization changes benefiting them more than others. But there's the Taliyah, as we kind of expected, likely going to be in the jungle unless Heretics are really cooking in the draft. But how will they round things out? You imagine that the AD carry is likely to be locked in here for Heretics. They could, of course, go for their top side, give Wonder something safe blind. Maybe like Cassante, while hasn't found a huge amount of success over in the LPL, still a very safe blind.
Expecting to see more tanks in the top lane. Wouldn't be surprised if we see something like a Gragas Cho'Gath match over here, you know, Wonder going back to that.
Takeaway already.
Nautilus locked in for Heretics, does work well with the Kalista. And because the Corki can be flexed, even though, as you say, most likely going towards the mid lane, I don't mind this. I don't think you have to pick your AD here. Instead, get yourself one of the better supports on the patch. He can peel, he can disengage.
I mean, we've been seeing over in the LPL Ashe AD carry. Yeah. We know Ashe great into Kalista. Caitlyn, we know, can still be good. Jhin, Varus. It feels like you can even go Draven if you want to. Yep. So, Flacket, a very avid Draven player. Will we get to see it? Yes. Yone is the answer into Corki. Something in the LCK that Chovy's been a big advocate of. A very safe laner, something that can get through the Corki laning phase, and then in the later game is able to outscale. I'm very curious as to how the itemization go with the itemization changes. I haven't been keeping track of what Yone's do these days, so I'm interested to see what direction we get from Jankos.
And of course, a slightly different matchup with Corki changes happening after Chovy was a proponent of the Yone into Corki matchup. So we'll have to keep our eyes on that mid lane. Jackie's versus Zviru. GiantX now looking for their second set of bans. Camille taken away, something that can lock down that Kalista, and even the Yone does make a lot of sense. Heretics likely looking just to maybe pinch the Antonio's pool a little bit. The expectation, though, is he goes onto a tank, so maybe you actually just ban out supports here, Benny.
Does look like they're trying to... I mean, for Heretics, I think that, yeah, banning away supports makes a lot of sense. Okay, I was confused a second, but of course Ashe support still very prevalent in the current meta. So no changes. I mean, if you look at the drafts, you probably would be like, where are the changes from spring? And I'd be like, there are changes. Vi now the next to be banned away. I was contemplating something like a Jace, but it looks like that they want to remove that single target lockdown, something we saw a lot of last split, specifically into Kalista because of her increased mobility.
It is interesting to see the Vi banned away, though, with the Taliyah already locked in.
Well, they are.
Taliyah can flex into mid, Corki can flex into bot, but it would be unexpected, I think, for that to be where Heretics are going with this.
Unless there's some tech about Vi top that we don't know about.
It's always possible. You never know what's been happening in scrims over the last few weeks. There's the Renata taken away. Heretics looking for a bit of a dive comp, and Renata obviously works very well into that. Rel, one of the better supports on the patch, in my opinion, especially if you want to go very tanky with that Warmorks build that has been making its rise to priority. And the fact you can yeet her in, she magnet storms, and then she can just jump herself out, or she can jump in, you take her out with a Fate's Call.
It's a great combo.
Very powerful combination, yeah.
Very powerful level 2 as well. We talked about it. Cassante, even after many nerfs, many changes over the various patches, I believe on 14-11 they gave him a little bit of power back.
Yeah.
But he's still a safe blind. He's going to be thrown up towards the top side of the map.
It did really amuse me, though, seeing people only see the buffs to Cassante while MSI was happening. Because obviously he got really nerfed on like 14-9, I think it was.
Right.
And then everyone saw on Twitter, they were like, why are you buffing Cassante on 14-10? It makes no sense. He's so strong. It's like, guys, he's gutted. He was really weak. Obviously, he can still do his role in pro play. There's the Xin Zhao last. So it is going to be Corki AD carry, Taliyah mid, Xin Zhao in the jungle with the Cassante top. Zach the answer, something we did see a lot at MSI to that Cassante.
I mean, look at this comp from GiantX. Very front to back. A little bit more dive thanks to the side of the Yone and the Rel. Like, you've got a lot of backline threat coming out of this GiantX roster into Taliyah, though. Taliyah's going to find a lot of advantages. The Poppy ban also makes a lot of sense from GiantX, given the direction that they've chosen to go for. I think that their scaling, thanks to the Yone, is great. The question is, can this Yone actually get on top of these targets? You would imagine with the amount of dive on the side of GiantX, he would have ease of access, but we'll have to wait and see as Heretics going for a little bit more scaling, a little bit more poke and range, given that they've gone for the Corki and the Taliyah, but still very powerful team fighting, in particular skirmishing seems to be the name of the game for Heretics. They're looking for a bit more of an early game lead thanks to their mid-jungle combo.
And my big worry for GiantX is if the fight becomes very split, because you do have the Valkyrie away, you have Trimby who can stand on the front line, you've got Jankos who goes in with that Crescent Guard, and then if Zviru and Flakit are given time with anyone diving on that backline, they will be able to shred through them. Taliyah and Corki, very high damage at the moment. And we'll have to wait and see exactly what goes down in the game. No lane swaps are expected. You can wake up. If you're having a nap, open your eyes, watch at least the first 5 minutes, and if a lane swap happens, Betty will apologize. Okay.
I mean, I'd be fascinated to see how they make it work. But the fans are in full force. We're back for another split here in the LEC. It's Team Heretics versus GiantX.
And on to Summoner's Rift we go once again. Both these teams struggled in spring and to a certain extent in winter as well. We'll be looking to get those top 3 spots to get automatic qualification to the season finals. Obviously, you can still get in via those championship points. But for now,
there's a lot for grabs because G2's winning everything.
Yes.
So of course,
there's a lot of silver medals.
Yeah. As in terms of the season finals placement, right? True. Because last year, we think back, it was Mad and G2 that had already locked in those spots. And then teams like SK were rewarded for their consistency throughout the year, right? They kind of finished in roughly the same place in every single split.
Yes.
And the advantage they had was that Fnatic, Heretics, and XL all had a massive upswing in summer, which just really screwed everything up for everyone. So I'm really excited to see how things play out this summer. As you rightly said, top 3 at the end of summer will be able to qualify along with the championship.
And importantly, the winner of spring and winter, which is G2. So that's only 1 spot taken by them.
Exactly.
Likely to be top 3. So we might have 4 spots, 3 spots open coming out just from the championship points. And
I mean, it's game 1.
It's fine. Go grab yourself a drink. Get yourself a Red Bull.
Once we have more info. A mojito?
I don't know.
I guess it's a Saturday afternoon.
Big fan of a cider on a warm, sunny Saturday afternoon, you know?
Very warm outside in Berlin.
It's pretty hot inside as well.
Is it?
Well, I'm standing next to you.
Oh my goodness. You need to stop. You and your natural witty charm.
Gatling gun start for the Corki. Not too surprising. You can trade very aggressively on Corki if you take that Gatling gun first, because you are just ripping through the enemy's armor. You just walk up towards them, press E. Yeah, you max it as well.
Because they changed it, so now you basically stack faster. I think they reduced the number of total stacks from 8 to 4, and it basically now just stacks so much faster. And the armor shred is felt, for sure.
Vedi, do you want to have a guess at what the issue is?
Tell me what the issue. Do I want to guess? No, I want you to tell me.
But I want you to guess.
Okay, let me guess. It's a lighting issue.
I don't know. I was told it's an environmental issue. Now, it could be climate change. The ice caps are melting. It could be an ice age, a little Neanderthal squirrel going to run across and try and grab an acorn.
I know it's a lights issue.
Apparently it's a lights issue, okay? But environmental sounds much more
yeah, I mean,
ethereal.
That's what they mean, right? Yeah, environmental issue. Something in the environment is affecting their ability to play. We're going to get it resolved
obviously
ASAP. And once we do, we'll be back in the game. It shouldn't take that long. The pros are just having a bit of fun in the whole chat right now. Great to see everyone back on stage. Of course, I know a lot of fans are eager to see Jankos return. He hasn't had a great year for him. Obviously, a highly pedigreed player in terms of his accomplishments and accolades, and with the addition of Zviru to the roster. I mean, I guess it was received quite positively, because I think people looked at Perks' performance and were quite critical of him throughout the year. And to be fair, their regular season, they were tied at the top of the standings at 6-3, but then when they got into playoffs, they lost their first round, won the next one, and then they ended up falling short. So what is super interesting, though, is that Heretics don't actually have a great track record against GiantX during the regular season. They usually lose to GiantX, but then in the playoffs, it's always a Heretics favored matchup. So if history is to repeat itself. GiantX are the favorites coming into today, but that's purely based on the results of the past.
I also saw Wadid, who is back in Berlin doing some stuff with G2, thought that GiantX were going to win.
Really?
So that's one person.
That's... you make that sound like he's the only person.
No, I'm just saying he's one person. I was just, happy to have Wadid back in town as well.
True.
Always a joy to watch him play on stage.
Another legend in the EU scene.
Yeah.
Right. Well, honestly, I didn't prepare as much fill content as I thought.
Well, I mean, we can go wherever you want to go, Maddie. We have some time here. Halo Blades on Flackhead, I had a quick check. Nothing too surprising there. Most AD carries are taking the Halo Blades.
It's one of those things that kind of annoyed me because, after MSI, took my time off and I kind of disconnected from League as you do, right? Make sure you have a healthy work-life balance.
Yes.
And then when I came
also,
back...
wait, you played Lost Ark for 12 hours a day.
An excessive amount of Lost Ark, yeah. But a lot of people are telling me, oh, huge patch, massive changes. It's going to be like, it's going to take you ages. So I jumped into a couple solo queue games. All the same champions. None of the builds I played changed. All of the builds that other people, it wasn't really that different. It was just Lilia was everywhere.
Yes.
Lilia was just making me miserable.
Blackfire Torch is quite a strong item.
Yes. And so I saw Karthus and Wei suddenly became really strong. Didn't matter against my Akali though.
Because you were losing anyway.
No, because I'm one of the best Akalis probably on this side of the hemisphere.
That makes sense.
Don't look at my win rate this split though.
Yeah, I think if I were on the design team, I think Halo Blades would have been first on the chopping block. And that's probably
They did remove a lot of runes,
They did. They took out lethal tempo.
But didn't they nerf it for ranged? Isn't it now? It's... okay, I'm just going to remember these numbers in my head. It's 0.88, and it's 1.2 for melees or something.
I think it's 80, you gain 110% attack speed for for melees and 80% for range. So 0.8 and 1.1.
Yeah, that's what I remember. Yeah. So they did nerf it a little bit.
Yeah, but I think one of the reasons, and this is as tangential as we can get while still talking about League of Legends, one of the reasons lane swaps really started happening was because I've been told to look at the prompter. I think Depper's trying to save us here, Betty. A damage light was causing a light leak onto players' desks, which was not identified during the ready checks. The issue is currently being resolved. So one of the lights broke, and it meant that light was going into people's eyes. That's what we're going for. And
literally.
It looks like it has been resolved. So thankfully, you're all saved from my rant about Halo Blades and why lane swaps existed. Should be getting back on into the game in a moment. Woo! Yeah, a few people.
Woo?
Woo. Any wooers?
Woo.
Any wooers in chat? I think we're in game. I can hear pings. Here we go. We're back on into the action. There we are. That's more of a. It was more of a way than a woo in the end, but a woo makes me sound like it's my first owner just coming out there for a second, buddy. So you need to go for it.
I need to speak. All right, Medic. You take a minute. It's okay. It's not like we do this for a living or anything. I recently found out that I've now been casting this league for 8 years.
Wow.
May 8th was the first day.
Oh, congratulations.
Back in 2016, yeah. Still don't know how to talk about the game.
Don't say that.
Juhan looking for... What is he? Oh, he's looking to try and navigate his way past the vision to look for another gank onto Zvyro. If he can get his flash out, sets them nicely up for a level 6 play. Let's see if Juhan can make something happen here.
So if there was a ward at the Razorbeak, often placed by mid laners, that would have spotted him out. Juhan dodges away from it. Jankos goes in. Zvyro able to walk away and will escape without burning any of his summoners.
Hits him with a bit of mental damage, throwing up the thumbs up. But Jankos and Juhan showing the potential strength of this Sejuani-Yone combo. The fact that Yone can assist in applying the passive procs makes it that much easier to set up for any potential plays. Doesn't quite work out this time around though. There's a full clear being done by Jankos, going to tick over to level 4. It looks like that the bot wave also has push. I thought he would use that control to actually contest that bot crab, but it looks like, given that he knows exactly where Juhan is on the map right now, seeing that gank in mid, he's going to go for an early reset, spend some of that gold as quickly as he can to get back out on the map earlier. Ignar trying to hold the wave for as long as he can, but that is going to be denied. So a small CS advantage being gained for Flacken in the bot side as well. Overall, a very slow early game, kind of what we would expect for a start of split game.
Yeah, we are also only 4 minutes in. I feel like it's felt like
slow.
longer because of the
slow.
pause. Trimby looking for that mid gank. Jackie's about half HP. Juhan coming across as well. That ward will now be spotted, as will Trimby. The eyes above his head show that he has been revealed, and with Ignar walking across, Trimby just retreats back to the safety of his own jungle. He's going to face check into Ignar here. Juhan can come across the wall. Jackie's dodges away from the seismic shove as Jankos has worked his way down from the top side of the map. Jackie's low, flashes. First blood, Heretics, and Ignar has to flash away as well.
One of the big strengths of this Heretics composition is their early skirmishing. Jackie's wave was in a bit of an awkward spot, and Jankos finds that opportunity. He makes that early back work for himself. He does have to commit his flash, but he gets the summoner spell out from Jackie's, and his team Heretics to find first blood. Notice Ignar also forced to use the flash as Trimby was looking for a hook down in the river, and that was a fight the GiantX definitely did not want to take. Overall, early lead in favor of Heretics.
2 flashes for 2 flashes in the end. Ignar obviously has that Hex Flash, so we'll have a little bit more versatility still in his toolkit, but a 500 gold lead for Heretics early on. It's a very good start for them. The question is, can they continue to extend that? Jackie's now has no summoners in the mid lane. If I'm Heretics, I am putting a bullseye on his back. I'm saying, let's gank this guy over and over again, especially if you can get him before he hits 6, which is about 4 minions away. So it might be a little bit difficult to get that gank off ready.
Observers highlighting for us that Juhan has just been spotted on that wards. Jankos is pathing very efficient right now. Not only does he make the gank in mid happen, but he's also able to get the top grab, move into his top side camp, start pathing back towards bot. He should be in a position to also cover for his bot laners, but we know the grubs have been a higher priority recently, right? They're a very powerful tool thanks to the buff, the reduction as well, from 5 down to 4 to be able to get that extra buff as well. Means that it's an objective that we saw at MSI. Many teams prioritize over those early dragons, knowing that they can fight for the early dragons, or the remaining dragons later on, especially if it's more of a scaling composition. Heretics have a great skirmishing comp, and they should try to leverage that, especially with the lead that they've already built up for themselves, to try and force these fights around these neutrals. Let's see what they're able to do with it, though. Jankos going for another back, very close to level 6 already. Juhan, as he's out on the map, looking to gain some control with that vision. And the Tunneler already picked up for Jankos. He's going to be pretty powerful already this early on. Dragon going to be started by GiantX. And you imagine that the cross map is going to come through. The Antonio moving from top lane, drops the ward down onto the grubs, expecting the cross map to come through. But overall, GiantX avoiding any early confrontation.
Looks like it's a Trinity Force build for Flakked on this Corki, not going for the opportunity rush. We do often actually see the Trinity Force skipped over and instead just, you know, IE, Lord Doms, sometimes even the Flicker Blades on the Corki, but Flakked wanting...
Corki is what I call an Ezreal champ.
Yeah, he can just build anything.
You really don't know on the day. You know, sometimes I think players will just decide in the moment, how much gold have I got? Oh, sure, that'll work, you know?
Especially since Halo Blade works with basically all of the item builds.
Yeah,
so
I think that, like, there are probably optimizations that you can do. But let's look at this mid lane play as GiantX.
Zyru caught up here, Ignar coming in as well. Juhan there, but a good seismic shove knocks them back. The flash forward though, Zyru falling so low. Crescent Guard keeping him alive. Zyru able to escape.
And just at the right timing, Jankos arrives to keep his mid laner alive. The pot doing some serious work there for Zyru. GiantX with a nice gank setup. They had all the utility they could need, but they didn't quite have enough damage. Now Jankos on the prowl into the enemy jungle.
A TP in as well from Zyru as he can join this, has that Weaver's Wall. Juhan forced away. Trimby in the mid lane trying to get the push, make it a little bit safer alongside Flakked. Jackie's goes forward with the Soul Unbound and we'll just bounce back to it.
Jankos abandoning the red, knowing that he can just win out on the fight against Juhan, so he just focuses his attention onto the enemy champion. With Wonder immediately on his heels, that means that they guarantee numbers advantage to secure this objective. And now he can convert that into the Raptors as well and start to create this goal discrepancy between the two junglers. Not going to be too dramatic for the time being. Only a small lead thanks to his early assist, but keeping his mid laner alive. Jankos off to a good start here in the summer season.
It feels like Heretics can just get prio in the lanes when they want it at the moment. Jankos coming up towards the top side. Juhan will spot him. Finishes his recall. Obviously, the Antonio is safe on this Zac in the top lane, but Jankos unable to delay Juhan's back. And at the moment, 9 minutes in, it's a 700, 800 gold lead for Heretics. A Drake for GiantX in exchange for 3 grubs from Heretics.
We look at objectives in terms of where these teams are likely to prioritize. Both going to be spawning in about 2 minutes' time. Someone just missed a cannon.
Have you looked at Ignar's first item?
He's building a Rylai's first, right?
I don't think so. I think it's a Warmogs.
Could very well be.
And the reason Warmogs is so good on supports is you can get it and it activates itself. So you get enough bonus health.
Yes, I saw that, because now it's from 750 to 1,000 now, right?
So you get enough bonus health from the Warmogs and, from runes and such that you can activate the Warmogs. And when it's activated, you also get 10% movement speed. So on someone like Rel, who is so reliant on getting in for the engages, getting a Warmog's first item just gives you so much more potential when you get towards fights.
What I'll also say is that as a support, warding, roaming around the map, it's very easy to just take damage.
Yeah, you just get chunked to half HP, you walk away and you heal it back up.
Yeah, and so I think that extra bit of sustain just lets you stay on the map for longer, because supports really don't have that many reasons to go back to base unless replenishing that vision. In any case, we see Juhan hovering around the bot side of the map, either looking for a play or just looking to cover. Noticing Talia actually went into the fog of war, should be spotted back in mid soon. I think Juhan is looking for a play here, but it's such a safe lane. Corki can farm from range.
Engaging by Ignar. Great hook by Trimby. Pulled back with a Magnet Storm, but Trimby flash hooking his way out of there. Gets out with the dredge line. Burns Ignar's engage potential. Fate's Call still available for Patrick.
We talked about the safety of this bot lane, and you saw it right there. I did not think Trimby's hook was going to connect, but he understands the limits of his champion better than I do, and he's able to get away to safety. He does, of course, have to commit the flash to completely get away to safety, but Ignar committing his as well means that it's a pretty even trade at the bot side of the map.
And GiantX unable to get on the board as of yet. 10.5 minutes in. Flak is just going to be able to push out this lane. Drake up in 50 seconds. Grubs up in 20. You can see Trimby and Jankos both opening up through the mid lane. We'll see if they pass towards the north, I guess, the west of the map, or towards the east of the map. I think it's going to be north. 6 Grubs, very powerful when you do have pressure in your lanes. At the moment, they are just waiting in the wings to see if Jackie's overextends. Patrick and Ignar have read the play. They've moved up towards the Grubs as well. Remember, if Heretics can just get one of these, they get those mites spawning in, but all 6 would be a bonus.
I mean, opportunity for Patrick means that GiantX should feel pretty strong. Trimby connects the hook, but Jackie's going to get away to safety. Look at Juhan's position right now. A great flank opportunity.
Wonder's still in base. Now TP's in. He's going to be in the midst of GiantX. Jankos with the Crescent Guard locked up immediately by GiantX. The Glacial Prism going down as well as Jankos is the first to fall. Fate's Call will pull out Ignar for the moment. Trimby's killed off Jackie's. Antonio needs to retreat. GiantX on the back foot. 4v4 now the play. Juhan can jump out of the back of this. Antonio still has that cell division. Dashes out, still stunned. Juhan flashes out the back of the wall. Heretics win out on the fight. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but they get the Grubs.
Juhan maybe going to try and steal one away with the smite.
Have the Arctic Assault as well.
Doesn't quite get it though. Yeah, he used the Arctic Assault to get away to safety.
Did he smite a player?
I think he smited a Grub.
Okay.
But it didn't do very much damage. So maybe I'm wrong in that. When we get the replay, ultimately it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't, yeah.
What does matter is the fact that Heretics walk away the victors in this skirmish. They turn their attention onto Jankos. They think that if they can get rid of the jungler, get rid of that front line, quickly it can turn into a one-team fight. But look at the positioning here of Jackie's. He gets CC'd by Wonder, brought into the wall. He doesn't get an opportunity to move. Great target selection there from Wonder. And once you remove one of the damage threats, there's only really Patrick left. And when he doesn't have that safety of the front line to play around, it becomes very easy for Team Heretics to chase the fight in their favor. Ends up being a 1-for-1 overall, but grabbing those Grubs puts you, well, actually only put them to 5. They didn't quite secure the 6th one, but they should be able to get that now as they convert this into their second dragon of the game.
Yeah, so it's going to be 6 Grubs for 2 Drakes, an exchange we've seen many times over the last few months. Heretics, though, still out to this early lead, about 800 gold their advantage right now.
Jankos, though, even though he did lose his life in that last fight, still pathing incredibly well, keeping up with the farm. His efficiency is very good, holds on to a pretty healthy lead with the Sundered Sky now secured. He's going to have a lot of damage at his disposal, and Heretics should be looking to skirmish a lot more in this mid-game. They know the strength of their composition. They know how hard it spikes around now. Spyro could just complete that Seraph's Embrace, they'll be in a really good spot.
And I think if you're GiantX, you take a back seat. You take a step back, you say, Heretics are stronger right now. They have, Sundered Sky complete, Trinity Force on its way for Flacket as well. In terms of raw damage output, we can't compete with them. But we have a lot of displacement. We have a lot of CC if they look for things like tower dives, if they take a step too far. So we'll just take a step back. We don't have to contest every wave. We can just get the wave under our tower, have Juhan shadow us down towards the bottom side or up towards the top side. And it becomes a lot more difficult for Heretics to take fights because GiantX have the Drake lead. So they don't have to worry about a soul. They have some scaling. I'm not saying they have the best scaling in the world, but Jackie's will likely outscales Zviru, and if you can put him in a side lane, he's very difficult to deal with. The Antonio, the same in fights, very, very difficult to kill. We'll have to see if GiantX are willing to take that step back, because so far, no tower has taken more than one plate worth of damage.
I mean, I look at Heretics' composition, and it's not the tankiest, but I still think it's going to be difficult for Patrick to play out these fights. I think that GiantX's composition is relatively short-ranged into a Taliyah Corki. So I just kind of favor Heretics' composition in terms of the scaling as well. We'll see how the game develops, but that's kind of where my initial instincts are at. Zviru recognizes he's on the weak side, playing respect to that as Heretics is trying to trade for the tower in the top lane. Right now, though, GiantX, they're not completely down and out by any means. As you mentioned, Jackie's in a side lane is probably going to be one of their biggest potential win conditions. There's the skirmishing power of a Sejuani and a Yone is also very potent. And this front line can be very devastating on the side of GiantX, just in terms of its durability and tankiness. In the extended fights, maybe there's ways in which they can turn this around, but I guess maybe I'm just a bit of a hater on Lethality Kalista.
No, I think we all hate Lethality Kalista. It's one of those, you get a lot of damage if you can land big spears in fights, but it doesn't scale incredibly well. It gives you that flexibility with the Fate's Call. Antonio jumping in here.
Oh, nice hook.
Hook, as you say, from Trimby. He'll get pulled back with a stretching strike, but the Antonio isn't really looking to do much more than just catch this wave.
So the next dragon is going to be pretty important, mainly because Heretics definitely want to fight it, and GiantX want to keep that momentum going to put them at soul point. So farming and securing as many items as possible is going to be crucial. If they can unlock another tower, which is going to be difficult at this point in time, considering, well, it's very even across the map. Patrick, though, well on his way to his second, along with Flacked. I'm expecting that Infinity Edge second to come out from Flacked, but we'll have to wait.
I would tell you what he's built in solo queue, but the only recent game I can find from Flacked on Corki in solo queue, they lost the game before he got to his second item. So I'm sure he has won many games. I'm only looking at most recent ones. Attila, though, has gone Infinity Edge second, as you say. Flacked has also tried without the Triforce build, so here, switching things up just a little bit. The Rift Herald available to Heretics, though, likely to hold on to that for the next half a second. So they then put it down to charge through this mid lane tower. The Might's helping them out a lot as well. I thought they were going to keep it until they needed it around the dragon, but with so much power, with so much pressure in the mid lane, they could just use it and immediately take down that turret and get that, and also gain control over this bot side river.
Well, that's the crucial thing, because now you can just shift your pressure towards the bot side of the map. Antonio looking for a play.
Jumps onto Jankos, TP in, let's bounce as Jankos is put in a bouncy castle. Weaver's Wall will cut off Patrick, Wonder TPing in, good seismic shovel, land on 4, but already the Heretics jungler is down. GiantX gonna go in with another elastic slingshot. They could, but they decide against it. One kill enough for them for now.
So you can see how durable this front line is if they're able to play that front to back. They lock down Jankos, very similar to the previous team fight, and they absolutely melt him. Now GiantX are trying to respond, knowing that Team Heretics are forced to back. They're going to try and secure this tower and set themselves up for a nice drag.
Yeah, Diving Wonder, though, he dashes away with a Pathmaker. TP in. Nice Zviru, as he's going to rejoin the Fae. The Phosphorus Bomb goes down. And Heretics, oh, good and Tofu's Fate's Call gets away from the seismic shove. Drake up in 15 seconds time. GiantX still have control of the river. There's a couple of wards that will spot them out as they work their way down towards it, but they need to clear out this mid lane. Heretics have a much better push here because, of course, they've already taken that tier 1. The Antonio looking for the flank will be spotted on that control ward. Jankos starting to clear it out. The Antonio taking his time, waiting for it. Blast cones into the pit. No vision on him now. No, does have the Let's Bounce coming back off cooldown. Magnet Storm as well for Ignite. No Fate's Call.
I think it's back up now.
Looks like it.
But great position for GiantX to be in. No vision gained on the Dragon. They can start that one off as the Antonio is going to tank that one up. Heretics need to force their way in. Trimby still relatively healthy, but here we go.
Ignite with the first sun. Stretching strike, Magnet Storm lands on 1, but the knockback from Wonder on the Antonio means he can't get into the backline already using the Soul Division. GiantX look for the engage, but they were slapped down into their place by Heretics. Great disengage by Heretics, and then the fight was already won. Patrick trying to chase away here. The barrier not enough to save his life, and the Weaver's Wall will lock Jackie's on the wrong side of the rift. Heretics clean up the fight perfectly.
A 4-for-1 in favor of Heretics. It starts with a great initiation from GiantX, but the damage just isn't there. They can't actually lock down this Corki long enough. Love the engage from Ignar as he connects onto 2. But look at that interrupt as well onto the Antonio, interrupting his ability to follow up on that engage. And then Jackie's really, like, he just can't get involved in the fight. Patrick's damage is very limited as their front line just disappears. And you're seeing the strength of this Heretics composition. Back into the fray, though.
GiantX coming back in for the fight. Trimby's already down. GiantX will get the Drake. Heretics, I think, underinvested in making sure they could secure it. GiantX burnt the TP from the Antonio to get back into the battle.
Well, Jankos was dead, so they didn't have Smite, which meant that their actual ability to take the Dragon was too slow. Now GiantX put themselves at soul point.
And sometimes it's those small moments of fortune that can turn the tide in games like this. Heretics have been on the front foot for the majority of the matchup. But now it's only a 1.5k gold difference, and you're starting to see second items on their way for GiantX. If they can get an Infernal Soul as well, with the Antonio diving on their backline with Jackie's there, it can be tricky for Heretics to play the game.
Map resets, the goal difference not that significant, but GiantX give themselves a very clear win condition. Positioning right now. It's a game that could go either way, but we've been seeing Heretics come out ahead in these team fights, and I think a big reason for that is just it's so hard for Patrick and Jackie to really play the fights. We already talked about the range, but things like Talia's... why have I forgotten the word? The thing that puts rocks on the ground.
Unraveled Earth.
Unraveled Earth. It makes it so difficult for champions like Kalista and Yone to really get involved in the fight, especially if it's just they're in the thick of things, right? So the front line goes in, and the follow-up needs to be there, specifically from Jackie's with that ultimate. But to their credit, Wonder and Jankos in these fights have been instrumental in locking Jackie's down when he is in melee range, or using the ultimate from Jankos to interrupt the engage from the Antonio. They're making it very difficult for GiantX to actually use their engage to find those good fights.
Heretics been very good at watching for that long-range engage. Wonder here by his lonesome for now. Trimby's on his way up towards the top lane. Still only 2 towers to Heretics and 1 to GiantX. Feels like a fight could begin to see those towers falling to the ground, but it's hard to find a fight, especially when, at the moment, it's just about Baron vision, right? You're just setting up, trying to control this area. Ignar's got a few wards down. Heretics will try and sweep them out, but don't have a sweeper available right now.
And look at how tanky Trimby is. Of course, on a lot of items, they reduce the amount of health, but 75 armor from the Randuin's Omen, the critical strike damage against the Yone as well, and then just the slow as an application against Kalista. It's such a great item against exactly what Giants have drafted for themselves. So Trimby going to be a very effective front line here on this Nautilus as well.
The question is, will he be dealing with Jackie's, right? Can GiantX enact a split push on the Yone?
I mean, as long as he stays within range of Flacket, it just makes it that much harder for Jackie's to be a threat. It kind of means that GiantX have to play this front to back, and I'm not optimistic about their ability to really get through this front line, given that Trimby now has this item completed, and look at how tanky Wonder already is.
100% agree with you there, Betty. Survivor already got the Leandries and the Seraphs upgraded to that Archangels, so... Sometimes, you know when a name just clicks for you? You know, like you have that moment of realization and you're like, oh, well, obviously, Archangels upgrades into Seraphs. Because you have an Archangel, and then above them in the pecking order of, you know, heaven is a Seraphim.
Okay.
So obviously it does. It's like the Mana Mune Mura Mana thing.
Sure.
Right?
Well, mine's
it literally just clicked for me.
More mana.
Yeah, more of mana, yeah.
Yeah.
But,
oh, it just clicked now.
It literally just this moment clicked for me.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you're saying that this naming convention wasn't random. There's actually a lot of philosophy and thought.
I think there's quite a lot of logic. The only thing I think there was no logic to was Supreme Display of Talent as Kiana's ultimate name.
Also, explain that other item, the energized one, the Cyclo Sword.
Oh, Voltaic Cyclo Sword?
Yeah, explain.
Actually quite name it like the name.
Do you?
Yeah, because you cycle through these electrical shocks, right? So it's Voltaic. You're cycling because you have to build it up. It's like kinetic energy.
I'm not sold on that one.
Okay.
Nope.
That's allowed. You might wonder why we're babbling a little bit. Well, it's because there's no Drake for a minute, and no one's really going to take the Baron without winning a fight. So.
But I mean, GiantX do have pretty good setup right now. They're getting deep vision on the bot side of the map. They've pushed in that bot wave as well. It's leveraging some of the strengths of Jackie's as a side laner. Infinity Edge finished for him. Means that he's going to be in a much stronger spot. The fight over the mid wave continues. The TP now invested. Here we go. The Dragon fight going to be an important one.
Jackie's jumping in, dashes back with the Soul Unbound. The Antonio, I think, is going to go down towards that bottom lane to match that wave that's pushing in, or might even just TP behind here.
Oh, here
Won't be spotted. Ward comes in behind. Survivor has to flash away from the Glacial Prison. The Antonio trying to work his way around. On his LEC debut, can he find the engage? He's not on vision. Heretics know something's up, but do they know? The Antonio's on his way in, immediately locked up with the death charge. Blackhead has to flash away. The Antonio flashes out as well. Jankos goes in with the Crescent Guard and knocks back 2. Juhan the first to fall. And the Antonio short to follow Weaver's wall forward. GiantX sprung the trap, but Heretics were ready and waiting. Jackie's trying to do everything he can, but he just can't do enough. Patrick finds one on the backside, so it's a 3 for 2 so far, but the important thing for Heretics is they kill the enemy jungler and they get control over this dragon.
A great team fight for Heretics that, honestly, I think they overstepped their bounds at the end there. You can see this initiation from GiantX, great response from Trimby. And then look at this knockback from Spyro into this play from Jankos, keeping them underneath the tower and splitting up GiantX. The dive just isn't working out the way that GiantX would like it to. Jackie's doing a great job at the very least of getting something back on the other end, but as Spyro oversteps his bounds, thinks that he can get this kill. Support Ignar comes in to save the day, keep his AD carry alive, and both the carries on the side of Heretics actually end up losing their life, but overall still a one team fight for Heretics, and as you said, Dragon secured.
Stop that soul from being taken, and as you said, Veddy, you mentioned a few times during this game, perhaps a sign of things to come for GiantX. Can't be a full 5v5, even with the flank. Heretics have been so good at reacting, making sure the Antonio doesn't get that initial knock-up. They have the depth charge follow-up, they have Spyro with the seismic shard, they've got Crescent Guard as well for that mini knockback.
I mean, the most impressive thing to me is Heretics team fighting so far. They've been playing every single fight incredibly well. It's like they know exactly how they want to execute upon it, and each individual member really contributing in the way that they need to. Trimby providing the utility onto the right targets, Jankos being able to find these great ways of interrupting and creating chaos in the team fight for GiantX, Wonder with good target selection, and then Spyro and Flacked with good positioning and damage. Spyro now multiple times hitting multi-man knockbacks. Yep. Just a great team fighting from them. It should be enough to honestly take them this first game, but we've seen throws before.
And it's still only a 3,000 gold lead, right? Like, we're still looking at 2 items.
Baron, the Soul could swing the whole game, so Heretics can't rest on their laurels just yet. Things are going well for them, but they still need to close things out. Rockets coming through from Flacked. Chipping away as Jankos. They're just fighting for space right now, looking to try and control the river. GiantX do have this one ward littered. Well, it's very close to that mid lane tower. You can see it on the minimap as a potential flank option. Jackie's does have the TP. But Heretics trying to shepherd GiantX into their half of the jungle.
And the issue for GiantX is you don't have poke damage, right? You have 3-item lethality Kalista who maybe can hit a spear. But on the other side, you've got Spyro chucking out those threaded volleys. You've got the missiles from Flacked. At least they have a little bit of poke to chip you down. Now, obviously, you have a couple of Warmogs, so if Ignar and Juan are people tanking up that poke, then it's fine. You don't really have a way of answering that without just going all in for the engage. Bit of vision cleared out by them. Drake's still 2.5 minutes away, but it is looking increasingly more dire for GiantX.
Thing is, I will say that Heretics, in the mid game, they seem a little, well, I don't want to say lost on the map, but I think that with the lead they have, they could force a little bit more if they wanted to. I guess they're hesitant, and they're kind of reacting to the plays that GiantX make, is he going to get spotted?
I think he gets out. Arctic Soul?
I don't think he does.
Oh, he doesn't. The smite comes down just in time.
Puts the ward down for a potential TP. Not being used yet.
See, Antonio's there. Spyro now has no flash in exchange for the Glacial Prison. Juan's done a really good job of working around vision. We saw it on the level 3 gank towards mid. Here, he dodges over the Dragon Pit to go through Tribush, which wasn't warded. Now Spyro doesn't have a flash for the next fight.
Could be huge considering the dive on the side of GiantX. See if they can make things work out in their favor. TP's now available for GiantX as all of their wards have ran out. Really good control from Heretics around the Baron. Question is, are they actually going to force this objective? I feel like they could, if nothing else, to get the TPs out from their opposition. The vision has been completely denied. I don't think their Baron is very slow, so by all means, here we are. Starting the objective off. Let's see how GiantX respond.
Starting it as well with Flacked in the mid lane. A bit of a diversion, a distraction. Everyone goes in, puts the control ward down, 8,000 on it. No TP burnt as of yet. The Antonio's working his way up through mid lane. Juhan's going to dodge away here. Trimby flash hook, flash away. Needed there by Juhan. I think he would have just been shoved back and taken out by Heretics if he'd stayed a moment longer. The Antonio will just elastic slingshot his way to safety.
Heretics hesitant to throw the lead they've been able to build. But the Dragon now 45 seconds away. They have all this control on the top side, but now they need to move it towards the bot side of the map. Still a plethora of wards available for Trimby.
It's a good word. Plethora.
It's nice, right?
But you look at how many control wards there are on the other side. Like GiantX, everyone but Patrick has picked up a control ward to try and deal with some of the vision control.
They were able to get the push in bot too from Wonder. He now regroups with the team in mid to help push out that wave. Now they'll use this control to move into the bot side. Jankos needs to be careful.
And the problem for Heretics now as well is you can play for the Baron, but if you do, Drake is up. So GiantX can play for the Drake. There is a Weaver's Wall coming in here as Ignar was spotted. He jumps away. Seismic Shove's going to lock him up. GiantX trying to react to this. Ignar gets onto the blast cone. Trimby with the lockup. Fate's Call pulls him out. Ignar able to get away. Elastic slingshot across. On the top side, Juhan caught out, pulled up with the wall out as well as the Antonio knocked back with the seismic shove. He's going to go into the cell division. Juhan will fall as Wonder and Jankos get one. Patrick falling low as well. The Magnet Storm coming in. Jackie's dash is back. Fate sealed onto the backline though. Jackie's almost kills off Flacker but can't quite do it. The barrier not enough for him as he's taken out in the end. And it was a very messy fight, but Heretics come out of it without losing a man and taking down 4 from GiantX.
A sweep of a fight in favor of Team Heretics. Trimby is hunting for the kill. I don't think he's going to be able to find it. They're going to secure the tower and mid the Dragon as well. GiantX didn't find the fight at all. They were scattered. It was Heretics forcing a pick onto Ignar. The ultimate comes out early from Patrick. Juhan then gets engaged on in mid lane. Antonio is trying to dive onto the back line. Look at this. Look at how split the fight is here. What does Jackie and Patrick do? They try to turn their attention onto the tanks. Patrick gets in the thick of things. He thinks that if he works with his team, they can turn the kill around, but look at the damage back. Jackie's then forced to retreat. A really nice play from Jackie's, but the CC from Trimby is just far too much, and it ends up being a clean sweep. Only Patrick the one to get away with his life.
More Shieldbow barrier there, not enough to save Jackie's life. You can see what can work for GiantX. They're just too much crowd control, and teamfights played too well by Heretics right now. 13 kills to 6, 6,000 now their gold lead. They get their second Dragon of the game, and GiantX have been found wanting so far. They have this all-in composition, but Heretics are doing a very good job of making sure none of them get out of the fight.
So now we turn our attention back towards the Baron. Heretics should know how much stronger they are, and I feel like that they'd be fine forcing this objective. Continuing to play it safe for now as the vision control beginning to come through once again from Heretics.
I wonder if Survivo goes down towards the bottom side. There's a wave pushing in there. He does have the TP, but the collapse begins. Ignar able to escape from the clutches of the dredge line. Jankos dashing in, Wonder on the front line as well. Patrick on the wrong side of the Weaver's Wall. But he's able to walk his way back to the safety of his team. Jackie's goes in, looks for a bit of chip damage. Pops his soul back in his body with the soul unbound, and it's fine for the moment.
Antonio is still on the flank. He's been really good at finding these angles, but unfortunately can't really convert it into much. Ignar using the Hex Slash there. It's hooked.
Onto Ignar, double stun going in. Seismic Shove takes him back. He's down to half HP. Fate's Call pulls him out. But Heretics haven't taken any damage yet. Ignar already down to a sliver of HP. Will heal up with the Warmogs. The Antonio still looking for that flank. Heretics get the push in mid, but not much more. Ignar almost back to full HP already. That's the power of the Warmogs on support, but still had to burn that Fate's Call. Pathmaker in by Wonder, pulls him out with the All Out. Juhan jumps away with the Arctic Assault. The Antonio still looking for that flank position. Ignar Hex splashes away. Wonder dashing forward. Juhan now stepping in as well. Jackie's trying to get the wave alongside the Antonio. GiantX a little bit split here. Heretics a bit closer together. Jackie's dashes back. Seismic Shove just dodged away. And the elastic slingshot there. The Antonio surviving. What could have been his demise.
A lot of dancing back and forth, but nothing really being gained. Ignar very close to losing his life, but is able to get away to safety as the resets now come through from Heretics. They want to replenish some of those wards, finish up some items they have sitting in their back pocket. But I'm surprised. It's a very awkward game, Medic, I'll be honest. It feels like Giants just can't win a fight, but Heretics also aren't forcing the fights. So like they're just kind of awkwardly looking at each other, trying to find these picks, and Heretics is quite happy to let GiantX be the aggressors, be the ones to engage on them, kind of put that pressure onto GiantX. But that means that from them, it's just kind of a slow and steady game. You know, they're not trying to overforce anything. They're just trying to pick up farm where they can. They're really trying to take their time. Bear in mind, like, nothing's really happened since the last dragon was taken 3.5 minutes ago, and now it's likely going to be setting up for the next dragon as well.
You remember when the EU LCS went to London?
Yeah.
And that guy in the crowd shouted that thing. That's all that's playing through my mind right now. It's Heretics start up the Baron. Juhan is here. A possibility of a steal. It's down to 8,000. Here we go, says Vedi. TP in by Jackies, and here we don't go anymore, Vedius. We've gone. They've retreated.
Well, they got the TP. Advantage gained. Nice. Problem is that bot wave has been completely pushed in. So, I mean, a lot of farm is being lost right now for Heretics. They're debating right now whether or not to go back to base to go and catch it. Vision being cleared out once again. The pattern repeats, 40 seconds until the Dragon, which means the Baron will now be abandoned. We'll move up attention back towards bot side. Wunder should likely go and catch that wave.
And the Antonio still has TP, so he'll position on the top side of the map, can TP into a fight if it does begin. Heretics advancing their vision line successfully here as GiantX were all on a reset. Now they might just do the exchange. They might just say, hey, you guys can position around the Drake. We're just going to go for the Baron. And that's exactly where they're parting right now. Wunder takes a little bit of damage, but not too much to be worried about for him.
The problem is they can't, because Fnatic can just do the Dragon solo.
Yeah.
They could also have Spyro do the Dragon solo and then use his ultimate to get into the fight.
I'm going to be honest, Vedi. If I'm GiantX, I'll take a possible 4v5 fight over what's been happening the last few moments.
That's true. But you can see how suffocated GiantX feel right now.
Heretics just like, think you can stop what we do? I doubt it.
Okay, they're starting it. Here we go.
GiantX looking for their spark here. Have they found it? Wunder, Trimby, and Jankos stepping in. The Weaver's Wall, of possibilities from Zyro as well. Jackie's on the backside of the pit, not there yet. Weaver's Wall going in. Flackhead on his way, stun on Wunder, not too much. 8,000 on the Baron. Hook wide there by Trimby. The Antonio looking for a flank position, but he's going to be spotted by that ward. Looks Flackhead can't find him. Magnet Storm from Ignar as Wunder and Jankos are locked up. Crescent Guard coming out as well. Wunder doing so much work on the backline here, and Patrick just can't get through him. The face call will stop him in his tracks, but Spyro will put him in the dirt, and GiantX, they were absolutely bounced around by Heretics. The Baron secured. Juhan dives in, but dies immediately, and Heretics have true control of this game.
A calm, calculated approach from Heretics, but Wunder making it impossible for Patrick to play, single-handedly eliminating the AD carry threat from the fight. The initiations always look so promising for GiantX, but then they just don't have the damage to convert it into a winning fight. Now the Baron secured, Heretics can look to end this game.
It's definitely been a Cassante Yay performance by Wunder. 2-0-11.
Really? Cassante Yay? That's what you're going to go with?
Well, the opposite is Cassante Nay, which I also like, so...
We're going to have to workshop that, Minik. I can't believe you spent this much time and that's the best you've come up with.
Years I've been thinking of that one. Wunder tanking the tower here.
Wunder's making fun of the tower.
The Antovu's knocked back as well. The Antonio has to dash away. Fate sealed out by Jackies, and I think that spells the end of the game for him as well. Forced away. There's mites, there's super minions, or not super minions, Baron empowered minions, and possibly super minions soon as well. Spyro has TP behind. Will it be answered? TP to them in by Spyro. The engage coming in from Wunder as already Juhan's been stunned up, locked up, and taken out by Team Heretics. The Antonio dashes in, but flashes out as soon as he's realized what he's got himself into. Cell Division will come out, but he can't evolve a way out of that situation. Patrick does no damage. Heretics really don't give a damn about him at all as Jankos dives in, and Patrick will escape to the safety of the fountain. That cannot be said for Jackies, Juhan, and the Antonio. The Nexus in their eyes, Team Heretics. It was slow, it was steady, but they secure their first win of summer.
I mean, Heretics just played a very controlled game where they just allowed GiantX to be the aggressors from start to finish. Constantly punishing on their engages, turning fights in their favor, and a solid start to the regular season. It's a long one, 38 minutes, 46 seconds, but it's a secured one for Heretics.
vote for one of them in your Kia player of the game at LEC on X. Wonder, Spyro, or Flackhead are your options. I know people don't like voting for Cassante, but Wonder actually did a lot of work in teamfights.
Played great, really great.
Really stopped the
3-0,
Antonians
13
engages.
scoreline.
Yeah.
Involved in 16 of the team's 18 kills. Very impactful game from each individual, really.
Yeah. That was a good team performance. As you say, their team fighting very solid as well, which is always a sign to be delighted with if you're a Heretics fan. We're going to go do a short break, but we'll be right back after that.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Okay, guys, but like we should be in draft already. What's going on? There's 3-minute delay.
Riot should lose a ban.
Riot should actually just lose a ban. I agree.
Can we fight here? Can we fight, guys? Jinto is coming. TP Johnny, TP Johnny.
I'm going.
Blue. Can kill this guy.
TPing as well.
Yeah, this is good fight. Really good fight.
I got passive. Look, Corky.
Yeah, I'm looking on Yon. Yon cannot hit for now. Yon cannot hit. Careful, Yon. Yon has no E. We can win this. Go, Zach. Look. Guys, let's go.
Heretics really don't give a damn about him at all as Jankos dives in, and Patrick's team Heretics, it was slow, it was steady, but they secure their first win of summer.
Team Heretics win their first game of the summer season. Woohoo! And I've got Odo Amne here with me with Jankos. They used to play together. It was such a long time ago.
An eternity ago, yeah.
So long ago.
He used to interview us back then as well. Just
back then.
Long ago.
And now Odo is on the analyst desk and is interviewing. Are you looking into your future, kind of like he's on the desk?
I mean, we are same age, right? Like 95, I think.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think the only boomers left right now is me and Hilisank.
Yeah.
And me, yeah.
Wait, that was a flame at me. You already called me retired or what?
No.
Yeah? Yeah, you literally did.
I did not. I just said you're on the desk for a while. Congratulations, Jankos. We were talking a little bit in the break and you said, oh, the first game is always so difficult. Why was this one a bit tricky?
Oh, I mean, I think, we just played bad, right? I think we could have forced more because we were strong in the game, but we were very cautious about not giving up the fourth Drake, which made the game a little bit problematic. I also think that in the first fight, that like kind of started off the game on second void grabs, I died first, even though I had Thunder Sky, which is like, I mean, I should 1v9 this fight if I just don't get one shot, which I did, so it's my bad, right, for like stepping up too close. And that I think made our snowballing a bit worse because I was actually omega stronger than enemy jungle. But then, that fight happened, and then, we played slow, and then we were like kind of shaking because of first game, and the game was probably not that entertaining, but at least we had some fights.
It was entertaining.
Yeah.
I mean, once the fight started, it was fun,
Yeah.
They were just like very messy. I mean, I'm still sad you guys lost the third Drake because it was. I was like,
true,
I was super excited because you guys won the fight super hard. You outplayed them, and were like, yeah, this is the great Heretics fight that you wanted to see the whole game, and then replay ends, and you guys lost the Drake, and I'm like.
Yeah, I was watching. I was like...
Unlucky. Of course, they have new members, right? They have a new top laner. The jungler is also changed out. So does that change the way... Do you feel that as the jungler playing versus them, that is a synergy they're figuring out? Or did you not really feel it in
I mean, I think for Yuhan, at least right now, he's playing the same champions as Peach. So I don't think there's a big of a difference. He also tried to cheese gank, which, I mean, Peach would do as well. So at least I felt quite similar for him. And for De Antonio, we have like a Spanish coaches from LBP, and they really know him well. So we kind of knew what he's going to play or what he's going to look for. And they also put a lot of bans into top lane so that he can play these tanks. And apparently he's a big tank player, and this is what they went for, Zach last pick. So, I mean, it was maybe different a bit. I mean, Odo was also like a nice tank player, but I think sometimes he would like pull something else as well. So.
Yeah. I want to take a look at some fights. And Odo, how do you think De Antonio did in this first game? I feel like when it comes to being in the right place at the right time and sometimes starting the engages, he was doing quite well.
I think for the first couple of fights, he did very, very well. He was in unconventional places looking for flanks. Which fight is this one? Yeah, this one is a good angle. Everyone's sniffing him out, but Trimby and everyone else on Heretics is doing a great job to kind of like zone him and mark him so to cancel his jump.
Yeah, I mean, I think they were a bit too deep, right? We said mid-tier 1 tower as well, and we were aware that Zach TP'd somewhere behind us or is sniffing around us, so we were looking for him. Unfortunately, the fight was not that clean, because even though our AD carry is 22 years old, he cannot joke Yone ult. And by the way, if we have any troubles in Team Heretics, it's straight up because our youngest player is boosted. Like, normally the youngest player has to carry, but he's 22, and he can't juke that Yone ult. It's so cringe, man. Yeah. So anyway, he died, and then Zvairo also died, but that's because of Flacket. Let's not get into that. Yeah, and then that's why basically we lost third Drake. So Flacket solo lost the third Drake.
Okay, but you won the game, so it works. Odo, we were watching, and you were saying he's TikToking. What is that in reference to?
Yeah, I mean, okay, so the thing with Jackies is that I can provide some defense here for Flacket, because Flacket is probably a zoomer, just like Jackies. I think they might be the same age. And at that time, you're a lot on TikTok and everything. And maybe Flacket saw a lot of these like TikTok combos that you see from Yone, where they do some like flashy, flash Q, flash R or something. And Jackies, from like my time with them, is that I remember that he's spending around 2 hours in practice tool every day doing cool Yone TikTok combos. And I think Flacket was just like, big brain calculating all of these plays. And that's why, he got out-zoomered.
In
I think he's just boosted, but I appreciate it.
Well, you'll be happy to know that the audience has spoken, and our key player of the game is Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, sure. AD carry meta, guys. Just look at AD carry builds. Tell me Infinity Edge is balanced. Tell me 25% crit on items is balanced. Tell me you don't get one shot by crits, even if you build full tank. It's fine.
I think Jankos deserved it, you know? I mean...
He did?
Yeah,
okay, I don't think I did. I was boosted because I died 3 times for no reason, and I was face checking for no reason, and I should let Trimby die in-game because he should be face checking.
In-game.
But... Fnatic for sure did not deserve it.
Who deserved it then?
Okay, if I had to pick one, my pick, it was Zyro. He tanked the early pressure. He didn't die to 2 ganks, even though he was 2v3 mid, or 3v3 maybe, or 3v4 because enemy AD was there, but our AD wasn't.
What were you doing in that time when he was?
I saved him, no? Like I gave him first blood, and then I saved him the second time with my perfect ult.
True.
So I think me and him were doing a really good job, and I think he should get an MVP for his gameplay.
Okay. But it's Fnatic, so he'll be really happy with that. SK versus Rogue is up first. We're going to be covering picks and bans right here at the desk. Odo, SK versus Rogue, eh? Finn's there.
Finn's back.
Back, baby.
Yeah, I'm excited for Rogue, you know, if there's a time for them to wake up, for Comp to wake up and team up with Ginger God and become, you know, the beast they were the previous year. It's now. But yeah, I'm excited to see what both of these teams will bring, because also SK has new members on the lineup.
They do, in the bot lane, of course. Can you tell us anything about these teams? From Scrims or not?
So we played against Scrims against both, and I don't think it's like a big league, right? Because the week 1 started, so I'm not gonna get into the results, but SK did win more games against us than Rogue did, and personally I didn't think Rogue was that good. But apparently they're doing good against other teams, and SK maybe not as much against other teams, but I don't know that because of course there is no leaking happening and no one knows what's going on behind the scenes. So anyway, I'm very curious about SK's spot lane, but the player who I'm most curious about today is gonna be K-Corp. K-Corp top laner.
The K-Corp top laner, yeah, not the K-Corp player. I mean, he is a K-Corp player.
Kana, yes! I'm so excited about Kana. I can't wait for Kana to be on stage and show his top prowess against Oscarian in the Fnatic versus K-Corp match.
That's an amazing accent, but what do you think about this draft?
Yeah, Rumble got picked.
Yeah, this draft. Yeah, they picked Rumble, which is great because the champ is balanced. What do you think, Odo? You are a big Rumble guy.
I mean, I'm the biggest Rumble merchant the world has ever seen. I love this champ. I think this champion, even when he's not like, you know, B1 pickable, he is B1 pickable, because I feel like this is the sort of champion that just fixes your team comp. You just need to draft and engage somewhere, and this champion will 1v9 the game, well, coupled with the support or jungler. But yeah, I think this trade-off is all right. I'm still not sure about how strong Rumble is in the current meta right now, because I'm a bit out of the loop. Maybe Jankos can help me with this one, because I don't really think he's being flexed. Maybe support. We might see him support with this Ashe pairing, because it used to be a thing in the spring season. But right now, I think it's a decent trade. Rogue's response with Corki Rel is quite strong. But SK Gaming has, you know, already a strong core with Rumble and Ashe, so now they're quite flexible with what they can pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think SK might look for Tristana mid if they want to put Rumble jungle or top lane or support. Okay, so it's Ashe Varus, which basically means Ashe Varus will be going to the bot lane. They are still flexing their Rumble into the jungle. Some people play it, some people don't.
T1 of Europe.
They can potentially get, T1 of Europe, true. They can potentially get AD mid in second rotation if they want to put the Rumble jungle.
Or at times possible. With the new patch changes?
Well, yeah, kinda. I mean, not really. I don't think we're gonna see it in LEC, but it's potentially viable if you don't mind. Yeah, I mean, this would be the game to lane swap.
Because it screams to me that Ashe Varus would be extremely lane dominant, and you could take a disadvantageous trade. Oh my god, that's such a hard word.
Amazing! Wow.
Yeah, it's a premium word for me, but it looks quite hard to lane against these two. So we might see. You know, a swap here, but let's see how it rounds up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also super interested about where the Corki goes, right? I mean, we played the AD, but obviously Corki can still play mid lane. I think Corki is quite a power pick as well, same as Rumble currently. So I'm very curious what this comp gonna decide on looking here, unless they pick jungle and they actually last pick AD carry. That could be a possibility. But I do think in draft like that, you wanna last pick jungle and you wanna counter pick jungle. There is no reason to really not pick AD here when you see enemy bot lane. So what is it gonna be?
Yeah, the Sudir should be left to be flexed up until 5 because it is an okay matchup into Rumble. It's not the greatest, but it is one of the only picks that can get you through.
Did they just miss a pick?
There's a little or the client.
Are we lagging? Yeah, maybe they. Rek'Sai, so it is a jungler.
Well, I guess it would have been a dodge. So I guess it is Rek'Sai locked in.
Let me check.
I think it's an
just a
interesting.
graphic like
I think it is an interesting pairing because you already have a lot of engage with Rel. Having a little bit more frontline is good. I'm just a little bit concerned for Rogue here. Is that how do you engage on SK Gaming?
Yeah, if they play with range, it might be a big problem. I also like the Poppy pick right here.
Yeah, it's great.
Poppy decent into Rek'Sai, obviously doesn't clear jungle as fast and will get slightly outscaled possibly, but I mean, good Poppy player will never get outscaled, right? Her ult has a lot of outlet potential. He can ult people out in the team fights. He can block, I guess, Rel in this game and Rek'Sai. I wouldn't really count on the Corki, but possibly. Rel also, Poppy also has great dives on the bot lane, so in case there is no lane swap happening, if Ashe and Varus are pushing and pounding on the bot lane tower, then Poppy can potentially go there and dive enemy bot lane. Now the question is it AD carry or is it Corki AD?
Yeah.
Because enemy picked Talia. By the way, I think SK draft is just like gapping a bit.
I think it's gapping. I'm not sure with the I like the Talia pick, but if you go all in on this identity of just blocking the Rel and the Rek'Sai engage and you just outrange them, I think it's an interesting pick. Maybe I would have liked something a little bit different.
I think blind pick Talia is not bad. I mean, they could pick Tristana, right? But then they are playing 3 AD carries, so maybe that doesn't work. Ziggs. So that is Ziggs AD, which basically means that Rogue is trying to neutralize the bot lane. They want Ziggs to get level, probably level 3, level 4, level 5. When he can clear those waves, Rel can be unleashed on the map. She can then roam, impact top lane, mid lane, while Ziggs is clearing the waves. Obviously, that might be a little bit problematic if early game doesn't go their way. And Ziggs early is not strong, same as Rel, which means that, potentially SK with that mid priority with Talia and that bot lane matchup, jungle matchup, they can look for dives. I think also SK has more lane power. I mean, they are just very strong lanes.
I think there's a lot of pressure on SK to execute this early game, though, because if you have Varus, Ashe, Poppy, and you don't get an early dive bot, I feel like that's a ticket for Ziggs to neutralize the lane. And I feel like, as Jankos said, first three levels are the hardest for Ziggs. And if he gets behind, I think he's going to stay behind for a big chunk of the game. But yeah, if he gets through with it, then it might be all of a sudden a little bit harder for SK to close out this game because Ziggs Corki are a decent matchup into Varus Ashe when it comes to outrage. You got the neutral objectives.
Can we do predictions?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, so because of the draft SK went with and because they have 3 winning lanes, and obviously they should snowball and they should also be looking to dive bot lane. I will give it to Rogue. I think they will win. Yeah, I mean, excellent. I just think that it's first game of the split, right, and might just choke it. And if they get behind with Ashe Varus, they might just be Omega useless. So yeah.
Okay. I may be stressed, that bot lane they're new. We'll see.
It might be just like Team Heretics first game, where there's a lot of weird stuff happening. So yeah, I'm up for Rogue.
Win draft, lose the game. Yep. That's what Jankos says. Let's head over to our
Wait, no, you have to do a prediction. No.
Wait, well, give SK win.
Okay, GG. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. See you next time.
See you next time, Jankos.
See you next time.
You can actually, if you want, you can just come up to the desk. We'd be happy.
Don't give him that invitation, because he will take it.
Yeah, but that's great. I mean, get to hear more Jankos.
We do get
I
to
get to
hear
have a nap while he
but
talks.
You know for
game.
a fact that Jankos, his pro gamer filter is limited.
That's why I love it. That's why I want to have him on.
All right, we'll try. We'll try at some point. I don't know if we're going to get it today, but throughout the split, we'll see if we can get Jankos on the cast.
Yeah, that'd be great.
All right, well, I mean, the Analyst desk summarized it great. If you guys weren't listening, they're very favored towards SK's draft. I would very much agree with them, but they do acknowledge that Rogue's comp has a lot of stalling tools. I will say, I'm gonna be real honest with you, mate. When I look at Rogue's comp, I see some of the most boring champions in the game. Udyr, Corki, Ziggs, to me, are literally the champs that are like, don't worry, guys, we can be 0-10 and we can still stall.
Yep, I agree. And if you are going to have a nap, make sure you get some dirt, put it under your pillow for the dirt man, obviously, in case he comes to town. Very important.
What are you talking about?
It's a TikTok trend, you wouldn't get it.
I wouldn't. So do you want to explain why you're bringing dirt into your home?
You put dirt under your pillow for the dirt man in case he comes to town.
But why would it?
Well, because he could come from his lair under the mountain, deep underground.
Right.
So you got to put the dirt there, man.
But why would he visit you?
You're not putting dirt under your pillow for the dirt man.
Why would he not get his own dirt?
It's like you just put it there, man. If you,
Listen,
this is a Welsh thing where you never learned this as a kid.
Like a tooth fairy, you put a tooth under a pillow, and that makes sense because how else would the tooth fairy get the tooth?
From your mouth.
However,
from your mouth.
Like a dirt person could just get dirt from anywhere. He could go into your garden. Why would you not put it under the?
There are also teeth everywhere.
Yeah, but like
it's an offering. You offer dirt to the dirt man.
So
in
it's
case
a
he comes to town.
ritual.
No, it's an off. Yeah, I mean,
Sounds
He
realistic.
gets richer because he gets more dirt.
I see.
Anyway, League of Legends
Well,
is
I'm
happening.
baffled beyond all comprehension.
I'm just worried about you when the dirt man comes.
Okay.
I'm gonna be honest.
Thanks.
For the 3 people that have seen the same tuk-tuks that I have, that was an intensely amusing segment.
Let's start by talking about junglers, because Isma's already on the invade. Wants to leverage the fact that he has a pushing bot to move into the enemy side of the map.
Oh, Markoon will spot the fact that Isma's on his way with that
No
Tremors.
smite for Markoon either means that he's not going to be able to do much to contest this.
Gromp will reset and make his froggy way
I mean,
back.
Isma's just being annoying right now. I don't think he's actually going to go for the Gromp. Instead, he's going to... I thought he would try and contest the...
Oh, Markoon's unburrowed. Isma waited for it. Comes back across. Can contest the next camp. Markoon
Corki
didn't know.
can collapse here. He doesn't want to, but he can because his wave would be really awkward.
Oh, it's a reset. Oh, he's just delaying Markoon as much as possible. Being a nuisance.
So he's going to be able to get the Grom. Isma now, though, has full control over the bot side. Something we heard from Odoame was that SK would love to create a dive. Comp in the early few levels, very weak. Very susceptible to early dives, and SK is setting up very nicely for that. The problem is this Gromp kill is being very heavily delayed. Markoon is still hovering around the bot side of the map. Level 2 still secured for Comp. Decent damage, but here we go.
Is level 2 enough for Isma? Gets the stun against the wall. The wave is died. Comp falls first. Luon able to flash away from the tower. A well-executed dive by SK to get first blood.
Incredibly well executed. Luon actually tanks the tower to start things off. Zoalise tries to engage onto him to get at least a 1-for-1 kill, but then with a good flash timing along with the heal, he's able to get away to safety, and they have the damage to get the kill onto Comp. He has the TP to get back to lane, but SK can now set up for a potential repeat gank, but executing upon that early game plan that the desk clearly highlighted for us.
I think a big question for SK coming into this split was how do Rahel and Luon integrate themselves into this team? Exakick and DOS obviously with the team for a very long time, and we often saw them have a peak in winter and then fall off through the rest of the year. Here, SK trying to stop that by bringing in a new bot lane over from the LCK Challengers scene.
I mean, Chronicler chatted to us a little bit about what we can expect from this bot lane, and he was talking to us about how Rahel used to play with Thanatos, one of the great players now playing alongside C9 from the LCK Challengers. So we were expecting him to be more of a weak side player, you know, to have them invest those resources top, especially with a player like Irrelevant on the roster. We know how great of a carry he can be. So to have those resources invested early, SK kind of shifting our expectations a little bit. We'll see what they can do with it as Markoon.
Step up doesn't go down. Markoon gets the knock up onto Isma, who can just dash away. But the re-engage coming out as Nisqy oversteps. Markoon survives. I think Nisqy had got out and then kind of stepped back in for that seismic shot.
Yeah, massive misplay there from Nisqy. Forces his flash early, recognizing that Zoalise is coming for a mid lane play, and then he just puts himself back in range to get engaged on. Rogue happy to take that kill, end up being a 1-for-1 now on the kill score. The gold very even, and I don't think Comp's really going to get punished. He knows that he's pretty safe. Those levels are slowly starting to come through. It's around the lost chapter mark that always used to be the fabled Ziggs item breakpoint. I would imagine it's not really that much different even with the new itemization, but levels and that item in particular.
Yeah, you just want the mana and the mana regeneration so you can spam out those bombs. It makes it a lot harder for people to actually trade into. You can see Luon doing a good job of keeping Comp and Zoalise at bay. The wave will push towards the Rogue side, I believe,
But
from
it's
the
a
brief
slow
glance I had
push,
of it.
which
It is a very
crucial.
slow push, yeah.
And the good news for Rogue is Larson has control over the wave for now. Corki is a very much Larson champion, for better or for worse. For those long-time viewers, they'll be familiar.
Ooh.
Oh!
Didn't have flash. It didn't have the satchel either. Must have used it earlier
not
on.
expecting that damage. The bot lane from SK coming up clutch in the 2 versus 2. Able to find another kill. That stacked wave going to be entirely lost. And these are the type of advantages that SK need to find in the early game. A 1k gold lead now. First Dragon going to go their way, and Rahel going to secure himself a tower plate as well.
It's also just a little bit of a weird play coming out from Rogue. Like, Markoon went in, didn't have flash. I can't flash knock up onto Luon, who I assume would be the target because he doesn't have a flash of his own. But the wave was pushing into you. Markoon comes in to join. Zoalise is already engaged. Here, obviously, Zoalise is going to be perma-slowed as the Ashe can chip away at him. Markoon then rejoins. They force him away. Comp steps a little bit too far forward, gets tagged with the volley, and then it's just permanently slowed and has no flash.
Very well played from the SK bot lane, just playing at the edge of their range and getting a kill for it. So now they're going to be in a great position. The lethality virus is going to be the direction from the bot side of the map. Makes a lot of sense, I think, especially when you have such an AP-heavy top side from SK. You're naturally going to want to lean more towards that magic resistance, which means that lethality is going to give you so much more value.
Do you mind just checking Ryle's rune page? I want to know if he's...
First strike.
He's got the first strike already, but I was wondering about the rest of them, as we do have a pause coming out. Okay. First strike, boots, and biscuit. Okay, so he's not going for the cashback, not going for that extra gold back on legendary item builds. Instead, going for the magical footwear, which obviously will proc a little bit earlier. And we do have a pause, as we've seen. One of the players realizing they forgot to put some dirt under their pillow, so they're just going to pop home really quickly to do that.
Can you put the pillow anywhere? Like, could I just put a pillow in my living room and put dirt under it?
He doesn't specify.
Could I put a pillow on top of a plant pot that has dirt in it?
No, because you have to put the dirt under the pillow for the dirt.
Yeah, but it would be under the pillow.
And it's your pillow? That would be the plant's pillow, wouldn't it?
No, it
really?
wouldn't. It would be my pillow.
Your
the
pillow?
Plant is borrowing.
Okay, as long as you put the plant under the pillow, I guess it's fine.
Okay.
I don't know if the Dirtman is happy to share his dirt.
This is wildly confusing.
We do have a peripheral issue for one of the SK players, so we'll get that rectified, obviously, as soon as possible.
Am I the boomer? Or are kids just weird?
I just like, the thing is, the tune is really catchy.
It's a song?
Put a little dirt under your pillow for the Dirtman. It's just a really catchy tune.
Is it the same sort of tune as... Because I only know the Sax Man. You know what I mean?
The Sax Man? Oh,
yeah,
no,
that
it's
song.
not the same. Yeah.
Maybe I am a boomer, because he never asked for anyone to put saxophones
here's the
under
thing,
your pillow.
right? Everyone talks about, and obviously there's a pause, we're getting the peripheral issue sorted as soon as possible. There's not really a huge amount to talk about in the game, apart from the fact that Rogue's bot lane is struggling. People talk about the modern generation being weird.
Yeah.
And like, there's this whole like, oh, we weren't this strange when we were
so
children.
strange.
We were so odd, man. Like, you remember the unicorn thing? With the YouTube video? Yeah, Charlie the unicorn.
There
and
was
all
also
of that.
Charlie bit my finger.
Oh yeah, we were so strange. It was just less access to our
taking the
weirdness.
hobbits to Isengard was...
They were though. They were taking the hobbits to Isengard.
Here's a llama, there's a llama, and another little llama. Funny llama, fuzzy llama, llama, duck.
Okay, we're gonna get DMCA'd for that. It's doomed.
Yeah, no, we were super weird. You got to remember that we grew up where the internet was evolving.
Yeah.
We used to have flash games at school.
Congregate.
Yeah.
Oh, what was the other website? Miniclip? I used to play pool on Miniclip all the time. Just like 8-ball pool. We had a pool table in my school.
What
as well.
depresses me is like back in the day, back in our youth, any PC you went on, the core games that they would have, Minesweeper, Solitaire, they would have the pinball game.
Yeah, I remember when the pinball game started getting introduced to PCs, and it was just a revelation.
What did they do? Windows Vista?
Yeah.
Ugh.
And ME was one for a while.
Yeah, but then they started charging for that game.
Yeah,
Like you had to
that made me
pay
sad.
to download it as an app. No, man. Ruined gaming forever.
I mean, I'm just saying, buddy, if you want to sail the high seas to play the pinball game, I'm all aboard.
I think you can just... I play Minesweeper on a browser now.
Okay.
Yeah, Minesweeper Online.
Once again, Vetti not sticking up for those indie developers that made Minesweeper.
Okay, I'm sure you could... Yeah, Flash games, though. Yeah, our generation was... We had great fun.
Yeah, we did. And so does the modern generation. It's just much more visible.
No, I mean, we're definitely...
Because you can, like, someone can upload a TikTok or a tweet or whatever, wherever they want, right? So...
Also, I will say, the younger generation come up with some funny stuff, too.
Yeah? Like Riz. Or mewing. Mewing is my favorite new generation.
What is mewing?
It's like this weird form of flirting, but you have to touch your jawbone beforehand. It's like, oh.
Well, what
I'm doing it visually. You guys can't see it. It was the best mew anyone has ever mewed in the history of mews.
Is that you and I need to talk to the young pro players about the lingo and
that actually, Medivetti explores the Gen Z. Medivetti explores Gen Z. That's our new segment.
Yeah, because like I don't watch TikTok.
The problem is I know a lot of the lingo, and I'm not saying any of them very deliberately.
Oh.
Because there's
So you're down with the kids, is what you're telling me?
I'm not down with the kids, no way. Like, they would shun me in a moment for my short socks instead of wearing, like, apparently long socks is the new thing. And
I see.
Middle parts. All the millennials side part our hair, right? Middle parts, apparently, is the new thing.
Middle parts?
Yeah.
That I can't get on board
Well, it's just
with.
fashion is cyclical, you know?
I
Very
mean,
similar to the league being cyclical,
truthfully,
you know?
I don't think, like, boys in our generation were not up to date with fashion trends, is what I'm going to say, okay? They wore a T-shirt and jeans.
And you still do?
I still do.
Yeah.
I wear sweatpants every opportunity I have.
I do see some R's coming out in chat, so we'll be back in a moment.
You can't promise that, Medic.
Well, if you guys enjoyed this, tweet at John Daniel Depper, at Triage, I think it is, and say, hey, Medivetti podcast. Sounds like a plan.
Oh, I'm
I told you.
optimistic.
I listened
Hang
to
on.
Wait. Deborah was talking in my ear, telling us that we'd be ready to get back on into the game in a moment.
You don't
I
need to
trust
listen
him.
to the podcast anymore because we're going to be getting back into game.
And nothing's going to happen. So podcast part 2. I watched Mad Max Furiosa the other day.
Oh,
it made me,
did you?
Yeah, it made me
Went to the
realize.
movies.
I did go to the movies.
Without your boy.
Rob invited me, so you have a problem with him.
Fascinating.
We might actually have a bit of a fight around these gloves. Not much is going to happen. Yeah, it made me realize that art is very subjective because I hated that movie. I thought it was a mess. And then I talked to some friends. I talked to Munch, and he was like, actually really enjoyed it. So he's wrong, obviously.
Unfortunately,
art
I
is
can't
subjective.
share my opinion because I was invited. Anyway, Grub's going to be secured for Rogue. Seems that early objective picked up for them in exchange for the Dragon that went in favor for SK a little bit earlier. Larson going for a bit of an all-in.
And this is what you can do on the Corki now. You just get yourself a little bit of AD, Valkyrie in, Gatling gun on. The enemy's getting their armor and magic with just...
I saw Chovy doing that before.
Yeah, but anyone can do it now, is my point. It's what you can do very now on the Corgi.
I see. They've brought the level of execution down, as we were telling you.
By making him really strong.
I see. That makes sense. Well, Comp is still only level 5. Zoelise is level 3. And they're stacking another wave. Medic. Nisqy does have the ultimate available.
It's hard with Comp being level 6, though, because he can just Mega Inferno
But look at
bomb the wave.
Marcoon. He's making his way to bot. Going to try and cover this dive. They're trying to thin out the wave as much as they can. I don't actually think a dive is going to happen. Yeah. Marcoon's time is ultimately just going to be wasted. Good chip damage comes through. The plate's going to be secured. And the blue buff stolen away by Isma. So advantage still gains. Comp has the TP, so he can go back to base. I wonder if he's finally got that lost chapter.
It's also the threat of the dive means that Marcoon has to cover, which means Isma gets the free time to take the blue, as you say. You can see the difference as well in how this lane's going in the support. Zoelise yet to upgrade that World Atlas at all. Luan's already got his up. And I assume Rahel is going to be about 500-600 gold ahead. Oh, sorry, 1.2k ahead is what I meant, because I was looking at Veddy's screen for a second there. He's got so much gold from the first strike as well. Isma gets the stun onto Larson into the wall here. Larson still has flash, so...
I was shocked that that counted as the wall. But hey, there we are. Stun connects. Irrelevant now in some serious danger. Doesn't have flash.
How are you going to escape this, Irrelevant?
I don't think he is.
Because you've used the equalizer. Marcoon flashes in. Irrelevant begins to walk away, puts a scrap shield down. Flame Spitter. Not going to be enough to escape the Void Rush. Rogue get their second kill of the game.
Easy gank. The wave is in a very awkward spot for Irrelevant. He doesn't have a jungler to help him push that one out. And so Marcoon makes it look clean. 2-2 now the kill score. Gold lead still in favor of SK. Dragon going to be spawning in about a minute and a half. SK should be able to... Nisqy rather, should be able to push out this wave. So he gains control, of course. I think he did just come off the back of a base. I stand corrected. He's going to go bait right now. TP is available for him. So he can use that if he wants to get back into lane quickly. Might be worth the investment just so that he can get the early push, knowing that Larson doesn't have his available.
Looks like he's not going to go for it. Rogue have decided top lane is their place to be. TP coming in as well by Compass. He's going to join the party. Irrelevant stunned up, locked up with the crash down into the knock-up from Marcoon. Irrelevant's flash still not quite off cooldown. Will be in a second. Marcoon taken low. Irrelevant trying to get away from the battle, but another Shadowing Strike will be enough to get Comp on the board. His first kill of Summer. He puts him at 1 and 2.
Really unfortunate for Irrelevant. If his ultimate had been available, I think he could have killed maybe even both of them in that little skirmish, but instead he loses his life. 0-2-0 now on the Rumble. Still has a gold lead over Finn, but the swap has come through from Rogue, and I think that makes a lot of sense. They want to try and get them out of this horrible bot lane 2 versus 2. Finn playing on the weak side, knows he's at the risk of a dive.
Pops the Unstoppable to try and get away. Isma there chasing in, knock up with the Keeper's Verdict. Knocks him away from the Chain of Corruption though, and that might be enough for Finn to escape. It is! Slight anti-synergy there between Isma and Rahel. You saw the Chain of Corruption on its way in. If that had connected, I'm pretty sure it's curtains for Finn.
Oh, potentially. In any case, they had to commit a lot. Ghost spent from Finn to get away to safety. Flash invested from Isma as more plates are going through. Zoelise hovering around the bot side of the map. I wonder if this is a bit of fake pressure to give the indication that someone's going to be in the area. Maybe he just wants to try and grab that. He wants level 6, that's why. Going to be able to secure that now as SK start off this Dragon. A difficult one for Rogue to contest, given that Finn has just gone back to base.
I think it's one they shouldn't contest. Look towards the north, look towards the Grubs. They're up in 7. Larsen's pushed forward here, does have the flash, Irrelevant on his way across. Nisqy, the unraveled Earth seismic shove still connects just the edge of it as Larsen falls in the mid lane.
Luon is the one to pick up that kill. Ideally, they would have given that over to Nisqy or Irrelevant, but still, they make the kill happen. They get the flash out from Larsen. And SK still in a very good position. Finn doing the smart thing of trying to put pressure down onto that top tower once again, securing a few plates for himself.
I think importantly for SK as well, they got the Drake and they can stop the grub stacking from Rogue. So Rogue aren't going to get up towards those 6 grubs. Although Finn is coming across, maybe they can contest. It's only Luon and Isma here right now. Nisqy's pathing his way down towards bottom lane to deal with Comp. The grubs reset. But so does Marcoon and Zoalis, so
Arrow.
Like won't
Look
be
at
a
the
grub
arrow,
contest.
look at the arrow.
You baited us, Vedi.
Well, I said look at the arrow. I didn't say it was going to do
Yeah,
anything.
but you were quoting Crepo. And we all know what happened.
But not as
on that
enthusiastically
fateful day.
or as dramatically.
It was less dramatic and less enthusiastic.
But normally our observers are the ones that bait us, and we both know that's true.
I feel you've just joined forces with them, I'm going to be honest.
Our observers can be sneaky. Tower secured for Finn in the top lane. First one of the game. Extra gold now secured for securing that first tower as well. Here we are on 14-11, so Finn's going to be pretty happy with that. 400 gold lead for now. Rogue though staying. They've closed the gold gap. What looked like a devastating start to the game has effectively been neutralized thanks to those attacks in the top lane and Comp getting out of the 2 versus 2. Comp even has a level lead now because of the roams from Zoalis. And he has completed the Luden's Companion. So small changes to Luden's Companion as well.
No longer 6 stacks.
Well, I think you just get hit by all the
Yeah, you don't.
now,
It's,
right?
yeah, it doesn't like, stack up anymore. Every time it charges,
Right.
it just hits you with all of it.
And they buffed it for 14-11 to do a little bit more damage. I think it was like 30% for each subsequent thing, but now it's 50%.
I think basically Blackfire Torch was dominating everyone's minds, and they're like, we kind of have to make other mages okay again.
Yep.
Haven't seen one yet today.
Here's what I will say. Coming into this split, everyone's like, melee supports are the Riz. They're the cool kids club, you know? But here we are, ranged supports once again. Ashe been banned game 1, picked game 2. Carrier's influence remains ever present.
I mean, Ashe is she's just so good at what she does in support. She gives you early lane pressure, which we saw, and then she gives you a map hack. Like, if Vanguard was working properly, I'm pretty sure no Ashe player would ever be allowed to play the
I
game.
gave credit to Carrier because of his AD carry supports. Perhaps it does belong to Beryl, though.
Yeah.
For his incredible Heimerdinger support, which kind of led the way, I feel.
I mean, I can see that. The evolution of we don't just have to play supports, you know?
But,
been seeing a bit of Talia support recently as well, especially into Engage.
yeah, but I watched Broxah play Lee Sin support the other day,
Broxah playing
so
Lee Sin support I don't think counts as a viable data point.
I'm just saying. I thought that was an arrow then, but it was just Marcoon's Q. And I was about to do it again. Look at the arrow!
Oh,
look at the arrow! Ah.
Sidestepping pretty well so far, puts the explosive minefield down, which stays on the ground much longer than it should. And can just clear out the wave. And now Rogue have settled into this. Push out the side lane, keep Comp in mid lane just to catch the waves, and wait for the next objective. 1.5 minutes for that. It will be another Infernal Soul this game, Betty.
This big in Infernal Souls, Finn. It looks like he's taking damage, but that's a clever trick that Udyr has.
Until Nisqy builds Leandries, I don't think Finn's really concerned at all in this lane. Has the Fimbul Winter first as well. Health stacking, something we've talked about a little bit in game 1 with the Warmog supports, but basically because Giant Slayer doesn't really exist as a passive anymore, health stacking is really good. Because no one's getting all this extra damage because you're more healthy than them, because you have more maximum HP. Counters into it, things like Blade of the Ruin King can work, things that have maximum health, maximum percent health damage just built into their kits can work as well, you know, Veins, Fioras, but none of those in this game. I think Varus does have a little bit, if I remember, AP Varus specifically has a little bit. I don't think Lethality Varus, it's on the Blighted Quiver, his passive?
Yeah, so
oh, on the W?
it's based on max health magic damage.
Yeah, so his W does, but it's an AP scaling, so.
True. Still, it's decent though.
Yeah, I mean, it's good, 3%.
Per stack.
Per stack.
In any case, the Herald being invested in mid from SK Good damage onto the tower at the very least.
Oh, look at the arrow!
Doesn't quite connect. The one's getting closer though, I feel. It's just calibrating.
There's the Drake. There's the tower, sorry, and the Drake next up. Irrelevant still has the ultimate,
the
no
positioning
arrow.
of Zoelise here, sitting in that tri-brush.
Yeah, Hawkshot spotted him, because it's an ability that perhaps shouldn't exist in its current form, Vedius.
I mean, Ashe is a Season 1 champ, bro. You can't be flaming Season 1 champ.
I think things change as the game goes on. Twisted Fate in Season 1, his E was his teleport, and it was global.
Was it?
I think it was pre-season, actually, yeah.
Anyway, Dragon fight, here we go.
So Finn is flanking from the top side. The Dragon is down to 3,000. Stun on the Keeper's Verdict. Isma going to get locked up first. Equalizer goes down. 1-for-1 so far the trade. Finn and Marcoon on the backline though, and Finn is getting roasted by Irrelevant. Forced away, heals up a little bit. Irrelevant still going in with that flame spitter, but look at the damage on Rahel. Almost gets taken out. The Dragon falls low. Secured by Rahel. Irrelevant gets another. In response, 3 Drakes to none now. For SK, they get the prize, but they lose a lot of lives to do so.
It's a 2-for-3 in favor of Rogue. The damage from Rogue is very scary. That initial burst that came out from Comp, kind of just taking Isma off the map. But in the extended fight, SK's poke becomes relentless and very difficult for Rogue to deal with. As they try to retreat, the chase down is very real. But ultimately, Rogue, they're not too upset. Obviously, SK being at Soul Point is a scary position to find themselves in, but another tower secured, the gold lead firmly in their grasp. And Rogue looking for another play. He's able to control. Oh, I say looking for another play. I thought they were setting up a collapse on the
No, this is a Rogue play, though. Clearing minions.
Clearing minions.
It's a classic.
It is a classic.
And it can work. Puts the enemy team on the back foot. They
I mean,
have
I
to
would say
catch
it's
the wave
the
a little bit
baseline
deeper.
strategy for most teams, clearing minions.
Nice.
Nisqy thumbs up, he knows.
SK stepping up around here, trying to regain that vision that they lost. Rahel having a very good first game on the LEC stage, 2-1-2 with a 1.2k gold lead, but that is almost matched, well, in fact, overmatched by Larssen in the mid lane, 1.5k ahead on the Corki. One of his signature picks, often, obviously with the magic damage coming off Corki, and wondered whether we would see people continue to play it, but it plays in a very similar way as how it used to.
You see what I mean by Corki builds, though? They go into the game, and you never really know what they're going to build. Essence Reaver this time around. Yeah. I think it's a completely fine item on Corki. They did change how Essence Reaver work. It's not a Sheen item anymore. It's basically just a mana item now. Normally, though, you wouldn't expect it to be first, because it's just, but they did buff it, and they deliberately said, like, we're basically trying to make it like a big stat stick.
Yeah.
To make it more appealing as an early purchase. But normally I expect it to be like a third item, you know? Like it's really good in terms of like Sivir, for example. Ezreal also gets huge value. Basically anyone that uses a lot of mana. So he's going for it first, likely Infinity Edge second. A lot of crit chance already being built for Larssen. But Corki, basically just another version of Ezreal where if you can think of it, he can probably build it.
I think he doesn't really have AP scaling anymore, right?
You give it a month, I'm telling you.
Okay,
Corki players will figure it out. They'll just figure it out. They'll say, look at my new Valkyrie build.
Reminds me of the good old days of Sion. Where it's like, oh, do you want to build him as
the good old days of Sion?
Well, no, like the original Sion.
Yeah, the one that was point and click and could one-shot you?
Yeah, it was great.
When was that the good old days?
Because I was the one-shotting people. Yes. It was the attack speed with Madrid's, not Madrid's blow, Atma's Impaler.
No, he would run up to you, he would Deathfire grasp you, his stun would do
the AP build. This is what I'm saying, you had the AP build, but you also had the tank Atma's Impaler build, where you'd run up to someone, stun someone, and they would stand still as you very rapidly smack them with your axe.
Because he had an attack speed passive or something,
Yeah, he did. It was really fun. And then that shield?
Yeah. The good old
That was
days
a long time ago now. We are really aging ourselves.
I remember the good old days of 6 Sunfire Capes Evelyn. Yeah, okay, bro.
Look, no one... I bet it's less than 0.5% of the audience that even knew League existed at that time.
Yeah, it's crazy to think. Like, what Faker has done in 10 years and where people were at.
Well, going into, like, 2023... I had people, I would talk up about Faker, be like, oh, he's pretty good, you know, he's quite a good player. And people would like message me and be like, but he doesn't win anything. What are you talking about? I was like, you just weren't in League when he was winning stuff, you know? It was like 6 years ago.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, well, the Dragon's in a minute's time. Another Infernal. That, of course, will be the soul for SK. Kind of look at their itemization, and they're looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. The Infinity Edge being completed for Larssen means that he's, of course, quite the threat himself. He is a large part of where the lead is sitting on right now for Rogue. He has been farming very well. He's chovying it up a little bit, credit to it.
Yeah,
we did say that this is one of his champions when you think of Larssen. This type of champ definitely suits his play style.
Comp almost has a Rabadons as well. Has a spare Amp Tome just sitting there alongside those two needed.
SK have a lot of poke, which means that getting onto an objective first can be a big advantage because you're forced to face check into all of this poke. However, you're not too upset if the enemy has started an objective because then the Dragon is hitting you while also forcing you into a more isolated spot, meaning the poke becomes easier to land. So poke comps have a lot of basically options when playing around neutral objectives. The most crucial thing is that they have access to those options by gaining control of the waves. You can see bot wave is pushed in for them. Mid is also being pushed in. The Talia is separated from them, but Nisqy has the TP, and it's going to come through right now. So Rogue are first onto the objective. They're actually looking to tunnel Finn here, just chunking him out a little bit. This Dragon might drop.
Keeper's Verdict going out. The Dragon already down to 4,000. Stun onto Isma means he can't get the Keeper's Verdict down. No one's attacking the Dragon, though, and Marcoon is just dodging around it. The Magnet Storm goes out onto the backline. Mega Inferno Bomb there for the follow-up. Finn now chasing in onto Rahel. Marcoon trying to get onto the backline, but Larssen and Comp are so low. Irrelevant keeps him out of the fight. Knocked back onto Marcoon. He'll fall. Finn's been chased out by Rahel. Unable to take him out. Irrelevant, though, with another Flame Spitter. Comp flashes away. Puts the explosive minefield down. Irrelevant has a stopwatch to buy himself a second. Comp is 1 HP, but manages to escape for now. Isma chases in, flashes him, and knocks him against the wall. Larssen next up. Has a control ward in that bush, but it's not going to help him. Oh, it does! Just enough to take out Luon. In the end, SK come out with a numbers advantage and with the Dragon.
The soul secured for SK, and what was a disjointed setup. Rogue having access via the bot side of the map was good, but then they just kind of stopped heading the Dragon because they're worried about the steal. But then an engage happens on one front. Irrelevant is just soloing the bot lane. Larssen and Comp don't get to play because of this Rumble single-handedly eliminating them from the fight. A nice engage onto the backline from Finn, but he just doesn't have enough damage in isolation. And now Zoelise is in trouble.
Caught out by Nisqy, trying to dodge away from the seismic shove. Does put his dancing shoes on for the moment. Stunned, though, as he jumps across with the crash down. Isma with the stun into the wall. Nisqy now retreating because there's a TP behind the arrow once again! Just wide! Isma still gets the kill. Finn joins in and immediately regrets that decision and backs away. Baron a possibility for SK. Zoelise once again not having as much impact in the fight as he would like. Did have a good Magnet Storm in the fight around the Drake, but no real follow-up because of Irrelevant's intervention towards Larssen and Comp.
I mean, expectations were, well, mixed for this SK bot lane, but so far they're proving promising. SK's doing a great job of integrating this bot lane into their team. They're doing well in the bot lane 2 versus 2. They're having impact on the map, but really, this game very much feels about Isma's impact, his playmaking, along with Irrelevant still finding ways to make plays in the team fights, considering the deficit he found himself at. His Rumble is definitely still to be feared. Rogue now trying to protect this tower, which they will succeed at.
They managed to do it for a moment, keep it about a fifth of its HP. Isma stepping around the corner once again, has the Warmugs and the Locket, so will just heal up when he's out of combat. Irrelevant trying to trade the arrow. Okay, so yeah, Rahel and Luon have had a pretty good game. They were like hard camped in the early game.
It's okay.
Luon hasn't really connected with his
He's still calibrating, it's fine.
Actually, it could be jet lag.
Could be.
6 hours ago, there was someone standing exactly where that arrow went,
It's
Betty.
an EU, when we lean back on something, or fall back, the jet lag, you know? Don't worry, Luon, we got you. EU commentators, professional at covering up.
Yeah, it's a good first game from Rahel and Luon. The composition was built to help them. Isma spent a lot of time in the early game around that bot lane, so it's promising signs. Not definitive, obviously, only one game, but we will see how they develop through the course of the rest of the split. And even with Infernal Soul, SK
I mean, they still have to win.
Yeah, that's where I was going. That's where I was going.
I will say, SK have been in positions like this before. And so that will kind of be one of the big tests for them to prove a little bit more consistency, right?
Sure.
Because we've seen very high highs from SK throughout the year, and we've seen some low lows. We've seen them throw games from winning positions. No one will forget the Coach Cam. We haven't seen much from Swiffer yet this game, which means that I'm assuming he's been tempered.
Yeah.
But the moment you see that lower third come up, So right now, SK will begin their siege onto the top tier 1. Objectives secured, and now securing the Baron should be a lot easier. But the Elder, 2.5 minutes away, another possible objective to play for, and another potential win condition for Rogue to turn the game around.
Larssen on his way to his 3rd item as well. Lord Dom's likely another needlessly large rod for comp. He's already got that Rabadon's and the Luden's companion, as you say.
Tangent. I've never thought of it before, but Lord Dom's sounds like just been to the gym. Now you're going to experience Lord Dom's.
Oh, it's the Lord Dom's.
I think only UK people will get that.
Well, the Dom's is like delayed onset muscle soreness, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think only UK people understand medicine. It's kind of condescending.
That's not what I meant. I wasn't sure if other cultures also use the word Doms to represent the soreness you get after.
I assume so.
All right,
now they do, because we've introduced them to the word. The Baron started, as you say. Nisqy and Isma, the only two hitting it right now. Markoon can, of course, tunnel across that wall. Knock into the wall, though. Immediately they jump onto Finn. That's a big shield.
That's 2 ultis committed, though.
Irrelevant has the equalizer.
There's a 3rd.
A tick onto comp. He's only going to go down to half HP.
Are they going to go back to the Baron now, is the question? Because
I can answer it for you, Betty.
I mean,
no.
No, so hang on. Let me have a look at some of these cooldowns. Because the Elder is up very soon. So 35, well, around 35 seconds left on Rahel. Isma's got about
a minute.
He's got about a minute.
Equalizer probably about 70 seconds.
And then he's a little bit less. So I think they should come up around the time that the Elder spawns.
TP coming in as well by Nisqy. A lot of Rogue on the top side of the map with the Elder up in 50 seconds. They want to get this wave pushed in.
They want to make sure Larssen is safe to push in this wave as well. I've been seeing a lot this game. Like, Finn is playing a little bit hesitant, but he's got enough vision to be able to clear out this wave. Larssen wants to push this wave in as much as he can. The problem is they keep sacrificing the mid wave, and SK keep playing through mid in order to gain river control, whether it be through top or bot. Now they make their way back towards the top sides. Arrow.
But it delays them. Weaver's Wall is there. Zoelis can jump it. Larssen will flash it instead. Weaver's Wall comes down. Larssen down. Valkyrie's out secondly. Zoelis knocked against the wall, stunned, but did buffer his knockdown. He's going to get taken out first as SK find one. Rahel with the kill secure. SK will turn their eyes towards the Baron. I saw pings from Rogue towards Elder. They might just rush down towards the bottom side of the map.
SK is very aware of it. They're immediately moving back to mid. Want to keep this mid-wave control. They're not going to run the risk of a Baron with only the support dead.
Might be Elder first into Baron.
I mean, I don't think Elder's that much of an easier objective to take, but let's have a look. Okay, so the Elder, what is the plan here from SK? Their resource being divided.
Just
being
leaving
left
Isma
alone.
on it. That's going to take him a year.
I mean, but SK's just going to use the poke, right? They have Rumble, Talia.
Yeah, but like it's okay. Now Rahel's joined. That makes sense. If it was just Isma, that's going to take an absolute century.
So the thing is, if they get the Elder while this is still happening, the arrow.
Arrow connects onto Markoon. The equalizer goes down. Markoon able to dodge away from it. Finn trying to engage. Has the follow-up, and Luon is deleted. Rogue find one. Zoelis here to join. There's the Elder, as you say. Markoon hasn't been tagged by anyone yet. The Elder down. SK now can bring their jungler and their AD carry across.
I feel.
Yeah.
Information trying to be gained through the Weaver's Wall, but they were able to stop the Baron from dropping. Yes, Luon does lose his life, but again, it buys enough time for the Baron to actually reset in terms of HP and the Elder to be secured. Great patient play from SK, and they don't overstep their bounds, because that Rumble ultimate was massive. And if they'd had the Elder buff during it, could have caused some serious devastation. But you know what? They take the single loss, they take the Elder, and now they can force the Baron. They've got Luon back out onto the map. And it should be an easy objective secure. 4 items completed for Rahel, 3 items finished for Nisqy. SK poised to take game 1 of the split in what looks like convincing fashion.
Yeah, convincing, if a little slower than perhaps it could have been for them. They haven't really been able to find fights, but that is often difficult against Rogue, who...
I mean, also, they have a very poke-heavy comp. You've got to recognize that,
Oh,
right?
I agree.
So
I'm not saying they played it poorly. I just, I like a little bit more imperative from my teams, a little bit more pace on the game. Rogue will take their time to try and push out these waves.
And now you play through 2 lanes. You can... Well, you have a few options. I don't love having both the Varus and the Talia in top, because I think it's better to have your Rumble group with the team and then have Nisqy off on his side lane, just because he has both the TP and the Weaver's Wall. But for now, they're going to keep Nisqy on the top side with his team. Rumble actually going to move up first, so they're just abandoning the mid wave and overstacking on top. maybe they feel confident that they can just force a dive if Rogue is here to commit to defend, because they still have about 45 seconds left on the O. You can see the top left of your screen.
The other thing is it makes it harder for Comp to step up and clear the wave, right? If you have 5 members up here, I say it does as he clears most of the wave and there's only a cannon minion remaining. The range on Ziggs,
That's what I mean. So we talked about it at the draft. The wave clear from Rogue is it's a lot, right? And Comp doing a smart thing, trying to get the wave before it's empowered by the Baron. Let's see if SK can knock this tower down. They should be able to do it. Rogue respecting the Elder, 15 seconds left on it. Inhibitor should be secured here.
Yeah, no TP wards either for Finn, so no ability for him to flank. The inhibitor goes down. Rogue could have lost a lot more. The Elder are about to fall off, but Rogue unwilling to take the fight, and SK overloading one point of the map to make sure they were able to crack the base of Rogue.
All right, well, Coach Swiffer, I think, can be happy with how things have gone so far. Let's see how they can move forward. Baron's still 1:30 left. They're going to move someone off into a side lane. Looks like Irrelevant is the choice for now. He gets level 16 as he pushes out that bot wave. The team working together.
Oh, Weaver's wall coming out. Marcoon has the blast cone. Nisqy looking for him still, though. Marcoon stunned against the wall. The seismic shove will lock him up. Down to about a third HP, forced away for the moment. SK have a wave on its way. Irrelevant was the one to catch it. Marcoon forced back to base. Will Rogue be able to defend their tier 2? I think an equalizer from Irrelevant makes it very tricky for them to do so. The equalizer placed well. Rogue will back away and give up another objective. The gold lead extends to about 7k. Finn,
he's trying to catch the wave.
He TP behind to catch the wave.
Yep, he's trying to be annoying.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, what's his TP flank really going to do, right?
So you know in football how if you're like a 1 goal ahead...
I'm going to cut you off right there. No is the short answer.
So you know in sport...
Sports?
Can you remember the sports ball?
I remember sports.
Where if you're ahead if you're like 1 goal ahead in the game, you're just trying to delay, like...
I don't know if Finn
stop the game from happening. Yeah, I don't know if he does either. I don't think it's the most vital part of the game.
What, Dark Medic? Dark! Whoa!
Yeah, whew. But in sports, you know, when you're just like trying to close out the game and you just hold the ball in the corner for a while? I feel like that's what Finn was doing there. It's just delaying the game.
Yes.
You know? They're not winning, but he is slowing the game down.
That he is.
That's his intent.
Well, SK should feel empowered with this Soul, knowing they have a numbers advantage to just continue their siege. They have a wave. Problem is the wave clear. I stand corrected. Never mind. Boop, boop, boop. There we go. Wave deleted.
He turned into a robot there.
Yeah, because that's what these wave clear champs do. Input, little computation, boop, boop, boop. But also I'm making the sound of the bounce, bounce, bounce. You know, boop, boop, boop. Bounce, bounce, bounce.
It's multifaceted,
Explosion.
this.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm a professional speaker.
You could be a Foley artist, Feli.
Oh, what?
Foley artists, the guys that make, or people that make sound effects for movies.
Oh.
So yeah, like how the Zack sound effect is made by that way.
I think that's very outdated, by the way.
Oh, is it? The original Zack sound effects were made by. I can't. I'm worried that I can't say it.
Yeah,
I'm just not going to.
Just don't talk about it.
The way you make sound effects, it's cool.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. Most of them, not the way you think they are. Like, you can't just close a door and have that as a door closing sound effect.
I felt like you were leading up to a dad joke. That's
No,
what I felt like. Like you
had
some sound effect
No,
in your
I wanted
head.
to talk about how the Zack sound effect was made, and then I realized probably not good for public broadcast.
You probably shouldn't do that.
Look it up.
Can you not encourage Medic?
No, that's learning. Learning is cool.
I mean, it's a fun fact.
It is.
That's definitely true. Anyway, now that you've made things awkward, let's get back to the game. The dragon spawns in 20 seconds. The map is being suffocated by SK as they steal away camps, deny all the vision. Look at all these control wards littered across Rogue's side of the map.
So they'll try and play through mid. There's double supers in the top lane, though. Larsen's going to be the one to answer that. Does have the teleport. Nisqy here. Let's try and gain some control for SK. The Elder has spawned and has taken a little bit of damage. Rogue might just... I mean, they're pushing through mid, but they're going to be here quite late. Been on his way across. 10,000 on the Elder now. Marcoon takes a chunk. He's forced away. Larsen's basing to deal with those supers, but yeah, you just got to give this up. Rogue, it took too long. The arrow connects. Comp knocked back as well with the Weaver's Wall. Can't TP away. The Elder comes down. Nisqy flashes forward, and Comp and Larsen are forced away. The lasers find them. And that's it. The lady has sung. SK can TP into the base. The first Nexus tower already taken down. We are grateful to the minions for helping close out the game, say SK. We'll take the second Nexus tower and alongside it, the Nexus. In 36 minutes, SK are on the board in summer.
And they should be pretty happy with that. A great debut for the new bot lane. Great patience, well executed. I'm hoping we get a camera of a big smiling Swiffer, as they should be proud with their first game of the day. Of course, still a long way to go. 8 more games for SK left to be played as Rogue start off with a defeat. We'll see if they can bounce back because they haven't had an easy year. But perhaps this meta can favor them, as you can go over to X and you can vote for your Kia player of the game at LEC, Isma, Nisqy or Luan.
I think Isma had a really good performance. I'd probably give it to him. We'll see what they've decided after the break, because we're going to hand it over to that as we have a Nisqy coming after it as well.
Off to that.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Woo.
Done?
Done.
There we go.
Break?
Break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
decent damage, but here we go.
Off the wave. Isma gets the stun against the wall. The wave has died. Come falls first. Luon able to flash away from the tower. The buff doesn't go down. Markoon gets the knock up onto Isma, who can just dash away. But the re-engage coming out as Nisqy oversteps. Markoon survives.
For those long-time viewers, they'll be familiar.
Oh! Didn't have flash. Didn't have the satchel either. Must have used it earlier on.
Not expecting that damage.
And Comp and Larson are forced away. The lasers find them. And that's it. The lady has sung SK.
And welcome back to the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in here, joined by Nisqy after SK Gaming first win here in summer. First things first, congratulations.
Thank you.
It was an interesting game, a bit slow-paced, to say the least. How did you navigate through all this to grab the win in the end? Because, as you said, a lot of wave clear was kind of difficult to pierce through their offenses in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we had the early game draft, kinda, and they just wanted to scale. So we made sure to take like every Drake, every tower on the map. And then even when we had like Elder and Nash, they would just give up and let Ziggs farm. So yeah, I mean, they played good from behind, but I feel like they couldn't really win if we didn't fuck up, I guess.
You took it in the end. But coming back here in summer after, I believe it was 10 weeks without playing, what is the most difficult thing when you come back on stage?
I think it's just getting back into the mindset to play like competitive league, kinda. Because I mean, scrims are one thing, but then when you go on stage, the games are way slower. Maybe you feel stressed. Also, we have a new ball lane, so like integrating them into our game and their communication and whatnot. I mean, I tried that. I felt like good in game this game. I was like, oh, Rahel, nice, and like Luo, nice, and stuff. So I think they were faring pretty good, yeah.
I will touch on the new bot lane a bit later, but talking about the past split, you guys ended in the 7th place, I believe. What was the learning during the offseason? And please tell me that one of them was never shaving your head again.
I mean, the learning was, I feel like we didn't really have like a game play, kinda, or like we didn't have plans. We all wanted to play the game in like a different way. We're like fighting each other in comms to know what we actually have to do and whatnot. Also, like the mood wasn't like 100% good, I would say. So I think a lot of things that we learned, and I feel like we worked on it a lot in the off season. And yeah, I mean, we also changed two players, right? And I think as of now it's going really good, but it's also the beginning, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, so in that sense, bringing in your new bot lane, Korean bot lane specifically, do you think you guys are aligned on the same page when it comes to the way you see the game? And tell me how it's been integrating them into the team.
I feel like even if they have, let's say, like their own way to play the game, they don't really care about like what they think. They just want to follow us. I feel like they are very like kind and like disciplined. And like if I say, oh, we go top, they're like, okay, we go top, rather than being like, no, I want to play for bot and whatnot. And yeah, I mean, they're very, very hungry, and I think they showed a really great game one. And I can't wait. I can't wait to see what they will do tomorrow against Hansa and Mickey.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And I mean, having a Korean bot lane, I hope you picked up some Korean, Nisqy. Have you?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to teach you something really useful here. Jonon.
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 NPC.
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 입니다.
입니다.
Jonon. NPC.
NPC.
입니다.
입니다. What does it mean?
I'm an NPC. Thank you so much, Nisqy. GB, Aragon, back to you to talk about the bot lane. Take it away, guys.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much, Lo. Yeah, we want to talk about two of the best AD carries in our league, at least last split, when we saw in Spring Split. And obviously, that's Kasi and Ice. Now, Aragon, what is it that is so good about these two AD carries?
Well, look, okay. In winter, I was the only caster analyst. I'm going to call Ollie out.
Okay, sure.
He was by far the best AD carry. I was the only one to vote for him for All-Pro. And in the spring, it was the exact same thing. He was by far the best in playoffs at least.
Well, you weren't the only one that voted for him in spring.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You guys call on. But he always has the most damage. He always has the worst KDA. And I just feel like that's such a Chad move.
I completely agree. And I think it's also just what he's able to do with those small resources that he's also getting and the damage numbers he's able to point out. I think like he was such a complete AD carry in spring in terms of his champion pool, in terms of the agency he was able to take. I think that game right here in Saya was a statement game. There's also a Yasuo game. We don't talk about that game, but it's also the fact that he can play a signature Ezreal and he's just got so much variety in his play.
Yeah, I think variety is the key word here, right? We've seen LPL and now a couple games on the LEC, and the meta has changed again. We just saw Ziggs bot lane. You're getting way more utility carries. All of last split, BDS were going through some kind of evolution where they were playing way more for bot side and way less utility, which they had, which was like Varus and Jhin. But that's back, right? We have Varus and Jhin way more against the Varus Ashe rotations, and Ice has already proven to be adaptable as well and has the ability to play the meta.
Yeah, I think that's going to be really interesting about Ice because of that specifically. Because when we looked at Ice in Spring, obviously also huge performances that came out from him there, but he was also very often on a champion like Seri, which we haven't seen too much. So you talk about this adaptation. What is it you're expecting from a player like Ice then, Aragon?
It's really surprising. I think he's going to go straight back to Jhin Varus. I wouldn't be surprised to see trades in draft like Jhin into Varus. You just give Varus over because it's very high prio, because he absolutely loves it. He was known for it before. I think we're going to move completely away from the crit AD carries again. They're seeing absolutely zero prio globally. Champions like the Zeri are just not being seen. But I would say that it's back to Jhin Varus.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he already performed on those champions as well, and you can see it here on the different champion pool that they had in Spring. It obviously was very different, but even from the different champions that Ice was playing as well, Aphelios, Az, and Lucian and Seri are very much different in terms of what they're bringing to the table. Yeah. But obviously, these two AD carries are playing against each other today. Who's really going to get the edge in this matchup, Eric?
Look, I think Kazi is the best AD carry we have in the league. I think Kazi is by far and away the best, and it's not even close. Ice is almost up there, but Kazi is adaptable. He has pocket picks, and he always does the most damage. I'm on the side of Kazi.
Okay, that's statement analysis. I like it. Well, let's see how these two will perform on the Rift. Jankos, Dagda, take it away.
A lot of Kazi hype coming through. Thank you very much, gentlemen. 80 carries, I think the natural place to focus. Lince is, of course, coming in. Heard about him at the start of the day on Ready Check. Thank you again, Aragon, for that quick breakdown. And now we can see how he performs. But for 80 carries, I mean, this is where you want to be. This is kind of where you want to cast your focus. There's a lot of interesting stuff happening in the meta right now. But for me, no matter what's picked bottom lane, as long as it doesn't build lethality, I will be excited about it. But for now, we need to see how both these teams want to approach this brand new meta. We've only seen 2 drafts thus far. Some oddities, some standouts in terms of how we compare to LPL. Obviously, the main region that people are looking towards, of course, LPL is on Fearless. So their champion pools might look a little bit deeper right now, but we'll at least get to see the high prio picks come through for both these lineups.
Yeah, it still surprises me that we haven't seen some of the picks that I expected to come through. Like, we're still seeing Skarner, Band Heap has been red side every single game thus far today, but things like the Tristana mid, I thought we see a little bit higher priority. So I'm curious, especially as we start to lean in towards teams like G2, because Caps had a brilliant performance on at MSI, if we get to see that again. But coming into Vitality and Team BDS, this is where I think you are correct. Put your eyes in that bottom lane. This is where a huge amount of those heavy hitters are going to come towards, and see if they can get their hands on towards something like a Corki or Callisto or something that can just look to take over that bottom lane.
Something aggressive, certainly. For now, you see the teams huddled up, heads in the game, getting ready. Of course, for BDS, they made no changes, and they're a team that's incredibly steady, has been incredibly steady for the last 2 years, essentially. So expect them to kind of hit the ground running here in this split. Vitality might need a little bit more time to adapt. They were one of our front runners in the previous season, at least in the regular season. Did struggle to convert that in playoffs, of course, losing to Fnatic.
I think, though, with Lince's been added in here, I kind of have high expectations for them. A lot of people saying, hey, look, on paper, this is an upgrade. But also you heard, like, Karzi talking about how they're doing great in scrims. Mac talked about how Lince is coming in is really going to add that adaptability that they wanted in the jungle, and especially someone who could try and work with Hylissang. So I am curious to see how that pairing is going to go, and I'll be keeping my eyes on that. But Corki taken immediately here, no real surprises. I am curious though if we get a bit more of those AP junglers like we've been seeing in the LPL, or if we're kind of sticking more to what we've actually seen here, like the Zinzaos, a little bit of Sejuani, which I was really surprised to see.
Sejuani, of course, one of the many champions who can make the most of the Warmog's changes, just generally a strong first item. But yeah, I feel what you're saying. Whenever we see AD mid laners, remember that Corki is now an AD mid laner, in case you've missed out on the litany of patch changes that have come through since MSI. I hold my breath. I want to see it, please. They probably won't pick it. No. But of course, whenever you pick an AD mid laner, we expect to be paired with an AP jungler. So what is the option going to be for the side of Vitality? Do they want to go for something a bit more aggressive? Karthus not really in the wheelhouse of Lince's from what we have seen in the previous season. Maybe something he wants to pull out here is, for now, BDS pretty stable early rotation here with the Taliyah, with the Nautilus. Nautilus, I think, still considered the best blind pick support by far.
It's also when you see a lot of the changes coming through to like top laners, where you want to go more carry orientated, junglers are more carry orientated. You kind of need that bot lane to step up and be those engage tools. So that's why we've started to see a little bit more Ashe AD carry. We can provide that utility, but also then Nautilus just becomes the creme de la creme because he's just so good at providing those engages in the bottom side and doesn't really have too many bad matchups. And now on the upside, Rel also going to come in, who's decent enough into the Nautilus, and then you've got that AP jungler to allow this Corki to go in mid lane and really abuse the Halo blades and potential lethality option that you have.
Alongside the Lilia, Cavalry on the side of Team Vitality, but now the Senna being brought out, a relatively safe pairing. Of course, that at least has not really changed since MSI. We'll see if there's any build adaptations to come through for Ice and who is going to take the CS in that one.
Yeah, I hadn't seen like Cavalry with air support before, so I'm curious to see.
They're really covering all their bases.
Yeah.
You know, this is the art of war coming through. Will it be a good comp? Hard to say, but from a purely real-world tactical standpoint, they just need some anti-cavalry, and they're set, man.
Yeah, BDS.
LS is over here like, yes, the phalanx, yes, more historical references.
I mean, BDS definitely have a good front to back, so I think you're going to have your work cut out for you here as Vitality to try and see if you can get control in these early stages to set up for that. I think Lilia, obviously someone that loves to dance around in these team fights, but you do have decent lockdown coming through with the Nautilus that can try and deal with her, so I think this is going to be a nice test for Linces, and you kind of alluded already, he's a big tank player in the last couple of splits, but this is definitely a guy that we've seen trend from being more of that carry jungler into the tank junglers and now coming back into a carry meta. It looks like he's feeling good to let loose and actually try and go back to his roots of being that more carry oriented jungler.
Which I want to see. I think anytime you're going to make a debut on stage, playing something that's signature, playing something that's core to you, playing something aggressive, really so you can show us the most. So many players come onto stage, they're a bit more reserved, a bit more cautious, and I feel like that just stifles that early growth, those early performances.
It's also something that really lets you play in with Hylissang, right? If Hilly starts to roam around with Linces, like that's a very dangerous duo. Just the amount of setup that you have with the Rel, and then also having like the extra watch out Eeps that you can land, the ultimates that can come through. It's a very strong two-person jungle support, so I'm excited to see what they can do, because that is kind of what I expect to be the core now of Vitality with Linces coming into the team.
Kind of has to be, right? And adaptability was one of the things that Mac talked about. For now, already being able to pull out the AP champion the first week looks good. Sheo, he does go for the Viego here. Again, just Team BDS, this feels very like this draft could have happened last season. We talked about like, oh man, all these crazy new picks coming out, and you certainly see them in the ban department, but in the pick department, BDS are like, well, same stuff's still good. It's going to build a little different, most certainly, but in terms of the actual pick ban, pretty identical to what we saw in spring.
I do wonder what Adam's top lane is going to be, though, because I like the change that we're seeing with utility coming in the bot lane, like the Sennas, the Ashes, the Jins. We even heard GB and Aragon talk about, like, you can set up really well for your team, and it feels like BDS kind of have that set up already. But it's, do you want to just rely on Labrov as that one engage tool, or do you want to fall back into something that's a bit more tank and frontline orientated to enable us or enable Sheo on this Viego? And it looks like that might be the case with the Cassante over at the moment.
Cassante getting hovered, but it's going to be the Orianna locked in alongside the Lilia. So it looks like the Corki will be going down to the bottom side of the map. Overall, very heavy magic damage coming through in the mid lane. Remember that tenacity in general is much harder to get here, so a lot of the CC is still going to be effective. The old adage of you just rush Mercs and it's fine. Not as many additional tenacity tools on top of that, so see how Nuke fares in this early laning phase.
I mean, the fact you're up against double AP, though, means you can opt in towards those early Mercs and be relatively all right. Same when it comes towards Shale, right? So I think definitely the Corki going in towards the bottom side of the map has made the mid jungle a little bit easier for Team BDS, but I think Vitality, like, you have a ton of aggression on that bottom side. You can look to play around, try and lean Hylissang in towards the mid lane, especially around level 6. You get the combo with the Rel and the Orianna ults. There is so much activity that Vitality can try and go towards. So I want to see how BDS try and keep that in check as we start to come into the mid game where they come online.
Definitely something they have to kind of try to hold on to and maintain. And we'll see if Nuke is the guy who can kind of do a lot of what he did in spring, which was, I think, get more out of lane, be a more active playmaker on the side lane. Taliyah is going to empower him to do that. So as much as you have to respect that level 6, the combo potential in mid lane, if Nuke can get an advantage early on, can just get out of this lane alongside Sheo, that pretty easy setup with the Viego stun into the flick back, jungle mid synergy feels like it's going to be big for both sides.
I mean, you definitely, when you look towards Vitality, that's kind of where they need to get the ball rolling, because you got a Renekton that you want to try and play around like early Void Grubs and having control on that top side of the map. You also want to have, the, as you say, the Talia working in tandem with Sheo. So I think you've got, the Lineage working in tandem with the Orianna, so you really want to make sure that's all going to work out. Draco's got the wrong call button. But we'll see how it goes as we get into game one. Not any more hiccup sneezes or anything in between.
Well, allergies are a killer tag. Sorry to anyone at home who just listened to me sneeze, or anyone in the audience. I really tried to hit the cough button, just didn't hit it in time. That will not be your breaking news, but KK Gaming at X. Just segue that into it, to a shout out to somebody else. Rob, here's my concern. So far today, the games have been a bit slow, and it is day one of the season. You know, teams gotta work into the meta, gotta ease into everything overall, but I can see this game also being kind of slow. If you know, if BDS are just hanging out, getting their Senna stacks, slowly but surely scaling into that inevitable threat that a late game Senna can be.
I think the biggest thing is that Linces really wants to get in and try and invade and be in the face of Shale. And when you've got Carzzy, you should have decent push on that bottom side of the map. Photon should be able to control top side. I think he has a lot of the support of it. So I think that's why we see Vitality setting up these wards early. It's a, hey, we want to spot out where Sheo is. We want to try and get involved in the enemy jungle. So I think if BDS are going to defend, it's going to have to be through brute force.
But so far, they're just going to kind of back away here. Vitality don't want to overcommit. Bit of a fight on the bottom side of the map. Vitality conceding a bit of brush control there. Hylissang has opted to start W, does manage to lock up Ice as well, and that's the power, the Gatling gun, those resistances obliterated, ignited, the cleanse, just barely allowing Ice to hold on to his life.
And you can see why Corky's just so dumb at the moment. Hail of Blades is disgusting on this champion. The armor shred that comes off the E is insane. It's why we see it max now. It just does so much work in these early stages, and now Labrov may just have to back away from this as Hilly and Carzzy just going to push him away.
Just getting zoned away, right? But especially early on when you're just walking forward, feels a lot like a Rumble queue in terms of how it functions, but you're reducing those resistances, and in mid lane it's the 1v1, but here, Hylissang is also getting that advantage. And maybe in a lot of early all-ins you weren't too concerned about a rel auto or two. You should be worried. Every little bit of damage matters up, and we talked earlier behind the scenes, like Hail of Blades will sometimes feel like a head scratcher as you get later in the game, but early on it's such a powerhouse for gaining control of the lane. It makes a ton of sense why Carzzy would take it.
Especially if you do go the lethality route. We saw the Triforce into Infinity Edge, but a lot of what we've been seeing over in the LPL is more the opportunity and going in towards that more lethality style builds, and I think that's where you really start to see the shred come into its own, and also then the Hail of Blades, because you just get so much damage off. It's one of the big reasons that he had to be nerfed coming in on 2-4-11.
Yeah. Dirk's also taken down a little bit. If you played for the brief period of time where you just built 5 serrated Dirks and ruined everybody's life.
Yeah, I saw Scout build 2 serrated Dirks and then Valkyrie into a Talon and one-shot him. And I was like, that's not how AD carries are supposed to function. You're supposed to die to Talon at level 5.
No, I think that's good. Yeah, that's justice. If you're a Talon player, sorry, but that's just, you know, it's going to happen. You have to accept your fate. VTO getting lane control. Orianna early on, obviously doing pretty solid. Nuke had a good flick back earlier, but you can see he's essentially out of mana. He's got one more biscuit left. He's going to pop it now just to get enough to try and clear the way, but that's a level 2 Hylissang waiting in the brush. Linces also hanging out behind him. Nuke luckily hovering to the right side, but do they want to full commit? The answer is hell yeah. Nuke instantly flashes out. And people sometimes are skeptical about how aggressive Hylissang is, but if that was a different support, he might not have flash. But he saw that name tag, and he knew this guy will flash on me. There is no doubt in my mind, Hilly will 1-for-1 me under this tower, so he gave him that respect flash.
Yeah, he will die for the cause and to make sure you lose CS, but not going to be the case this time around. And Sheo was there to try and help, but unfortunately moved up towards that top side, so not really in position, but now low top laners, and he's here.
Unstoppable. Q3 still there for Adam. Not quite able to pull back Photon. Sheo coming up though. Photon now going to be in trouble. Tries to get the kill back. Goes in and gets the first blood. Sheo now trying to clean up the kill. Will grab the kill back onto Photon. Takes a bit longer than he'd like. But excellent play there from the Vitality top laner.
You'll take that as Photon. You end up burning basically all summoner spells in the trade, and you still end up coming out with a kill for yourself. You still got the CS lead. Now Hilly looking for more.
Going in again. Ice really doesn't have a lot of damage here. Labrov will be able to hook out to safety, but now they're just going to go for Ice instead. The amount of damage coming out of this Corki is disgusting.
Just didn't quite have enough mana for the Phosphorus Bomb, though, on the way out, so end up going to just be able to escape there as Ice, but full lane control for Carzzy and Hilly, and this is what I wanted to see whenever you get a Corki in this bot lane, is you just go crazy, lose your mind, go in aggressive every single opportunity, and you can fully take control of those lanes.
Look, all I'm saying is that this team might need a little bit more respect in the ban phase. It's a flex pick. It dominates lane against just about everything. It's looking like a meta terror here is Photon doing his best to just try and get some plates. Does manage to get the Demolish proc, doesn't quite finish the plate, but gives up a lot of his health to do it. Did use TP to return to lane following that topside exchange, and early Bramble Best for Adam will at least mitigate some of Photon's healing, but of course he can just choose not to attack the Cassante and focus on getting the healing off the wave.
Yeah, has the level 6 now as well, so if he's in dire straits, should be able to pop that and get a good chunk of health back. But also, as you say, just trading. The only thing it might affect is, say if you want to try and look towards early Void Grubs, maybe not having Photon with as much health makes you a little bit more vulnerable on that top side if you're Linces, but I think you're relatively okay here. And again, we're kind of seeing Linces and Hilly at least trying to sync up to a certain extent, hovering around mid, making sure Shao can't really get in to set up a nuke.
Doing what they can to mitigate. But now that level 6 point for VTO, that setup. Linces on his way. Setting his sights on little grubbies on the top side. For the first time this game, it feels like bot lane finally going to be pushed in, allowing Labrov and Ice to get out of lane. Once that Lilia hits 6, it's just so easy to get the setup anywhere they want. All they're really able to do, though, on the side of BDS is clear out, get a bit of vision down. They'll know when Drake is starting. They'll find out shortly that first spawn of Grubs has been taken down.
It is a bit weird, though, to see a deer with a cute Scottish accent then just going through a jungle murdering everything else in the forest.
Is that not? I don't know a lot of Scottish people, Rob. Is that not? Is that not a Scottish thing? Do you not prance and murder? I don't know.
There's a part of me that wants to defend my Celtic brother, and the other side that just wants to go, yes, immediately. They see a bag of chips, it's full on, they're done.
Cute and dangerous. I don't know. I feel like that's pretty good as far as Scottish generalizations could go.
I don't know. I feel like you either get Shrek or what's the other Entangle? Is that the one? Or what's the other Disney movie?
The red hair,
the redhead arrow woman. I can't think of.
Brave.
No, Brave.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good film. Good engage on the bot side. Labrov, nice interrupt onto Hilly. Carzzy still does 1 million damage though, and Ice just really doesn't do a lot. He at least gets a few auto attacks back. You can see next to the top side of Senna's face there, those are the number of stacks that Ice has accrued. It's only 21 thus far. BDS starting the objective. VTO and Linces moving down. Bit of a split fight though. Very easy for BDS to collapse onto either side. Now Hylissang immediately has to back up. Carzzy level 6 starts to poke with the rockets. Playing on the edge here. Hylissang very much playing on the edge. Hook not gonna land. Just glides by him. They will concede the Drake to the side of BDS.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. They'd already gotten the Void Grubs, so I think they were kind of assuming BDS would have gone for it earlier, but just threatening, but just going to back away instead and make sure it's all good. Still, though, you're getting as much control as you possibly want on the bot side, and maybe
Good
more.
Engage. Dive forward, Labrov. Still getting shredded. Mitigates it a bit, but Hylissang, of course, still not ticking over to level 6. Makes that a bit harder to pull off. Labrov, because he does have that farm, is that much tankier.
Also, just a great hook from Labrov. Interrupted the crash down from Hylissang, so didn't actually get the CC off in the end. Gives him the aftershock. He's able to survive the initial amount of damage that comes through from Carzzy. So overall, just nicely done by Labrov to keep themselves up and healthy. But unfortunately, this isn't going to kind of stop. It's just you've so much that's going to come through from this bottom side. And I'm kind of waiting for the moment where it starts to spill over into other lanes. We've already seen Hilly start to roam, and I think that's going to be more of what we see in a moment. You already see Linces as well starting to get into the face of Shao now that he knows he's got support comes through from top and mid if needs be.
Manages to get the big Raptor as well, and just so much poke damage coming in. Lilia so obnoxious when you don't have someone else around to try and finish the kill in those extended fights. Full engage at the bottom. Labrov trying to back away. Ice still walking up to grab stacks with a lot of confidence there, but Adam going to be forced to back away from this tower. Photon grabbing another plate. Shao kind of threatening, but it's not really working, because Linces knows that he has a full health top laner waiting right beside him, and VTO now on the way. Shao Has the ulti if he wants to try and get out, but he W's in. Taking the time, unstoppable. Sheo forced away from the red buff. Lince is going to grab this too. All of Vitality coming together to give Lince all of Sheo's topside jungle. That has to feel good for the rookie on the stage.
I mean, the fact that you end up drafting the Corki initially means you basically guarantee push on boss because you end up getting the flex. You get the counter pick in mid, and you already got the Renekton topside that gets good shove even with the Cassante coming through. So Vitality just playing really well off of 3 pushing lanes and making things nigh on impossible for BDS to even try and defend their topside. And you're just going to slowly but surely see this open up more and more. We're already looking at 1,000 top and maybe 1,000 boss as well.
Damn good early leads. And remember, it was BDS that knocked Vitality down in the spring playoffs. 2-1 for BDS. Vitality still made a pretty deep run, ultimately losing to Fnatic. But this is a team that looked pretty menacing. And the fact that they're off to such a strong start is a damn good look for the rest of the season. Of course, game's not over yet. It is just, 1.5K. Maybe once Ice is able to get out of this lane, LeBron is able to get out of this lane, things should get a little bit easier for the side of BDS, but they really haven't been able to make too many proactive plays on the map outside of kind of the reactionary gank in top lane.
We're still going to see a lot of what Hilly did best in... Oh, hang on. He's just going to back it up. I was going to say what we saw him do best in spring, which was kind of being that nuisance in the early stages, which was supporting and getting out on the map early to make sure... Oh, he's going to get caught here, though.
Hylissang, good flick. Hylissang now getting bursted out, trying to dash out, gets a bit extra shielding from the crash down, but will just drop BDS. Donated a bit of a kill there. Now have some cavalry of their own as VTO starts to pull back. In the meantime, however, the Grub's already getting taken away, so a good pick, good look from BDS, but costing them the 4 Grub buff, potentially, and it looks like confirmed to be 6 here, is going to be difficult for upcoming pushes.
Yeah, Karzi had already TP'd into bot and was pushing in on that bottom side of the map, so BDS had to go down and defend it, know that they would, even with the kill, still be at a bit of a disadvantage as Labrov would move down there, so just going to take it easy instead. Now, look at mid lane, though.
Extra movement speed, first the Black Mist, VTO still just doing what he can to clear the wave. All right, so just a push play here is Lince. In the meantime, just trying to rapidly grab the Scuttle Crab before they completely lose mid-prio. 1,000 gold difference, 6 Grubs to a single Drake, still favoring Vitality given that they already had push from so many lanes.
Yeah, and that's why I was kind of talking about Hilly getting out of lane. In spring, we saw him a lot trying to facilitate lanes, being like, hey, I will come to cover as you push, and allow Douglas to farm up. And we're kind of seeing a similar job here at Lince, where Lince is just kind of getting to do whatever the hell he wants on the map because he has 3 pushing lanes and get the objectives. Because Hilly's kind of playing that pseudo, hey, I'm going to shadow all these lanes as they push out and make sure they're okay. But he did end up paying for it. But I still like the decision-making that we're seeing from Vitality, at least in these early stages.
So far, so good. Hollow Radiant's going to be the first pickup for Labrov. Won't help a ton in terms of the bot lane 2v2, but as we get later in the game, obviously Lince into VTO, very heavily magic damage. Still a pretty good split on the composition with Photon and Karzi making up for AD, but just does not want to get bursted out. And Karzi, interesting build adaptation. We've seen a lot of Trinity Force in bot lane, but for now he's gone Phage, and then he's gone BF. So curious to see where he goes next here.
Yeah, I'm assuming it will be the Triforce IE. And it's just like, hey, I'm going to stop off, pick up the BF sword because I have the gold for it. It's just a nice little chunk of extra damage. And then moving into the Trinity Force after. I know we see a lot over in the LPL was much more of the lethality style build, but it was a bit more mid lane focused than bot lane is Hilly. Just playing up here. Has the support of Lince, but will be spotted.
Of course, no Lince is in the area. They see the sweeper come down and even it denies vision. These confirms that there's additional player in the area. VTO hitting him with a thumbs up. Both sides fighting for vision control around this Drake. I think we saw in our previous games today that Drake stacking seems to be, when you're not 100% confident in how to play the map on a new patch or with a new roster, Drake stacking seems to be the safe, reliable way to get a greater advantage.
Yeah, I feel like you're in a bit of a hard spot here as BDS though, because there's so much control in the waves. Actually getting the push on bot side is kind of the one angle in towards this, but Vitality have shoved out mid. They're now going to start to rotate in towards River and clear out a lot of the vision BDS had already established. And Photon, look at him, he's just hovering off the map. Just not, oh, actually was standing a ward, but was basically just trying to sit out a lane. So BDS didn't know where he was, but the power of the pushing lanes making it really difficult for BDS to contest this.
Wow, BDS just forced to back off. Don't feel stronger in the fight. They've even finished Kraken for Sheo. He's relatively powerful, but the upfront burst damage that Vitality can bring to the table right now is frankly just disgusting. Because remember that Corki also shreds MR and you have 2 magic damage champions right there on their first item spike, it's kind of a death sentence to walk up.
Also, Luden's companion got changed as well, so you kind of just have a, is this available or is it not available trigger? And it does way more burst damage because you're getting all 6 of those shots every time it ends up getting used. So Orianna, already having that completed, is going to be pretty damn strong coming into some of these fights, especially if you can set up with Hylissang on a big multi-man ultimate.
Yeah, so for now, Vitality very much building more and more advantages as Ice is forced to flash back. VTO, good use of the shockwave to get the cooldown there.
Bone plating as well. That's a lot of damage. And now Vitality, I mean, another objective for themselves. Only one going across.
they've only given up the 1 Drake, and I feel like we've only seen 2 plays on the map, but it's just Vitality in this draft have set themselves up for so much pressure. BDS finally ready to contest here, knowing that shockwave is down, thinking this might be their window of opportunity. Sheo not going to get marked up. Adam waiting off to the side. Ice coming in. They know he has no flash. Do they want to turn this 2K on the objective? Adam now trying to get them out of the pit. Dawning Shadow coming across the backside. Wall going in. VTO going to get knocked out, but he manages to get away from the rest of the team. Now it's Adam off in the side, but he's behind it in the back line against 3 carries, and he's not tanky enough. Vitality, get the objective, get the kill. It looks damn good.
BDS just set up that a little bit too quickly in River. They didn't have Labrov, Ice, or Nuke really in position. Vitality know it. Immediately flash out to Sheo, take him out of the equation. They get the objective, and now they can really start to open up this game, both with top tower about to fall and having that Rift Herald in their back pocket as well.
Super good execution as we look back at the replay here. Of course, it looks like it might start okay as Adam manages to isolate Lensis, but after that, it just goes to hell so damn fast.
They have so much burst damage, and Nuke ults in just to try and get into position, but he only ends up kind of keeping Adam out of the, well, on the wrong side of the fight, because he ends up on the far side of the wall, can't really get back out. So Vitality, nicely done. And we kind of talked about it coming into this split, like Vitality is one of those teams to watch now, with Linces coming into the roster. And especially when you look at BDS, have always kind of been that gatekeeper into the top side of the bracket, of our league. It's a good start that Vitality have here against BDS.
Yeah, good luck. Of course, it's only day 1, but when Linces just fits in immediately, plays well around the team, and it doesn't require a ton of bloody exchanges, is always going to feel good, especially because, again, BDS didn't change a member. You'd expect them to be more favored in terms of early execution, and this is a team that has beaten Vitality before. Of course, scrims coming into the week, you know, there's always going to be a bit of a variance in form, but BDS have been one of the most rock-solid teams in terms of what they bring to the table. Yes, you know what you're going to get, but very often it's enough to beat any team that is not in the top 5, although VTO now getting caught out on the flick back. Sheo debating if he can follow up, uses the mist, but nothing else to be had there. And I mean, frankly, BDS are just getting bled out of this game. The Senna does not do a lot of damage. The Viego's very squishy, very vulnerable to the sheer amount of burst damage. Adam's going all in on Photon, but Photon is so strong. It's a Clips Black Cleaver. And the windows of opportunity for BDS, the angles of attack, more and more limited.
Yeah, you kind of need time to come online with this composition. You're Senna to get a couple of souls in her back pocket, Talia to get to 2.5 to 3 items, but you're just not really be given that time. And I think a large portion of that has been just the way Vitality played really well off of these pushing lanes, getting it like Linces into the enemy jungle to steal away camps, Haley constantly trying to help those lanes so they continue the push. And now with the objectives in their favor and the ability to continue shoving these waves, it looks like BDS are just going to drop bot side and see if they can make a play on mid in a bit of a desperation play.
Vitality, though, they're not going to overcommit. On the side of BDS, they're rotating down. It looks like they've spotted Hilly, but unless VTO overstays, there's really not a play to be had here. Photon now ensuring that Adam at least cannot TP, keeping eyes on the Cassante. And there's no counterpunch. It's just a free tower. All right.
Yeah, it looks like they tried to set up a mid, but Karzi was just playing way too far back. And this Gorky has decent wave clear. Triforce completed, Phosphorus Bomb, a rocket into the middle of it kind of deletes the wave. So they just didn't really have the opportunity to set up a mid, especially with Hilly kind of playing protection on that side lane. So, or sorry, on the side of the lane. And now you just get to continue shoving all in. I mean, you haven't even used the Rift Herald, so Dragon, in just a few moments' time, feels like it'll be Rift Herald mid and just play it by the book.
And look, Rob, we don't know. I mean, I'm not going to speak for you. I don't know a lot about military history, but it seems that cavalry and air support
is a great combo.
Beats infantry.
But I played enough Civ they couldn't put it into the game
correct.
At the same time. That's why they had to nerf it. They had to bring them in at different patches, and cavalry need to be removed for when air support came.
I got you. We're classic multiplayer game, right? It's just rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah.
Cavalry beats infantry and then air support fits in somewhere. They're like super
Lizard
paper.
Spock somewhere.
Yeah, Lizard Spock. Speaking of Lizard, it's gonna get locked up. It won't do anything. You'd be forced to stun a minion, but now the Herald's coming in, and Hylissang's gonna mount up. Cavalry inside of cavalry. Whoa. Cavalryception.
It's a Trojan horse.
It's a Trojan horse. Hilly's going again. And BDS, I don't know if they can do anything to stop this. Nuke's nowhere to be found. Hylissang's going to get caught out, but it might just give an opportunity for them to turn into burn. And Hylissang is going in. He's looking for the wombo. Trying to follow up. Lince is going to lay it down. Is he going to put everybody to sleep? That's a 3-man drowsy, but everybody's already fallen to pieces. Vitality have overstayed. No one's able to follow up on the ultimate coming in from Lince, and BDS will hold the line.
The towers do fall, though, alongside Hilly, so going to be relatively happy that you still managed to get the control onto the map. It will fall back towards Dragon as well, because they did manage to poke out the damage enough, but yeah, a little bit of an overstep from Hilly, but it still works out in favor of Vitality.
You know what the problem was, Rob? He got rid of it. He went in as he stopped being cavalry. That was it was good until he just returned to normal infantry status.
And then he's just a pikeman. It's like, you know what?
What does he? Yeah, what does he got? It's an Age of Empires 2. There's gold in this. You need gold for pikemen in this game.
He went back down the technology tree. You never go back down.
Back to the Iron Age, bro. He's back, or Stone Age. Anyway, League of Legends.
When we bring out the monk, you know, the monk that can
convert people?
Yeah.
Look, they keep playing like
he
this.
Just
I'll be
wall,
converted.
wall. Oh, that's what Viego is. He goes wall, and then you become
certainly.
The
Hylissang, again, back to being a pikeman, non-threatening. And say what you want. This is a player, you know what you're gonna get. I agree, audience. Hylissang, bringer of action. There will be no slow games as long as Hylissang is on this stage. That said, he did get a little aggressive there. I think tried to make a hard read on enemy play patterns, and now Photon is doing a little bit of the same.
Yeah, a little bit overextended.
Okay, a little bit overextended. Flash out for Photon. He's still going to get knocked out. Flash commit for Sheo. Now they're going to just try and kill him. 21 minutes. Baron, probably? No, just a couple of kills, a shutdown. They're happy to have it. 4-1-1 now for Sheo. Talked a lot about Linces, but this is the man getting all the kills on the side of BDS.
It's a lot of gold going into BDS. I mean, you get the wave states way better in your favor. They were already pretty far shoved in. You're getting the gold off the 2 kills. You're going to be really happy with that as BDS. You probably get Nuke completing his second item off the back base here as well. No, actually just going to go for the control ward. But at this stage, the fact that you now get to shove back out onto the map, get vision down for, say, control over Baron, or you can start to play for these towers, is a pretty mighty win for BDS.
Yeah, I'm still kind of wondering why Photon and Hylissang were both respectively there consecutively. One top side jungle, followed immediately by, oh, okay, now bot side jungle is safe. BDS, good on them for finding those quick punishes, but feels like some unnecessary deaths from the side of Vitality.
They went into the barbarian village and then it turned out to be hostile. It was a disaster.
Civ 7's announced, man. I'm ready. That's all I'm going to say. In the meantime,
I haven't watched the trailer. I just saw that it wasn't.
And yeah, I mean, what's the trailer going to be? The graphics are going to suck. We're all going to play it. It's, you know exactly what you're getting. It's been the same for years. For BDS, they think they found the angle to take down the cavalry. Hylissang wants to deny that. Labrov is not going to drop, but Vitality will break open this tier 2 tower.
They can do the same, just moving up into this top side. You've already got the wave pushed for Photon. Wave vision's going to go down. It doesn't look like they want to overextend too much, but they did see Adam on the bottom side, so I wasn't sure if they want to try and hard force anything to get the TP out of Adam, but going to be happy to just back away. Now, start up the Baron themselves. But BDS are coming into the area.
Do they have... No blue trinkets. So they have no way to ward this safely from a distance. Dawning Shadow will do the trick. Ulti used just to confirm that it is in fact happening, but they're going to be a little bit too late. They might be able to grab Hylissang one more time, but it's just a clean Baron pickup. I'm not sure if they just saw the lack of blue trinkets or just wanted to go for it and say, you know, BDS come check. But BDS are way, way too late, and free Baron to the side of Vitality.
And it only gets worse now for BDS because Vitality being able to have Photon push side is going to be huge. Karzi as well getting a ton of control, and also just how strong a Siege is with the ability to shoot down these rockets makes it really hard for BDS to contend this. So you can see them trying to just shove out waves as quickly as possible, but Vitality, they've gone for the resets, they're coming back out of the map, and I just don't see a way that BDS really stop this.
This is certainly not the mid to late game that BDS were looking for. They were put at a pretty heavy deficit early on, but the lanes just kind of collapsed, and it's been snowballing from that moment on. Hylissang, over-aggressive once. Photon trades 1 for 1 on the top side. Feels like almost all of BDS's kills have been the result of someone on the side of Vitality overstepping. And while they're leading in kills, they're still woefully behind in gold. They're sending 2 members along the top side here to try to break the enemy tier 2, but Vitality already breaking the tier 1. And remember, they have 6 grubs. TP's coming in. Adam is here. Lince is just going to continue to fish with the Swirl Seed. See if he can find a good sleep angle. As Photon already trying to usher a wave in mid lane. 2 points of pressure. Nuke really just wants to grab this tier 2. Just get a little bit more gold in his back pocket. But Photon going all in on Acheo. Unstoppable now. Photon still on the chase. Lower and lower. It's one sleepy Viego. But there's no follow-up. Photon, does he have another dash to get over the wall? Looks like he's going to be forced to fight on this one. Nice pushback coming in from Adam. Ulti used as well. Photon still living for a bit too long, and Hylissang might have to give up his life as well. Adam quick on the punish. A tower has dropped, but 2 members of Vitality will be the exchange.
They will get bot, tower and in hit, but here comes the chase. BDS really want this, and Nuke.
Isolating. I don't want to go a little bit further on the wall. Will now drop it. Super Blast Cone.
TP from Karzi back into this bottom side. Vitality want to make sure they're able to get the members out here.
Fight for the Drake. Don't want to be playing against the pressure of 4th Drake. Flash out from VTO was clean, but they still managed to hit up Linces. Foot back, not quite going to connect. Adam now in trouble. He's taking so much damage. VTO really starting to hurt. Linces just focuses on the objective. Karzi continuing to lay down poke. VTO going golden, courtesy of the Seeker's arm guard. Now is going to get cut out, though. Cut down, shut down for Nuke. BDS focused on the objective here. Lince is not going to be able to get in and smite it. Lebrov going to grab the kill in the end.
Another TP in, though, this time from Photon. It looks like they want to try and keep this play up, maybe move into the bottom side, but no, they're all just going to reset instead. So a bit of a wasted TP from Photon, but Vitality trying to stand tall. Great flash from BDO. The reactions were insane there, but Linces ends up taking a little bit of damage. They get the kill onto Adam, but they just can't really follow up from this position. It's 4v3. And VTO had already just burnt his splash, so once Lavrov gets the hook, it's easy pickings. And at that stage, Vitality hover to see if they can get a smite, but it's just never going to happen in this position.
In those extended fights, you can see BDS finally starting to get stronger. 94 stacks now there for Ice 2, close to 100 extra range, going to make it that much easier to navigate the fights. Sheo as well on 2.5 items, and really have to respect the potential for Nuke to find those flicks to limit those mobility options or engage options for Vitality. But all said, still a 3K gold lead. Baron has faded away at 7 towers to 2. I think the concerning thing if you're Vitality is if you make another mistake and BDS managed to get a Baron, there's so much free money on the map right now.
Especially when you look at like Nuke Nerly at his Rabadons. You're going to start to see Ice picking up his damage as well. 93 souls, and they're going to crest the 100 mark, which is just a nice spot to be in. Like across the board, you're kind of getting to the point where BDS are coming online. And this is why we're saying Vitality wanted to get the ball rolling early. They've done that successfully. Now it's just a case of getting that last little push to bring this game home.
Nuke just continuing to split. Desperate to finish that death cap, as you highlighted. BDS just hold. I mean, without the Baron, again, without the full commit to the dive, it's really hard for Vitality to get anything done there on side. Good enough wave clear even without Nuke there.
I think the biggest problem that they're having is their allocation of where they are. I think if you actually have the 4-man in mid threatening the inhibitor, you can have Photon push in on this top side and actually be the one that really gets your position on the map to shove mid, then rotate up to top and get the tower. But if you commit the majority of your resources into that top lane tower, it's way easier for BDS to all be in position to clear out the wave before you can really get there. So at the moment, Vitality just can't really get through these last remaining towers, and BDS very happy to get more gold into their carries.
Slowly dragging the game out. Vitality need to play clean in the next coming objectives. Losing that Drake really hurts. Denies them the potential for Soul or getting Elder on the table sooner when they're already favored. Ice linking up with Sheo just to grab a couple extra souls. We'll tick over to 100 here momentarily. And Death Cap again, really close. VTO opting for some defensive itemization in the form of the Zanyas, but is level 16, has max rank Shockwave. If any of the carries in the back line, Ice and Nuke, group up, a fight can be ended incredibly quickly by VTO alone. Linces as well can just fish for the sleep. So the angles for Vitality to close this out are there. They just really have to find them, have to follow up on them.
Establishing vision on this top side is good for them at the moment. At least then they can try and set up for a pick in towards the Baron that's about to spawn, or even look for a fight. But BDS are, especially Labrov, are really hitting the point where they are just so tanky, it's really difficult to try and deal with them. So Vitality need to be careful about how they're approaching this. At least they know the nuke is on the bottom side. They're going to try and get that teleport out now as they start up the Baron.
Nuke running up. Easy for VTO to zone with the ball. Ice waiting over the wall. Good front lining. Labrov and Adam ready to tank up damage. Can fish for the hooks as Sheo just threatens. Tries to zone them off, but they don't get, or they do get the TP, excuse me, and that's really all Vitality wanted.
But it does open up BDS to get mid-wave because of the way Vitality exited. So with this wave now pushing in, BDS are trying to cut Vitality off in this mid-tower so they can get that gold.
Hook in. Hillsec immediately going to try to force. Going to try to find the engage onto Adam, but Adam is finding a quick way out using that ultimate. In goes Sheo. Sheo now going to get the reset onto Hillsec. Can just mount up and make his way out to safety. One sleepy Labrov might not be enough. Photon finds the stun onto Adam, but really not a priority target in these extended fights. BDS are holding their own. Ice just continuing to auto. Free hitting. 5 members strong for BDS. They burned most of their cooldowns. Hillsec down for another 18.
If they can get the resets off on Adam and Labrov, though, they can come back in for this Dragon in 30 seconds. And that's why you can see Vitality trying to push forward, stop those resets from coming through. But now VDO in no man's land forced the
TP flash out from VDO. Wall coming in as well. Should be an easy flick back. Manages to catch him. And Nuke now on a killing spree. Carzzy might be the next one to be in trouble. Labrov looking for the hook angle. BDS happy for now just to have mid-prio. Likely to take the tower, but they got Photon as well. Yet another flick back, and BDS are coming alive. 31 minutes into the game, and they're going to set their sights on the Baron.
That's both solo laners dead, with Baron now up and available. Looks like Vitality may be trying to trade it for the Dragon that is spawned on that bottom side, but give them third one. But BDS, that is exactly what they needed to get themselves into this game.
And look at the gold. 5K lead for Vitality 10 minutes ago, and now it's just about tied up. The Baron will tie things up. Vitality will grab third Drake, a consolation prize. But for the next 2.5 minutes, this Red Bull Baron power play, BDS are going to be running the Rift.
And VDO just getting completely caught out here. Stepped in, thought he had the vision, so he was safe, but didn't realize it was a ward in the bush. The TP zones him away. And with that follow-up, they're able to now get on towards Photon as well. I think at this stage, you just give up the tower. You are 2v5 against this onslaught from BDS, but it means they get the tower, they get the Baron, and now they're going to be in a significantly better spot as they come back into the map to start pushing waves, get the standing gold you talked about earlier, Jankos.
And I think the thing for BDS is just incredibly disciplined in these last few plays, not to 100% overcommit. Hillsang and the side of Vitality overforcing has been the story for a lot of this game, right? Hillsang, a lot of jump-ins, 5 deaths. He is an aggressive player, but the play in mid, the play in that exchange, burning all those cooldowns on Adam, ultimately not paying off. And then you have Photon getting caught as well. This is a guy who has an individual gold lead, but is still at 4 deaths from all the fights that BDS have been coming out on top in. Siege, though, just going to keep continuing here on the bottom side. Ulti there from Labrov, hoping to find the follow-up onto Carzzy. The Valk still getting caught, still getting shut down. BDS. Doesn't even feel like they played for the first 25 minutes, but you give them that time, you let them into their zone, and you're going to regret it. Sheo not going to grab a mid lane tower. A lot of resources being committed just to try to take the jungle out, but Nuke is here. Sheo living for a little bit too long. They want to find the reset onto Hillsang, and they get it. Vitality are falling apart. Lambs to the slaughter as BDS tear through them one more time.
That could be it. You have the entirety of BDS up here. The wave is coming through. Nuka's going to reset it. Imagine teleport back in as this wave crashes under the tower. They can just go for the finish right here.
They just outscaled. They outplayed. They found their picks. They found their angles. Vitality looked so good in the early to mid game, but they couldn't close, and a few missteps are all it took for BDS to come back. The siege now coming through. Ice untouched, just continuing to tear through the towers. Another flick. Nuke on fire despite struggles in the early game. BDS holding on, but Vitality now trying to punish, and they managed to finish the Nexus. That's the first win coming through in summer for BDS.
BDS punishing Vitality every step of the way. They overextend at crucial moments. Buy time for BDS to hit the late game. And then it just became like the one combo they learned from the fighting game. It was hook into flick, hook into flick. And BDS coming out with a W on day one.
Look, you gotta learn your bread and butter, Stagda. You need to know your setups into your ultimates. And as great as the early game was, again, BDS playing cleaner in the end when it really mattered most. Player of the game, vote now at LEC on X, Sheo, Nuke, or Labrov. all solid options, to be honest with you. Nuke probably, but it's tough. It's tough. It's hard to say. Luckily, you can decide for yourself as the players bow here. We're going to go ahead and do a quick break. When we return, more League of Legends, G2 versus Mad Lions, right around the corner.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Quite able to pull back Photon. Sheo coming up though. Photon now going to be in trouble. Tries to get the kill back. Goes in and gets the first blood.
Lane to top side, I think.
Look Viego, look Viego.
No flash. There you go.
I'm getting zone, guys.
There you go.
Okay.
No place, no flash, no zone, yeah. I'm tipping up.
Nice.
for a little bit too long. They want to find the reset on the Hylissang, and they get it. Vitality are falling apart. Lambs to the slaughter as BDS tear through them one more time.
And welcome back to the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in with Adam this time around. Félicitations. Congratulations on winning the first game. Rusty much, I think, is the terms we can use.
Yeah, like, you know, even the game on top on Sheo, you know, like, Photonic was dead 100%, but I went ego mode a bit, and I died. That's unfortunate. Yeah. But yeah, it's a bit rusty. Like, we gave Nash for free. I think the feeling was a bit weird as well, because it's a long time we haven't been like on stage. So we need to get used to it again.
Yeah, getting back to your groove and getting back to the stage again. I want to bring back some memories. I'm sorry, it's going to be sad ones, but even though you made it far last split, it stopped in a fashion that sadly you're starting to know a bit too much, Adam. And I do believe that ahead of today you said, we're back, we're ready, we're still missing one thing, which is a split victory, I can assume. But how do you guys stay positive? How do you come back? What is the work that goes backstage for you guys to not be impacted too much by getting reverse swept a couple times?
Well, actually last year we got reverse swept by Madlands for MSI spots. This year was the same. Actually, we thought that it could never happen again in the same circumstances, but apparently it didn't, right? I mean, it did happen, so we just try to learn from our mistakes all the time. And I do believe that in those type of moments, it's the mental who's more, you know, taking advantage of you than anything else.
Yeah.
So we're trying to work actively on how we handle the pressure, especially in high stakes game like this, and we're trying to do our best.
Of course, we can trust you guys to do so, given the synergy and everything that has been working for BDS. Looking at the draft quickly here, a lot of bans on your side, but that's the usual, but a lot of bans on the enemy team's side. What does it say about top lane?
I mean, the thing is, like every time I play against Mac and Pat, and you can go back to my time in Fnatic, like they were the coach of Mad Lions when in LEC final in summer, and they were always banning me as well. Same for last year against Mad Lions against final, they were always banning me, and this is always the strategy that they go for when they play against me. So I had to answer back with 5 top bans. So sorry, Photon, but.
That's how it goes. You ban on the other side. Adam, thank you so much for the interview. Best of luck in the next game,
so
of course. And Shox, over to you for the next game.
Thank you very much. We've got G2 up versus MDK, which is, of course, a rematch of the Winter Finals. But for MDK, are you going to sit like this the whole segment?
It gives me comfort a little bit. You
it's adorable. I love it. No, you can stay.
Really?
Don't leave. Don't go. Yeah.
I'll stay right here.
Lovely. Talk to me about MDK. Now, I'm going to say something just to get the conversation going. Spanish fans, it's just a tool to get them to discuss. Has MDK's ceiling this year come and gone?
Do you want to take this one?
You take it.
Okay, so I think yes. And I think you mentioned a point about honeymooning, but I think the meta, it doesn't really fit them. I liked Frescowi on more facilitative picks, and I feel like right now what the meta is going to trend towards is more AD mid laners with AP junglers. Now, Elyoya loves his brand, and I think Ivan, and that might be a good point that they have to work with, but I'm worried about Frescowi. In that case, see you later, mate.
Yeah, this is enough for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you look at MDK, in all fairness, right, with a lot of young players, you have to give them more time than a couple of months. I always look at projects like this in terms of 2 years. They often don't get it, though. And now the task is getting to season finals, getting to top 3, getting to Worlds.
Yeah, for me, to piggyback on what Aragon said, I think it's interesting because when we saw them at their peak in the Winter Finals, we heard from them a lot where they would say, we would ask them, hey, what's your tactic, or how do you feel like you should play this game? They're like, we're just kind of going with the flow, And going with the flow always works when you are winning. But the thing is, they've been kind of knocked off their high horse so much, where now I'm like, can you go with the flow again, now that you don't have the confidence that you want?
Yeah, we'll see indeed as we take a look at who always goes with the flow and are winning. G2, they announced the renewal of the contract of BrokenBlade, and I think that's a great chance for us to talk a little bit about BrokenBlade. I think internationally, he's made leaps and bounds, and in Europe, he also was, I think many people would say, the best top in the league, and I would agree. Of course, we have Photon as well, who's been doing well, but, he He doesn't have a lot of competition here, it seems.
I think he's just fantastic individually now, right? I mean, there was this one player MSI that I keep remembering, and that's his Yasuo played topside versus Zeus, of all people, where he flash predicts with the EQ Beyblade kind of combo, and it was really, really cool. I don't know if you remember that play, but just individually, it feels like the solo laners for G2 have stepped up, and they're no longer an issue like they were in the past.
Yeah, and it's not so much about his, his level of play in-game. I feel like the thing that elevated G2 to a completely new level this year has been the fact that he's constantly revolutionizing the meta around him. He's been kind of the backbone of G2 in winter and spring, with the fact that it was just almost impossible to draft against G2 just because they would be like, there's these champions that are popping out of nowhere, Zac, TF, but they can be flexed everywhere. So it's like, all of a sudden, you're playing red side against G2, but your last pick is not really a counter pick anymore, just because BB is just cracking up all of these brand new picks left and right.
Yeah, it had a huge influence on the roster, and G2 has been doing phenomenally. In Europe, they are second to none, but MDK, they could play spoiler and maybe give us an upset on day one. Let's head over to our casters.
Certainly incredible start to the season if you kick off with an upset over G2. G2 had a pretty fantastic MSI run, but a tall task as well. Pretty brutal schedule.
Yeah. I only coming back after a couple of weeks and now being launched into the LEC. May make it a bit tough for G2, but honestly, it hasn't looked massively different. There's one or two new champions like Corkster and stuff coming back in a different role, but outside of that, it's kind of been the same.
Excuse me, who?
The Corkster.
The Corkster.
Yeah.
Okay, it's canonical. That's his name. The Corkster. Yeah, the Corkster didn't do so good in the late game now that he's lost his little AP scaling. Much more early to mid game.
Yeah, you'd think the true damage would kind of help, but...
Nah, when you used to have like a gajillion range rocket that could half health enemy squishies, it was a little easier probably, but 80 carry bans, the story thus far, the Kalista, the Draven, comfort for the side of G2. So the more things change, the more they stay the same. Skarner though, after years of not being picked in pro play, will remain unpicked in pro play because he is permanently banned. So
he is very, very strong.
The more things change, the more they, stay
It's
the
also
same.
he's just so flexible. Like, it's top lane, you can play him jungle, you can put in support. Like, there's just so much that he can work with. And even if you want to go, like, I can go Arcane Combat, I can go for another guy. Like, there's just, there's so many.
That's a Yasuo ban.
Huh. I mean, AP junglers are strong. I just thought it would have been a Tristana instead of a Yasuo.
I agree, but Tristana doesn't exist in LEC. Don't know why, but it just doesn't. So, final ban here for G2. A lot of stuff left on the table. A lot of power picks. Vi will be the final ban. Madeline's Coin, what are they setting up here with these three particular bans? Is there something in the bot lane that they really want to cook, or are they just done their research, done their preparation? And the answer of what they wanted to cook was Twisted Fate, and that is why we saw the Yasuo ban.
Is still a very strong top laner, and obviously BB has been the main proponents in playing the Yasuo on the top side of the map is the answer, but has been flexed a little bit into the mid lane in the LPL. I think we've seen it maybe once, but I imagine that is going to be top lane for Mirren, trying to succeed in getting him a strong matchup. But you could just go for something like the Tristana mid here for caps if you wanted to, but with a lot of AD carry bans, is it just going to be Hans Sama going back towards the Varus?
And what is the Varus build going to be? Lethality, again, still remains pretty popular.
At least in a solo queue history, it has been on hit for Hans Sama. But the lethality kind of more I've seen on the Eastern AD carries and a lot more on hit on Western AD carries. So we'll have to wait and see. Competitive could change that.
I'm a big fan of on hit. Of course, I think of the two, much harder to play, but has a very high ceiling in terms of the damage output it can provide. G2 debating what they want to do here. Ooh, Camille coming in. And here's the thing, based on that smile on the face of Dylan Falco, I have a sneaking suspicion that might still be a flexi, despite all of the nerfs that have come through for Camille's support. Could be wrong, however.
Yeah, she got nerfed, the item, the Bloodsong got nerfed, and also Hail Blades got nerfed. So it kind of hurts a little bit, but definitely still can. Well, actually, no, I'm going to take it not into Nautilus. That's going to be a miserable time.
Well, we better hope it's a flex then.
You know it's into TF from that top side, and Camille is incredibly strong at the moment. The fact that you are just so capable of taking over in that top side of the map is just absurd. So I'm looking forward to seeing where the answer is going to be from Madeline's Koi, because you're already seeing, hey, we got a strong top side for G2. We can try and play around that. We've got a bot lane that's going to be happy kind of either go for lethality and push out, or go for the more on hit and just scale into a strong mid game. And now with a tank in the jungle for Yike as well, you've already got great setup for G2.
Now the Ivern is going to be taken away. Of course, G2 enjoys of Ivern themselves, but know that it's something that LEC can bring out, especially in compositions where you already have multiple AD carries, or kind of pseudo AD carries, I guess, in the form of the Senna and Twisted Fate.
And I think LEC has looked better on these more supportive picks. Like, we got to see things like the Rengar and the like more carry-orientated junglers come out for him during the last split, but I definitely think he has looked better when he's able to kind of enable someone like Mirwin or even Supa in that bottom side to be those carries. And I wouldn't be surprised to see LEC kind of take a backseat, even though we're seeing a lot more of the carry-orientated junglers come out. It feels like that's kind of the style Mad Lions Koi have found, or the niche they've found for themselves in the meta.
And remember, when we look back to Winter, of course, this was when Mad Lions were kind of at their peak. Their 2v2 bottom lane was really smashing G2. Even in the final, right? They've won the vast majority of those 2v2 exchanges. G2 won the series pretty handedly, but at least in the isolated 2v2, Supa and Alvaro were able to come out on top. Hansa and MickeyX obviously have been playing much, much better across Spring and into MSI, and now the Taric coming through.
Wow.
Showing us something a little bit new here. Synergizes super well with the Camille. Obviously makes it very hard, you know, against a team that doesn't have a ton of burst damage for them really to ever find a favorable fight.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming it's a decent matchup into the Nautilus, because it's like, as Nautilus hooks in, you E back and you're just like, hey, it doesn't really matter. You got the stun, you got decent heals, and the ult from Nautilus is very telegraphed, but...
What?
What is that? Is it Nautilus?
Is it
jungle?
Nautilus mid?
But I know, it has to be Senna not, right? Senna and
it doesn't matter.
Zyra is
yes.
weird.
Thank you. We have a new patch. There are 3 new patches. It is time for new ideas. I am here for new ideas.
I prepped the new ideas. Zyra was not on the new idea spreadsheet.
Where's lore? Somebody check with lore. We need our resident one trick. Okay, Azir's come through.
Well, Zyra jungle was a thing.
More magic damage. They've certainly found it in this draft. So we'll see kind of where the final assignments are for champions overall. I really liked the Taric when there was only physical damage on the opposite side. But now I'm not so certain.
So I want to say a little bit ago that Zyra jungle became a thing.
Yeah, there was that point when Brand jungle became a thing.
Yeah.
And then we never saw it in pro play, but it was really good in solo queue. And Zyra and Morgana also got a suite of changes that made them a little bit more able to jungle. And it looks like Hui. Okay, Hui going in mid, of course. G2, everything makes sense.
Yeah.
Zyra jungle. Okay, so as a piece of follow-up CC or disengage, Zyra is fantastic. She does so much damage for free with only an item like Leandri's. Her ulti is so good for stopping champions, like the Sejuani and Camille, for really being able to full commit. So Mad Lions Koi certainly have a ton of tools to keep G2 away.
But the problem is that G2 can just opt now into Lethality Varus and Hui to just outrange you from the keep away composition.
Yeah.
So, and then now you've got, as BB goes to Camille, really strong side lane. So I don't know how this one's going to pan out. It feels like it's kind of been a bit of a mixed bag.
Well, and it's hard to know for sure because this is the first Zyra jungle in a tier 1 league ever.
That doesn't surprise me.
It could be the last Zyra jungle in a tier 1 league ever, and we're just going to have to find out. Mad Lions Koi and G2, of course, G2. Need to see what form they're in. A lot of people expecting this to be the victory lap after a pretty solid MSI performance into the season finals, a place where they're already guaranteed a spot. MDK, decent in terms of championship points, but want to start this split swinging. Well, they're certainly swinging out some new picks here.
I really wasn't ready for
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Why would you be Elyoya Zyra jungle? If you were anywhere else right now, you won't know that I'm roasting you. But come back and watch the VOD. You're messing up.
Okay. I'm excited to see what this one's going to do. I mean, G2 already looking for a bit of an invade, though. Just trying to see if they can get vision down and spot out where this plant is in the jungle.
I think they're just trying to deny the plants. It's like Shaco boxes, but Elyoya can't really choose early on, at least, where to spawn them until he gets the W. So I assume that he'll walk into the jungle a little bit late here and try to get a couple plants down just to accelerate the jungle clear. But now, after the level 1 fizzles, it's a little bit quiet. And first strike for Hansama, essentially confirming lethality will be the choice. As Alvaro and Elyoya alongside Supa, walking in just to start the jungle path here. You can see a Seedling, courtesy of RNG, will spawn right there in the brush.
Yeah, I feel like G2 have adapted well to what they've seen coming through from MDK, because with the Wei coming in that final position, you get a good matchup in towards the Azir in the mid lane. With Blackfire Torch being as strong as it is as well, Wei's been really good at abusing that. So I think you're in a position where you just outrange MDK, you get a ton of poke damage, some of that burn damage off Blackfire Torch, and even if it goes slightly awry, you've still got the ultimate from Taric with the engage from BB, which just seems super nice here.
Good stun from Mickey, a couple extra empowered autos. No sustain yet coming up for the Tar because he has opted to start E. Will, of course, give an armor buff to Hans, too, which will make the all-ins that much easier. But yeah, I think when we've seen Hui be really good, it's paired with long-range engaged champions like a Camille or a Zac. These champions with this huge range of threat, because no matter how far you go, Hui can always follow up with that empowered Severing Bolt to really lock down and pick off a target. That said, I'm really curious how the Zyra is going to do, because notoriously any AP jungler, if they get ahead in the jungle, just snowballs so incredibly quickly, and that's going to be something that Sejuani's probably going to struggle to keep up with once Elyoya is able to back, get some early itemization.
Yeah, and he does have decent setup in the lanes where, you know, Alvaro can look for a hook, Mirwin can get that point and click CC as well as bottom side.
Done. Backstep.
I do appreciate that Mickey is attempting to just sabotage a US solo queue. After MSI, it was bring up Poppy, and now it's going to be Taric suddenly shoots up in numbers.
All right. All I'm saying is somebody on one of these teams is sabotaging EU solo queue. I'm not going to tell you who it is yet, because we're going to need to see if it's Elyoya or Mickey, depending on the results of this game.
What do you say?
Porque no los dos. Yeah, probably both.
You can tell my Spanish
I'm much
is great.
less scared of Taric popping up as a solo queue pick, because it's Taric. I don't know. He doesn't have a dash. He's not scary. He's just
I
kind
don't
of
mind it
annoying.
because I'm the support usually, so I'm not going to go towards that. But if my jungler takes this,
oh, flash in, forcing the flash out from Caps. That's a damn good trade for MDK. Nice early play from Elyoya.
That's a level 6 revisit if I've ever seen one. Freskewi goes in, gets the shuffle. Elyoya is there waiting in the wings. That's going to be really nice. So good job from Elyoya to burn that in the early stages, and now just set up to try and take over.
Oh my gosh, just the clear speed is disgusting. So he manages to get a gank off, gets an additional camp currently over Yike. Yike, who will grab Bus and will get a small lead here. Alvaro's stunned up, but again, there's not really a good follow-up angle. Supa trying to speed Alvaro out. The flash, the committal, the arrow, ignite ticking, but Alvaro still standing. Mickey now going to move forward and get the stun, just going to start walking up and auto attacking Supa. Nice backstep, but Mickey, he gets hooked. They don't quite have the damage to finish off the target. He doesn't have any mana. First blood, baby! Piercing light, Supa hits him with the Q, finishes the job.
And here comes Elyoya. Hans has no flash, and Elyoya's in behind. Hans wants to get the wave crushed
Just wants to get the wave, and he knows he's dead. Finished his wave off. Kill going to get donated, but who will it go to? Supa going to grab it. No, Elyoya taking that one. MDK. First game of the season, looking good so far.
Nicely done on the bottom side. Mickey just taking that step too far and punished. Now with the TP from Alvaro, they just get control of the wave again.
And what is it about this MDK bottom lane? I feel like G2 plays so incredibly aggressive every time they face down this duo. I have watched them die to Senna Nautilus 6 months ago, Rob, in winter, in our finals, and now it's happening again here.
Beating Supa is like beating Deft, so they just want to make sure that they're in a really good spot when it comes into, you know, looking at internationals, and then if you can beat Supa, it basically means you're as good as Deft.
Yeah. I appreciate what you're doing. Look, I like the Supa talks trash.
I like it as well.
I
like Supa. I think he's a great addition. I think like he's an AD carry that has a very, very high ceiling, and I love the personalities it's bringing. But that doesn't mean I can't give him a little bit of stick for it.
Yeah, you can bring it up. All right, so Hansama and Mickey struggling to beat European Deft. As Yike, knowing Elyoya's flashless, should have an easy kill pickup here. Mickey walking over to try to attach a stun to the back of that Sejuani stun. Does manage to land. Elyoya slowly getting walked down, just trying to finish the camp. Good burst damage coming in from the W2, but he can't quite finish it yet. Extra healing now coming in, but Yike might have just given his life. Tower going back. Guardian proc. One more shot. The minion. One minion. Can't do it.
What's
the
he at?
back. He dies to Elyoya. He doesn't want to give the assist, but now it's Mickey who's in trouble. Oh, it's a comedy of errors. It's the sleeping Teemo face Mickey. Gonna get taken out. G2 a bit overeager. Mad Lions Koi happy to grab a couple extra kills.
MDK making sure it's Zyra that's going to be in your solo queue because Mickey caught out on that top side. Elyoya does a great job of actually being able to get back out underneath the tower to get at least the damage that he needs back onto Yike. And then Mirwin with the reset, him just TP in and pick up the early kill. BB couldn't help out. He was pushed underneath that topside turret.
And so far, MDK have really just been punishing. They had the one proactive play around mid where Elyoya managed to get Caps' summoners out. Otherwise, they've just been punishing G2's over-aggression, both in the bottom lane, now in the jungle as well. The question is, are it's MDK who are overextending now? Yike only level 5. Fresskowy on the way in. They know they can just take down Mickey with the pushback if they so choose. Mickey getting lower and lower. Zyra ulti used off to the side of the fight. Elyoya now trying to retreat. BrokenBlade, though, coming in. Severing Bolt. That's the combo we talked about. Fresskowy now no ultimate. Spiraling Despair. Blinking health bars on the side of G2, and they're going to be forced to back away. BrokenBlade getting lower and lower. Mira wants to finish it. The triple's done. Oh, he's in a meat grinder. He wasn't ready for 3. Taking on too damn much. Elyoya slowly walking his way out, but this is the Zyra jungle, this is the struggle, the damage is real, the sustain, the durability, the mobility is non-existent. Elyoya, good damage trade. Fresskowy just trying to get the kills back. Supa zooming in, it's a bloodbath around the Herald.
A new challenger approaches, but unfortunately, there's no one left. G2 are able to pick up the fight after a very split call from MDK. Leaves multiple skirmishes rather than a nice front-to-back fight. Now Supa dodges away from the stun from Mickey. And Caps get rooted, but not going to mean too much for him. You'll see it at the start of this fight, though. You end up with Fresskowy tunneling on towards Mickey, but it means that then on the opposite side, you've got BB who's able to immediately jump onto Mirwin. The Elyoya's ult hits no one because Yikes flashes over it. And Fresskowy's invested so much on towards Mickey that you actually get G2 re-establishing themselves in the fight and getting good damage off. And Mirwin, this is unfortunate. Mickey had already started the dazzle as you flash over the wall. BB gets a follow-up CC alongside Yike, and then just able to finish them off so nicely, including Elyoya with so many slows coming in to hurt him.
And this is the struggle, right? The Twisted Fate really just does not do much. Flashes in, fully commits to the play, but the Taric shield is there. A bit of extra healing is all it takes to turn that up against Mirwin. And only 150 gold lead as the TF in this lane against Camille doesn't feel great. You really want a bigger lead than that. Caps grabbing a kill too is going to make Fresskowy's lane that much harder. And this is a Hwei who, if you're not diving on top of him, is going to have easy target access this entire game.
And this is the thing, one of the big adaptations we've seen with Blackfire Torch coming in is that for every champion that you hit, you get the 4% increased ability power, right? But if you just throw down your QE, that nice little red carpet as Caps, you can hit 4 people with that, suddenly get a ton of extra ability power. And for the rest of the fight, then you're going to go spot. But actually, he's not going to go for the Blackfire Torch, he's going to go for the Luden's Companion. So we'll still be able to deal a lot of damage from afar with those Severing Bolts. And we kind of already talked about that's where the big danger is for MDK. They don't just get to outrange G2 like they were hoping to with this composition.
Definitely don't. Yike, looks like early Warmog's Rush again. Just such a powerful item on the current patch. It's going to feel a bit frustrating when the Leandries come through for Elyoya, but Sejuani actually receiving a lot of buffs in the off-season, as if, you know, she wasn't showing up in pro play enough. We need a little bit more. But the extra passive resistance is coming through. Kind of a shift in terms of how the W works as well.
Russian Warmog's going to help out as well. Just a very strong item. Now with the changes coming through, make it that a little bit stronger as BB. Fishing.
Hook shot. Goes in. Gold card. Mirwin waiting as long as he can. But again, Mickey just walking him down. That's the beefy frontline power. Elyoya's here, though, to try to turn it back. Knocking him up. Plants out of nowhere. Poison Ivy getting to work. Double kill there for MDK. Elyoya with a clean play, a clean turn, a clean punish. G2 again. How many times are we going to say it? Over eager to force these exchanges. Mad Lions Koi more than happy to grab a couple extra kills.
Mickey wasn't level 6, so didn't have that big safety net for that play for G2, and MDK realized it. Get the TP in from Alvaro to create the numbers advantage, and sure, Hans will be able to get some damage on the bottom side of the map, but Mirwin going to be able to cover the majority of that, and MDK coming out with a nice little lead off the back of that play.
And again, you can see when the front line's here, when they're favored, how annoying their composition is to play against. They just walk at you. The downside, when Zyra's here, no longer is it an option to just walk at them. The knockups, the plants attacking extra quick, the damage that comes out is ludicrous.
Also just Vizier being in a position to get up here that little bit quicker with Alvaro having that teleport come through was just really nice from MDK. So Caps wasn't able to really get into this fight before it was over. Mirwin very, very happy with that one. And now you're in a position where, again, you've opened up that top lane lead that a little bit more with BB falling down. The jungle lead is pretty damn big, but it's G2, at least on the Void Scuttles for the moment, as you start to look towards Dragon instead, coming through for MDK in the bottom side.
Sorry, I'm just blown away that we're still... The TSM chants, like Silver Scrapes, I feel like will never leave us. Esports history. At least we're not cheering for
I
Wards.
can't wait for like 10 years down the line where this kid's
When
like,
people are
what's
like,
TSM,
what is
Daddy?
TSM? What are we talking about? And you're like, oh, youngin', let me bring you back to the odd one. Anyway, or just the chant, you know, like what more do you need? Oh, yeah. 4-2-1. Zyra looking pretty good, especially against the tankier members. When Rylai's comes out, it's going to feel pretty impossible for Mickey especially to do much of anything in these fights. Hard to get into that front line or back line either. But a Dragon taken out here. Still 4 grubs to the side of G2 at a 2K deficit, but to G2's credit, they lost a lot of early games to MDK over the course of the splits, but it's the mid game where they really came alive. Now overloading here as Yike fully commits. Taric ult now going in. BrokenBlade not quite immune to damage, but will be enough as Elyoyo's waiting, taking his time, debating if he wants to turn this. Strangleborn's ready to go, gonna look to lock up Yike, forcing the flash out as Frescowy just tries to get away from the spiraling despair. Caps holding onto the Severing Bolt. Clean sidesteps and a quick Rammus okay from Frescowy as he walks out of that one.
G2 just don't have the damage at the moment, though, to finish off MDK. You can see they kite back, and even with BB being able to lock down Mirwin, there's just not enough in the tank to follow through, so G2 end up fully dissipating from that situation. And I think MDK going to be happy enough with how much was blown by like G2 on the bottom side. Yike having that flash invested as well.
Yeah, overall. Thomas has flash, the carry still have flash, but limiting Yike in the fights to come will make things that much easier. Elyoyo's flash just around the corner. 55 seconds until the Herald spawns. 4 minutes to the Drake, so Herald we expect to be the next big focal point here as Elyoyo continues to clear out his topside jungle. Closer and closer to what I assume is just going to be a Rylai's. That has been the standard build.
Yeah, it's just very, very strong for any sort of like utility mage like this. We got to see it in the brand a lot, but just getting the clear out in the jungle and then setting up with these early plants up towards, as you say, Rift Herald is just super nice because if G2 try and move into the situation, kind of get slows, you get more burns. It's just a nice little combo that you can have set up.
Yeah, and while I do appreciate the adaptation from Hansama here, opting to go for the lethality build, seeing the amount of disengage, the amount of range present on the side of the MDK lineup, the fact that he's 1.5 items in, if he's not landing these Qs, it's so hard for G2 to do anything. If BrokenBlade and Yike are the sole frontliners going in without a Taric ultimate to kick things off, it's really just tough to find an angle to fight, right? Because Zyra disengage, you've got Azir to push people back. Like, MDK have fantastic... If they're first on the objective, you're not walking in.
It's also the fact that you haven't actually had Soup and Alvaro in the lane against Hansama meant he hasn't got an awful lot of gold off this first strike either. So he's not exactly been blown out of the water with being able to poke Alvaro this whole time. So nicely done by MDK to kind of limit that. And now with Rift Child in tow, they just immediately move in towards this mid lane. G2 going to roam Mickey up to make sure they can fight the 3v3.
Caps trying to get a bit of damage down. Destiny's going to spot them out, however. MDK, do they want to go for the charge here? No one's going to mount up. Meanwhile, Mirwin in trouble. Of course, when the team is there, things are a little bit easier. TP now coming in from G2. Caps on the way to the bottom side. The ulti, the Severing Bolt. Mirwin should have no way out of this one. Sidestep on the grasp is good. BrokenBlade, the hook shot, the flash back from Mirwin, but he's just delaying the inevitable. G2, good execution, and now it's Frescowy who's going to be in trouble. The pushback is good. The stun now interrupts the dash out to safety. Base damages. Will they be enough? Another stun connecting. Mickey goes back. W2 getting the kill. Frescowy taken down.
Nicely played by Mickey, getting those auto attacks to get another heal down just before he flashes away. And with the tower gone on bot side, G2 ahead of the tempo on both 2 kills, tower and the trade for MDK in the top lane. G2 still showing that they've got a bit of fight in them left.
Good picks, good capitalization there. Jumping into the mid lane. And MDK just a bit out of sorts. Elyoyo not in the area, still does not have the item that he wants. And Alvaro, and frankly, anybody on the side of MDK cannot afford to be left alone in a side lane against this Camille.
And you've got Caps who's a threat now as well. 1.6k gold lead over Frescowy in this mid lane. Gives him a lot of control if you end up setting up in sides, but even just hitting these earlier item spikes when he gets towards this Horizon focus, he's going to be dealing so much damage with these Severing Bolts. And even with the Camille now pushing in the top side as well, the map just slowly starting to disintegrate for MDK and becomes way more difficult for them to set up on an objective first, to utilize Elyoya on this Zyra, to try and play for this kind of front to back with Miran being that main engage tool once he gets the rapid fire kind of finished.
Now, remember, they used a lot to secure this Twisted Fate, this relatively safe blind pick on the top side, but they haven't been able to do much with it other than, again, punish G2 once or twice. 0-3-2, the scoreline for Mirwin. Has been a bit of a difficult game for him thus far, and it's not going to get any easier up against a champion like Camille, who has so many tools to stop your gold card from being effective. MDK doing what they can for now to hold the line. G2 going to give them that respect again. They've kind of had to learn by doing in this game when it comes to playing against the Zyra, I feel like, where they're like, all right, well, I don't think the third time phase checking her is going to be any different. I don't think going into the Zyra is the answer. But as long as they can split this MDK lineup up, as long as they can find these picks, which they have fantastic tools to do so, I think the fights get so much easier.
And MDK having that push on side lane now, going to move in towards Dragon area with Mirwin. He's like, maybe look for that play before it starts, but Yike fairly strong here, and the initial front-loaded engage from MDK is going to be denied a lot by Mickey with this ultimate, so it does become kind of difficult for MDK to look for these plays, and G2 just going to continue to poke here.
Now, bro, getting chunked out here, Permafrost hitting as well, some decent follow-up damage with the Spiraling Despair. Severing Bolt there too, but again, that's the farming Nautilus, and he has MR. Call of Radiance obviously helping a lot with that burst wave clear from Riptide, but also mitigating the damage the Caps can do.
He has the TP to come back into this fight though, so you got the ultimate coming through from Caps to try and force him back, but it's not really going to amount to very much, and MDK didn't invest anything as part of that, so they come back in towards mid. They say, hey look, we can go for round 2 here, and G2 thought about trying to pressure up towards his top side instead, but with Frescowi reading this and now clearing out the wave, it becomes hard for G2 to really answer anywhere on the map.
MDK, first setup onto the objective that they care about. BrokenBlade knows his objective though, and it's taking down Frescowi. Good pushback, but BrokenBlade still had the ultimate. Emperor's Divide just going to be traded for the Hextech ultimatum, and now Frescowi needs to get the hell out. Yike. Continuing to stalk and make sure they can't do anything else here. But Mirwin trading a tower. So at the end of the day, it's 1 tower for 1, and MDK getting the Drake as well. Overall positive trade for the side of Mad Lions.
Yeah, and you got the majority of the wave there as well for Frescowi, so he's going to be fairly happy with that. So overall, nicely done by MDK to play at the map state, and that's why at this stage you're seeing gold dead even on that top side of your screen. MDK are doing a good job of keeping G2 in check, but you still have to find ways now with rapid fire about to come through from Mirwin to get these engages off, to find these picks, because as long as G2 stay grouped and can look for these poke plays, it's going to be difficult for MDK.
Some reason that G2 are the boogeyman in this league, right? Outside of just the wins, the way that they win so often, less of a focus on the early game this year. Certainly came back a little bit at MSI with some of the more creative options, but it's about that mid game. It's about how they move around the map, an area that MDK have thus far really struggled to keep up with. For now, they're keeping things close. Stacking up the Drakes. Infernal Soul would be disgusting with the Zyra, no doubt, alongside the Azir. But we'll need a bit of time to get there. Much more defensive itemization coming in for Yike. The Locket there, Horizon Focus for Caps. Going to be harder for Frescowi or Supa really to survive if they are the chosen target for this Camille.
They're trying really hard to play off of Mirwin just disappearing on the map. He didn't show on bot wave there for a little bit, and you can see MDK grouping on towards mid, which is why we're seeing 4 members of G2 quickly amass on towards this mid tower. But now they kind of missed their window of opportunity because the push is going to come in bot. Great, but you've got BB now that's in a position to threaten this tier 2 and top side. So Elyoya going to start to move up there and try and push BB back off this wave.
BrokenBlade. Hookshot, Wall's Eye back. Hextech ultimatum is there if he wants to dodge anything. The slow's already coming in. I hate that champion so much. Like, she's good. I'm glad she's showing up in pro play. I love new picks, but any champion who builds Rylai's and has pets, Heimerdinger, Zyra, Malzahar, get him out of here. Don't want to see him, personally. But thus far, Elyoya has to be careful with the face check, but he doesn't really need to. The other big strength of this pick, right? It's not a Maokai sapling, it's not quite that safe, but pretty easy to just start walking in and contesting vision, despite not being one of the tankier champions in the game.
Yeah, especially when they knew Caps was on bottom side pushing in. They were like, look, let's try and establish the vision on top side. It's a nice trade for the position on the map, but I imagine G2 going to quickly come back out on here, clear out a lot of that top side vision. And they're just basically trying to see if they can use BB now with 2 items complete onto this Camille to be that bit mega threat. We saw Bin at MSI how good this Camille can be when you get to 2 to 3 items. And BB's definitely getting to that position because there's no way this game is going to blow open within the next 10 minutes, which means he should really end up with another one under his belt.
Yeah, Camille is terrifying, right? And obviously she got knocked down a little bit this patch. The base damage on her ulti, when you ult, you get bonus damage on your hits, as well as the movement speed on Q, nerfed a little bit, but still overall a super, super oppressive pick. And it wasn't just Bin, it was Oscar, it was anybody who was getting their hands on this Camille. If you got past the 2-item point, if you approached 3 items, you're unkillable. You'll one-shot everybody no matter how tanky they are. And you can see here, Mirwin, he's hitting him with the yawning Teemo, but I think it's BrokenBlade who's like, yeah, whatever. He's going to walk into the wave auto once and get all of that health back.
And MDK need to try and find something to punish elsewhere on the map. So they're bluffing a little bit with Elyoya here to say, hey, we're going to put focus on towards Baron, but they leaned the Azir down to help support Mirwin. Bit of a bait here.
TP coming in too. Might just be the 2v2. The tower now set up. Frescowy here as well. BrokenBlade now realizes he has to back away. The pushback is there, but Mirwin's not quite ready for the fall. The hookshot, the wall dive, but BrokenBlade will still get taken down, and now it's Caps who's going to be in trouble. Spiraling Despair, the kill finished by Caps. 1 for 1 on the bottom side, and it's a scramble down to the bottom lane. Everybody wants to get involved. Oh, you're rooting up Yike. Hansama waiting off to the side. They got the Targ ultimate to keep them safe. Stun landing on Alvaro, but not the best priority target. Caps coming in over the wall. Severing Bolt not going to connect. Supa still healing up. As again, they re-engage, and it's going to be Yike in trouble. Frescowy from behind, but they know he doesn't have the ultimate. Root not going to connect on the Caps, and now it's Azir who's in trouble. Mickey might be the sacrifice Tark, but Caps is here to back him up. Mickey taken down, and now Caps is just next. Again, they leap in, and down they go.
MDK played off of expectations super well there. You go, hey, we've got a strong bot side for G2. MDK should go for a play on the top half of the map, but instead they subvert expectations, get the pick on boss, and then turn this fight in their favor as well. Now TP from Frescowy to top side. It's a Baron that MDK want to pick up.
And the 1 for 1 at the start doesn't feel too bad overall, but as the fight just continues to play out, Caps on the wrong side of the map, Mickey overstepping just a bit. And all falls apart. MDK, control of mid lane, can get first access to the Baron, but they're just not far enough ahead in terms of tempo to start this one blindly. BrokenBlade can start to wander down. They see him on vision, of course. Now he's got Mercs, which will make things a bit easier. Some extra tenacity, of course, if you missed it. This is kind of, there are a few items, of course, that you can get tenacity off of. Mercs, one of them. Otherwise, there's no additional tenacity. So gold cards, knockups, knockback, I mean, they're doing work in this patch.
Yeah, I think at this stage, though, it's still going to come down to a lot of execution as to how G2 try and play out and play around BB being this big. You can see them trying to set up on that top half of the map with vision and maybe play off this top wave, but MDK are getting what they want, getting the dragons in their favor. You talked about how good the soul will be for them, and they're getting control over the mid push as well, so G2 gonna have to get creative here.
Severing Bolt for a bit of vision. Alvaro forced back. It looks like Caps most likely going towards Death Cap. Will be a glass cannon, but can play at pretty big range, as you see here. He's just so far away, and he's still able to freely poke.
We're just trying to see if he can get the spell shield off of hands with the Q, but not quite able to. And now G2 en masse in this mid lane. This tower won't last very long, and they need Frescowy here.
Just pull the trigger and try to engage. Nice bit of damage onto Alvaro. Poke really starting to hit onto MDK as they try to clear the way, but Caps just hitting ability after ability. Severing Bolt going wide, Arrow going wide, but Supa on the edge of death here. He looks like he's half HP, but all it takes is one more Q, a Severing Bolt, the right angle, and he will go down.
BB gonna push in top side. G2 just gonna look to clear this wave as it comes through. They're waiting for the resets on MDK to start, but Supa looking happy enough to just continue to heal up off his own Q. And now, with the push in top, G2 feel a bit more confident to step into River and get the vision control that they need.
Supa off to the side. Alvaro still incredibly tanky. Mortal Reminder picked up by Supa. Doesn't want that additional healing coming through from the Taric, from the Camille in the fights to come. And Alvaro, pretty impossible to get a lane. Doesn't even need the Warmogs. Just hard for G2 to burst through that health bar. But they should be able to break down the tower here. Next wave will be cut as Elyoya can still probably clear that one out from range. But G2 taking control mid lane, grabbing the easy objective, laying down some vision around the Baron. Get at least a Scryers out as well.
MDK trying to respond though before BB can get established on the side wave. Want to look for Alvaro, hook goes wide, Elyoya, see if you can grab Hansama.
On to Hansama, forcing the flashback. Okay, they traded for an but Supa! That is a lot of poke from the Varus and the way Supa, oh, God, so close. MDK now forced to retreat, the dynamic shifting so quickly. If Supa gets more time, he can heal up, but he just has to respect every single cue from Caps or Hansama.
That was so close though. So we will kind of have the standoff finish in the mid lane. It will be G2 come away with the win, getting that mid lane tower and everyone backing away. But still, you can see how close this game is. Both teams know that this game can break either direction if one mistake comes through. And with the Dragon in 2 minutes time, it feels like we're just ramping up for that with a potential third item going to be completed on towards Caps. He's been sitting on this needlessly large rod for a little bit. And also Hansama just finishing off a third item for herself as well. You're kind of hitting a lot of these big breakpoints for G2, whereas you're kind of waiting a little bit longer for MDK for Crypt Bloom to come through and some of these more damage-oriented items to come through on Supa.
Do need a bit more time. Supa, of course, hitting the 100 soul threshold. Again, increments of 20, all that we care about. I guess you've never seen a Senna for some reason, but is getting stronger. And we saw in the previous game, right, as weak as Senna looks early, you just cross a certain point and the champion becomes super oppressive. Supa, that said, if he gets hit by anything, will probably die. Got hit by a little something there. This time around, there's no follow-up. Ulti going wide. The turn coming back from MDK. They burn their TP2. Are they going to be forced to start the Baron? The poke. Again, any piece of CC hits, Caps immediately can follow up.
And G2, yes, you burnt the ultimate from Yike, but that'll be back up in time for Dragon, and no real other summoner spells burned, so MDK investing it, kind of feel like they need to make this pay off now, and Yike, you can't be slowed, and we'll get out.
It's fine, thus far. Hansama, again, still flashless. But Fresskowy burned the TP. Mirwin set off to the side lane, doesn't quite have the Destiny, will have it soon. BrokenBlade already has his TP, likely to get there sooner. But the hook shot, the wall dive, probably can't just go for the dive, and that's a Camille! Oh, we've all been there! 2.5 items, Camille is online, but Supa now trying to punish back to kill Mickey. Gets him with the ultimate. MDK need to keep this fight going. They know that BrokenBlade can join at any moment. Mirwin down for 40 seconds. BrokenBlade gonna focus on the towers, knowing it's the easy objective. A quick 700 gold into his pocket as Fresskowy and MDK try to get control over mid.
BrokenBlade still going though, and as long as G2 don't fall prey to the top side of MDK, they're gonna be able to keep this one going. BrokenBlade going for the reset. G2, they want to take the fight. Yike gonna look for the flank.
TP coming into mid lane. 20 seconds on Mirwin, does have the Destiny. Can join. Bit of poke. Poke not going to connect on the Yike. Severing Bolt not going to hit as well. Caps rooted, but there's no follow-up. Elyoya, the body blocks are there. Severing Bolt on Elyoya is a good bit of damage. Immediate ult now coming out. Stranglethorns. Hansama's going to get knocked up, but again, there's no damage. None of the carries are there. No one to follow. Elyoya's ulti. Fresskowy forced to flash out. Supa trying to go. The pushback, though, not under the ideal target. He hand delivers the Camille into the MDK backline. Supa, the last man standing. A triple for BrokenBlade. Hansama, a slow, potentially inevitable march down. Supa flashing out. Mirwin now on the way in. The gold card is there. Caps, the sidestep is clean. Supa and Mirwin versus the world. They're trying to take out Hansama, but Mirwin's in trouble. It happened in mid, and it's happening again. Down he goes. An ace for G2.
G2 are battered and bruised, but the Baron is what they came for, and the Baron is what they'll get. Supa tried everything to keep himself out of their clutches, but actually G2, I thought with Mickey's healing they'd feel more comfortable going for Baron, but looks like Dragon just to try and deny that opportunity to Soul. But we see it here. BB, the amount of damage he can do is absolutely insane. Yike gets onto Elyoya, and Caps is able to free fire from the backline. And this is what we talked about. G2 just being able to outrange so much of what MDK want to do. And BB gets delivered, but the ultimate just ticks back up just in time to guarantee a triple kill for the Camille. And from here, Supa is doing his damnedest, but there's just too many members of G2. Mirwin tries to come in to help him out, but only ends up being lambs for the slaughter in front of G2.
Yeah, they need to feel for Supa. Good staggering of abilities from Hans and Caps. They wait for the sidestep. Caps throws down to the skill first. Hansama follows to make sure that Supa gets hit by something. Solid movement, but just not enough.
BrokenBlade.
And now BrokenBlade coming in, and again, we saw what the Camille could do. A true terror, BrokenBlade. 3.5 items, MDK. They can kill so many people on the side of G2, but one of them is not BrokenBlade.
I mean, BB has had such a successful year. coming in looking absolutely great in the top side for G2, looking spectacular at MSI and really solidifying his name as one of the strongest top laners at the tournament. And now coming back to Europe, unfortunately MDK get to experience him, but he's very angry after an MSI loss.
And remember that it was the Twisted Fate set up by a Yasuo ban that were supposed to ensure MDK some kind of control in this game, but it has just been slipping away from them. G2, the favorites coming into this one, and it's looking like that's the way that it'll end as well, because BrokenBlade does not care about any of their damage. Jarum's Fist now gonna get saved by Hansama, Mickey X with the Tark ultimate coming down, push back there, Frescowi taken out, Mirwin next. It's just a list, they're going through it one at a time. Okay, Mirwin's up, Alvaro's gonna follow, slow there, that's the stun. Who's next? It's the Nautilus, but G2 will have to hold off on a death note they're building here, instead focusing on this mid lane push out. 3 members down, the entire top side of MDK taken off the map.
It really was close until it wasn't. BD came online with 2.5 items, and now he's got to 10 and 3. G2 in the base of MDK, and it's just a case of how far do they want to take it.
Alvaro doing what he can to clear the way, but again, walking up it all is so hard. Yike tries to get tricky on the angle to hit Supa, but Supa's damage is just not enough. BrokenBlade, on the other hand, does not have that problem. G2 getting their first win in the summer split.
That was nasty from BrokenBlade. Look at that smile. Supa to lead it off the face of the earth. The G2 pick up their first win of spring.
And again, their moments in the early game. Good punishes. Yeah, I mean, we've been here before, a little deja vu. Some good punishes, from MDK early, but that mid to late game, once the Camille had that 2.5 items, just so hard for them to get anything done, despite multiple successful punishes on the side of MDK. So overall, good start to the season for G2. Your Kia player of the game at LEC on X, BB, Yike, or Caps. We'll be talking to BrokenBlade in an interview, and I have a sneaking suspicion he might win Kia Player of the Game. For now, though, we're going to send it to a quick break. When we return, we'll talk to BrokenBlade. Going back, Guardian Proc, one more shot to finish! One minion! Can't do it! What's he back? He dies to Alien, he doesn't want to get the assist. Back away, BrokenBlade getting lower and lower. Mira wants to finish it. The triple's done! Oh, he's in a meat grinder! He wasn't ready for 3! BrokenBlade now realizes he has to back away. The pushback is there, but Miro's not quite ready for the bomb. Push out the wall dive, but BrokenBlade will still get taken down, and now it's Caps who's going to be in trouble. Spiraling despair, the kill finished by Caps. 1 for 1 on the bottom side.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Lore!
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
And welcome back to the Marriott Bonvoy check-in here with top father BrokenBlade. Winning the first game of the season is great, but that's not what I want to talk to you. We saw what they call the most emotional renewal. Yeah, it was an amazing video. But tell me how you felt when you discovered everybody being here, but also being renewed by G2. Congratulations on that one.
Thank you. I was very, very emotional, obviously, as you could see in the video. I didn't go into that moment thinking it's going to be a celebration, because we already decided we're going to renew the contract a little while ago before MSI. And then I was very shocked seeing my family and my friends there, and it was very, very emotional. Also, thank you to all the players and my friends who sent me beautiful message. It was very, very heartwarming.
Yeah, it was an amazing moment, both for you and for your family. And we don't often see moments like this in esports. And for me, it speaks to show the engagement and the trust that G2, both the org and players, have in you. Can you tell me about your role within G2 and how you want this to develop, maybe?
I think my role as a player, it keeps evolving, because we have such an amazing staff who also helped me develop as a player and as a human being. I think I've matured a lot when it comes to like leadership and like how to talk to people. And I'm very, very grateful to get to play and be around those individuals.
It has been an amazing journey. From the first days in the league to where you are today, you get the Kia Player of the Game for this first one. Satisfied about your performance? What grade would you give yourself today?
I think mechanically it was good.
Yeah.
I still think we could have done a lot of things better. We're probably gonna go in, a little rod review and see what we could have done better. I feel like there was like one moment in the game where it was a bit shaky, but then we were just too strong. Camille, Sejuani, Tarek, doing some things. So.
First game back, it can take some time. Bibi, thank you so much for the interview. Congrats again on the renewal. And we're gonna head over to Shox for the last game of the day, KC Fnatic.
Hello everyone, Shox here, I think. Regardless, so welcome back. Today I'm going to go through the 3 new players on the KC The Split. KC only needs to make top 3 in the summer split to attend the season finals, but let's talk about the new players. So, first one up is Kana. Let's talk about him. First, he's the new top laner, right? He has a long history on legendary LCK orgs like T1. Kana is a world-class player. Remember last Worlds when Adam picked Volibear and he got absolutely cooked by a Rumble? Yeah, that was Kana, right? He also loves his Renekton carries, Camille, and Jace. Champions like this, he absolutely thrives. Next up, you have Closer. Previously on 100 Thieves, over in the LCS, Closer is absolutely a carry jungler. His champion pool consists mainly of carries and champions that pair off well with mid laners, like Viego and Lee Sin with Ahri. I spoke to Raz over in the LCS, and his TLDR of Closer was that he's an incredibly mechanically clutch jungler who plays well facilitative mid laners. Next up, and lastly, is Vladdy. Coming from KC Blue over in the LFL and in the LEC prior, Vladdy's best attribute to me is definitely his side laning. I remember casting his games in the NLC and recently in EMEA Masters, and by far and away his best champion was Azir, keeping games close through split pushing alone. So it's going to be really interesting to see how he stacks up against the stacked role that is mid lane in the LEC. So, in summary, you have an insane carry world-class top laner in Kana in topside, Closer coming in from the LCS, trying to get a trophy in the LEC, and Vladdy, who's a new rookie over in the LEC as well. Now let's hear from Oscar to see what he thinks about the matchup against Kana in the top lane.
It's gonna be a pretty fun matchup, I think, because I'm really excited to play against him. I think he's gonna be probably one of the best top laners right now, and he's also a really carry-oriented top laner. I don't think he's gonna play tanks in general. So yeah, I just want to see what he's gonna pick and how he plays. I played against him in solo queue already, and I thought that he was pretty good. So let's see. I really want to play against him.
Excited to see how this matchup shakes out as well. Otawamne, we didn't really plan ahead or tell you. No, you can we'll move the camera. That's Odo. We're going to try something different this time at the Caster Desk. For the first 6 or so levels of the game, we're going to be mostly focused on the top side of the map. We might leave a little bit to check out kills or objectives, whatever else is important. But because we have you here, Odo, and because we want to see Kana versus Oscarinen, we're going to be focused on the lane phase, and it's going to be your job to break down the nitty-gritty.
Yeah. Give me time off.
When do you push? When do you fight? Who's inting? You know what I mean? These are the things we need you to keep track of for us.
That's lovely. I'm excited because Kana is someone that everyone is looking forward to because Yeah, it's new blood. It's good. Well, allegedly good new blood. So now it's his chance on kickoff. I mean, yeah.
No, I like allegedly.
A little bit of shade.
Yeah, I mean,
it's hard to know for sure.
Yeah, but he's very, very hyped coming in, you know. So now with kickoff having a lot of changes and everything happening, I'm excited to see how he imposes himself. Hopefully now that with the turret changes, there's no lane stall, so we can see actual lane domination from him. And it's a matchup that I'm excited for as well, because Oscar is doing really, really good nowadays. So it should be, you know, a tough one to crack.
Do you expect this to be more of a carry versus carry after we saw Oscar in bringing out the Camille at MSI? Or do you think we'll see Oscar in kind of tend back more towards like the Cassante and those kind of things that we saw from him before?
I think that's more up to teams and the identity they decide to give their top laners, because I feel like once you start pumping bans into top, you're kind of forced into these sort of tanks matchup. But if everything's kind of like, you know, up for grabs, I feel like we could see something bloody happening.
Like to hear it. I mean, I'm excited to see how these two are going to face off, especially as you talk about like Kana now coming over. I feel like there's a huge amount of pressure on him to be a big carry for this squad. We talked about Closer, who end up playing a lot of Get Around Someday, up for 100 Thieves. I feel like this is going to be a lot of action that Karmine Corp are going to be looking towards on that top half of the map.
Ultimately, have to see what the top lane focus is going to be for now. 2 bans.
Yeah, it's
on top side.
It's not looking good for the bloodiness that we are expecting here. I just really don't want like a Cassante Renekton or something, you know. But so far it's pointing towards a little snooze fest in the top lane.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed. I was kind of half hoping we get to see Skarner at least sometime today, just because I think he's a fun champion to watch. But we're not going to get him at all. It's just going to be the complete ban list coming through. And now, what is going to be the first pick? Tristana, I still thought we were going to see more of, but not going to be the case. Senna is also a peculiar one. I didn't think we'd actually get Senna priority as high as it has been.
What's your read on the current meta, Odo? You've gotten to watch a couple of pro games today. Obviously, you played a lot of solo queue. A lot of the champions that are hyped up in solo queue, I don't think are making the transition to the stage.
Surprisingly not. We saw Vitality have a little attempt, you know, well, they kind of deviated and went away by picking Orianna with Lilia, but AP junglers are the norm right now, and with Talia getting picked, it offers a lot of flexibility for K-Corp. I'm curious to see if they're going to pick Tristana now, or get the top lane combo for the Talia. Yeah, like, you can even slam Tristana Renekton here and go for 4 or 5 as a DC support, and this way at least you get counter pick somewhere. But yeah, I would love to see this Talia go in the jungle and pick some AD pairing somewhere. I still don't understand the Senna priority being up so high. I don't think the champion is necessarily this strong, but I guess it does open for... Oh, okay. Well, now I like it. Now I like it. Now I like it. Because I feel like with these AP junglers, they require some sort of setup, and having the Own or the Nautilus, I guess, paired up with the Senna does make a lot of sense for that combo.
I will say, as long as this goes into the hands of Targamas, I'm a happy boy. If Casey brought Kana all the way over here after a split of not playing to put him on Ornn duty, I will be very, very sad.
It does look good for the top lane though, because now that you have Ivan and also this bot lane with Senna on, it does signal for both teams that they do want some sort of bruiser in the top lane. Like, Ivan is looking primarily for a body, for like a meat shield in front of him that he can like buff and play with, and I'm looking at this top lane as a potential Renekton 4 pick.
That's what I was going to ask you. Are you looking at a Renekton as, hey, that's probably the safest blind here to go for Kana, or is there something else that you would like to try and angle for now that you've kind of seen, hey, we already have a lot of engage elsewhere?
Well, I would have liked some bans for this top lane if we had Renekton 4, because I feel like if you pick Renekton on 4, you do run the risk of running into, let's say, maybe a Twisted Fate or a Kennen, because Kana is a very, very good Kennen player. I think it's Kennen and TF are one of his most played in solo queue nowadays, so it is definitely risky to pick top lane on 4 without any sort of bans.
Ooh. Well, 2 bans to the jungle on the side of Fnatic, trying to limit what Closer can bring in. Limit some of those early activity junglers. So Camille going to get banned out. Second ban from Casey. Wouldn't be surprised to see another top lane option taken away. For Fnatic, of course, the luxury of counter pick. For Oscar, it's a matchup he's excited about. He will get to pick, you know, whatever he wants to counter what Kana can bring.
Also curious to see what Noah wants to bring into that AD carry role, because at the moment, like, you still have a lot of flexibility here. You haven't really had a huge amount of pressure onto that bottom side. The Zarya, I'd be surprised that Jinx can do relatively well now that you can go the Crackling Slayer route, but Noah's definitely felt more comfortable on these more late game carries where you can kind of play backline and let a lot of the early game happen towards people like Humanoid with Razork in the mid lane, even open up for Jund to start to roam around that a little bit more.
Yeah, and definitely right now going into 5-pick for Oscar. He pretty much has the good team comp starter pack, let's say here. He has Ivan Hui, Nautilus Zeri, great core for your team, and now the ball is in his court to, give us this spicy matchup that we're all looking forward to.
All I want is the spice. Rek'Sai.
These are some aggressive hovers from closer, and I'm all for it. Like, he's Lee Sin.
He's not playing the
really
least.
sick. But, I mean, not the least, but at least you're still getting a highly active early game champion that can look to have impact. And when you already look towards the Senna Ornn going bottom side, you're looking at pressure around mid lane. You can play towards pressure towards Kana. Brings out that Jax. Okay.
There we go. Yeah, this is extremely volatile. He's putting the gauntlet on the table. Is no matter what you pick, it's going to be extremely volatile. And this Poppy, well, it's going away from what we're all looking for, but this is a very, very good matchup for the Poppy. Jax is not happy here, and honestly, Poppy is a great pick here into Rek'Sai and into Jax. It's going to be a lot of pressure on the Ornn to find great engages here, but Fnatic team comp is having a lot of solid both like frontline tankiness and backline damage.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Karmine Corp to really break this. As you say, like pretty much every champion apart from the Taliyah, well, even the Taliyah ult has some sort of dash Senna, not so much, but it's going to be an awful lot you can stop. You got great opportunities to set up shields for the Zeri so she can continue forward, not having the Lulu. Across the board, Fnatic have a great composition here.
And I gotta know, Odo, we talk about the compositions overall. Who are you favoring? If you're playing on stage right now, whose composition would you rather be piloting? Which top laner would you rather be?
I'm favoring Fnatic team comp heavily because the thing is, if you're the Jax in this game, you have a very, very small window, pre-level 3, pre-level 4, where you need to leverage as much as you can to get an early lead with wave state and CS denial or XP denial. Because after that, you're kind of getting outskilled quite early in this game, So I don't know. Let's see how well he can coordinate with the Rek'Sai to make some magic happen in the top lane, because the odds are stacked against him.
Might be tough. Tough debut on stage. We'll see if KC can find that power on some of their side lanes. Some OPGG call out.
I wonder if he's bronze.
Ooh, I like this from Kana. You see that closeness?
Yeah.
It's about that guy.
He's locked in.
He's ready.
Yeah.
The closer you are, the better you play. Oscar not close enough to the monitor. Concerning sign for the start of the game. But here we go. Final game of day one here in the LEC Summer Split. The KC fans come in, still to be heard, still here in the studio, showing their support. And again, level 1, we're gonna be looking everywhere. But the early game, it's gonna be about top lane. Odo, first couple levels, who's favored? What are you trying to do? Is it just grasp procs? Break it down for us.
Yeah, so pretty much in the early level, Jax pretty much has a cheat code with his E button. Poppy cooldowns are way too high in the early game to leverage that against the Jax. He's gonna get prio for the first 3 waves. He has the choice of crashing on either on wave 2, 3, or 4, depending on also on what Rek'Sai wants to do, and also Ivan's jungle pathing. So right now he's assuming this very forward position because he wants to walk out when the wave comes and either catch the Poppy, walking up from behind her, or just dragging the wave to stack up the grass. So because it will give a lot more prio and pressure. Like, let's look. Yeah.
And in an ideal world, are you yelling at your jungler, hey, look, I want to crash 4th wave so then I can get a better back? Or what is exactly that you would love to see Rek'Sai do to enable this Jax?
Well, the thing about Jax is that he's quite independent. It's more up to the jungler to choose what the jungler wants to do. Like right now, I feel like the Jax made a little bit of a mistake because he's actually didn't get prio level 1, because I think that he just didn't walk into the minion wave with his E. So right now it's already a little bit of an anomaly from the usual way this matchup goes, because right now Poppy, you're not supposed to get prio early game, so I'm already off script here. I think Oscar is doing a great job, getting trades early and everything, and right now making the matchup volatile like this is definitely not good for Jax. It's favoring Oscar quite heavily.
Jump in, but trading into the creep wave, going to start taking damage from casters, and Oscar.
And that's why Poppy is so oppressive, because it's a lot easier to tempo the laning phase with Poppy with your passive compared to the Jax, because you have it so often. There's 0 mana. You can use your Q whenever you want to thin out the wave, and right now it's not looking good for Jax, because right now he's dodging the windows where he's actually stronger than the Poppy in the matchup, and it's only going to get worse for him.
What are you doing now if you're in the shoes of Kana? I mean, right now you're just catching a wave, right? There's not a lot that can be done.
What you need to do that is very important here is you need to catch the next wave before it crashes into the tower. Because right now, let's see if he does it. Because, okay, so the problem here is that this wave crashed, and now Oscar is basing, and he's probably gonna base and lose only 1 melee minion. So this is best case scenario for the Poppy, because right now, if he would have dragged the wave before and tanked it in front of the tower, the Poppy would have lost all 3 minions here.
For now, though, you talked about it. That 1 minion's still alive, Odo.
And he's probably gonna get it. At least the XP, but even if he doesn't get this one, then it's essentially a free base. You barely lost any XP. Yeah, he didn't even lose the XP on that one, but...
Kana, brief window where he's level 4, wants to at least trade up a little bit. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, very positive trade is Vladdy taken super low there. You can see on the picture-in-picture, and Oscar now interrupting the dash in.
So what Oscar wants to do here is very, very important. He wants to trade as aggressively as possible to make this freeze in front of the tower, because the junglers are matched here. And now the problem is that Rek'Sai. Oh well.
Oh, Kana.
This is a little bit aggressive, but I think it's a little bit of a overstick. But it's okay because both junglers are playing to their win conditions over here. We're gonna see a skirmish here, but this one is favoring Oscar because
flash in, the knock-up closer gets one. Now Kana looking for the follow-up. Razork has to start running. How long left on the counter-strike? Long cooldowns early on for the Jax. Razork should be able to get out for now, but that's the tunnel in, waiting for the knock-up. The stun now comes through as well. Kana grabbing a kill on the top side of the map.
Oh, it's a disaster! It had all gone so well for Oscar, and Odo had highlighted that he'd already gotten this massive lead, but now 2 kills going across the Karmine Corp, and you get the reset here for Kana.
Yeah, this went horrible. Like Oscar just overreached a little bit to the wave. The wave was in such a good position. It pretty much gave K-Corp the only win condition they have, and props to Closer, you know, because he knows that he needs to stay here until this wave is crashed. But now there's a Jax with an amazing base, Sheen, Ruby Crystal, double buffs, wave about to bounce back. This is just nightmare scenario for the Poppy.
And this is what I was hoping Closer would bring to the table. We looked at him on 100 Thieves and he was playing around someday so often. This was kind of what their bread and butter on 100 Thieves were over in the LCS, but the last split wasn't the best at times for him. He couldn't really have the impact that he wanted to early game, but now on Karmine Corp, getting a massive win for Kana in this top side as he immediately leaves the game.
He was way too good. His job was done.
His job is he set up the Jax. He's out now. Of course, we'll give you more context on the pause as we get further into the game, but guys, I gotta say, that started about as bad as I thought it could for Kana. And then, I don't know if we cursed him, or we cursed Oscar, or what, but it felt like right as we're talking about it, you know, the gank shows up and now Jax is fine. At what point, like, as a Jax, right, we see a lot of games, I think, here in LEC, where we just see Jax split push for years. At what point is he like that big terror? Because it's easy to tell when it's Camille. She appears, she one-shots your carry, she's off the point of the map. When do Fnatic need to be scared of this Jax?
Well, essentially when he hits 2 items, but given the fact that he got ahead this game, he's probably going to have his Trinity Force score way before the Poppy will reach the point where she can kind of hold them forever. So if nothing weird happens from the K-Corp side now, because, you know, like they did such a great play to get him ahead, now they need to keep him ahead, but to be honest, he doesn't really need a lot of maintenance from this point onward, just because he's going to be so strong. But yeah, he's about to get unleashed quite a lot earlier than we're used to.
Yep, was a brief client issue. We are now coming back into game here, approaching that level 6 break point. Is there any point now in like really trying to leverage resources to shut the Jax down? Like if you're in this game and you're Oscar, what are you calling for? Are you like, support me top, let's shut the Jax down? Or you're like, just play bot, there's no point coming top?
Well, see, the thing is, your pairing is Ivan and Poppy, so there's not a lot of threat on the Jax.
Lots of damage, what are you talking about?
Yeah, well, the thing is, ideally the best way to win the game right now is not to top. So the Poppy, the thing is, her kit is still so strong compared to Jax, where she can kind of hold him. She can't win anymore, but she can hold him. Jax won't really, you know, progress and, you know, get the solo tower or get the solo kill in that sense. She's gonna be okay. It's more of a question of, is Rek'Sai gonna keep looking at this Poppy on the bounce backs? Because right now it's looking okay for Oscar, but he's getting chunked slowly, and at one point this wave will push back, and that's the time where he really needs to coordinate that wave bounce to when Ivan is topside.
Yeah, especially when there's a lot of members up here for the Void Scuttles as well. I keep saying Void Scuttles, Rift Scuttles, whatever the hell they are. My brain's gone. Thank you. It means that then KC are in a pretty decent spot now to play off of the fact that Kana has this push. The red buff and the blue buff making it very tough then for Oscar to really deal anything. But it does mean that Ornn is now on his own on the bot side, and they want to look for the dive.
Let's shift that focus down to the bottom lane. Noah trying to kick things off. Already exhausted. Targamas holding on. Knockup will hit onto Noah, but Noah, of course, Stopped attacking. Doesn't need to tank tower aggro here. Razor kicking things off again. Flawless dive in the bottom lane from Fnatic. They can't go top anymore, but bot certainly looking like green pastures.
Yeah, a bit of pressure on towards the top side from KC. They can see they moved Oscarinin away, but absolutely brilliant from Fnatic to get that play on the bottom side and respond so well.
And Odo, we're about to say goodbye to you. We'll focus up again on the entire map and kind of the entire context of this one. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Any last thoughts? What is your prediction? Now that you're no longer a caster in this game, you could be whatever you want to be. Who's taking this one?
I still think Fnatic wins, even though Jax got, you know, a freebie. I think through the early game, I don't think it's going to be enough for Jax to take over this game. Hope he's still going to be super strong.
Well, we'll see if it comes true. Thank you so much, Odo. We'll see you on the desk later today. And that does it for our top-side focus on the map. Honestly, Oscar doing pretty well for himself. I think there were some nervous people out there in the world about how dominant Conan was going to be, expected to be a favorite. Targamas talked about it as being this big, massive, devastating force on the top side of the map. And while the Jaxes looked okay, it's actually the support of Closer, I think, that saved the laning phase from maybe not the most ideal start, Rob.
Maybe you can save a mid lane as well. Hovering here, trying to see if he can get onto Humanoid. Has the flash available. We'll need to try and get away from this.
Ma is there. Upset. Walking in, nice route to come through. Really, at this point of the game, we take stock of the rest of the map, right? We were very focused on the top side, 400, 500 gold lead, both in top and jungle. But meanwhile, on the bottom side, you know, Noah getting closer and closer to that first item, as well as starting Cole. He knows his role. His job is to scale up, is to be that 3-item threat. And I think for Fnatic, have to be feeling pretty cozy in the game thus far. Yes, eventually the Jax will be a problem, but for now, Razor doing pretty well, and Noah farming up nicely on the bottom side.
Yeah, I think the fact that Poppy's going to be able to kind of stand there and just go, hey, look, yes, you will be a problem eventually, but I can clear out waves. You're not really going to be able to get into team fights, which is where I feel like this game is really going to index into. Fnatic now want to push off the bot side, start to look towards Dragons, and KC just haven't really garnered enough of a lead here to go like, oh, we can start to completely blast open this game. Maybe they can use Kana's pressure to look for more Void Grubs, try and get to 6, look for a Rift Herald and play through that. But at the moment, as long as Fnatic keep their bot side in check, they're in a good spot.
Fnatic have kept that bot lane shut down. Upset obviously roaming a lot, maybe trying to get more early souls. 40 already at this point of the game, I think ahead of the clock compared to what we saw previously. Targamas is going to build himself an item, but just really hard to approach all those Ivan brushes. I can't even see the Dragon Health bar because the Daisy Health bar is right there. Unstoppable is Targamas immediate all coming out from Noah. Nice ultimate from Upset for a bit of extra shielding, and here comes the Ram! Now the damage, the follow-up there. Noah in trouble as Closer starting to chase for the kill. One more Void Seeker. Upset grabbing another. KC finding the fight in the pit. The flick back onto Razork is good. Fnatic get the Drake, but they lose just about everybody in the exchange.
KC set that up so well. I was a little concerned when I saw Vladdy using his ultimate just to join the rest of his team on the bottom side of the map, but they had so much engaged, so much damage with Vladdy and this Talia that they were able to just continue through the fight so well. The extra little bit of damage from the Rek'Sai doing so much work in these fights.
I mean, they're just powerful. The confidence in the engage here, and it looks a little dicey at first, but Targamas unstoppable, managing to get out is big.
Yeah, and the fact you're getting the Sen ult across multiple members here is great. Brilliant engage from Closer on towards Jun, and Noah has to be the main source of damage here. Humanoid hasn't really hit his stride yet, he's still waiting for those items, so the fact that Noah isn't in really a position to do much in the way of damage in this fight is great. And then Vladdy, great follow-up as well across the course of this fight, making sure that he's able to keep everyone in check.
You can see smiles, you can see the high fives coming through, because you have to remember that not only is it 2 difficult splits for KC previously, but the importance now of Summer to turn around the entire year. When we look at their championship points, KC have got essentially nothing. They've got actually nothing. And remember that the only way to get through, if you're not on championship points, is to win or is to finish in the top 3 in Summer. In season finals, Worlds is really the goal for this KC lineup, this KC organization that has had such a disastrous year so far.
And beating a Fnatic would be one very strong foot forward on that path to try and make it towards that top 3. Still a long way from it. They have a very good start, but we've seen Karmine Corp get these good starts, but that was with a different roster. And now with Closer already getting in onto Jun, they want to try and push this advantage.
Pushing in, want to step forward for more. The TP now coming in. Upset's been completely isolated from the fight, but it might not matter. Vladdy backing up Disengage coming through. Targamas now going to be in trouble. Oscar running in the midst of two. A clean knockup on a Closer, and now it's Noah who's on the hunt. Knockup from Closer, not enough to stop the fight from coming in. Good flick back from Vladdy. Oscar getting lower and lower, forced to flash away. But in the meantime, Fnatic happy to pick up a couple extra grubs, even out the bus at 3-3.
KC just a little bit off on the timer. Targamas' ultimate wasn't quite up and available. Just needed maybe 4 or 5 seconds before that ultimate became available, and Closer went in. So Fnatic, having all of their ults available, just turned the fight immediately. And there's just not really the follow-up. You can see as we start to move in here, Closer goes on to Jun, good damage, and you can start to look towards this fight. And this could be great positioning for an ultimate from Targamas, but doesn't quite have it. Then goes in for the headbutt, but doesn't actually hit anyone in Fnatic. And Fnatic then able to chase down these members with Oscar in and having that teleport to come in and just help close out this fight.
And Oscar starting the lane well and playing that fight very well. Yes, almost gets taken down. Vladdy, good punish on the back half of the fight, but Fnatic, this is a team you can't, again, underestimate. Yes, I think the most recent memory for many international fans is a pretty tragic loss to Team Liquid, but remember, domestically, this Fnatic team has been a force to be reckoned with. And while both these teams are looking for redemption, you know, from their most recent performances, I think KC still have a lot more to prove, and Fnatic reminding us that domestically, at least, they are not to be taken lightly.
And they are the team that everyone's looking at to, you know, be the G2 killers, trying to take that spot and get in towards finals. And kind of reminding KC as to why they are so vicious, is they can play off these small timers and find those windows. But now Closer going in once more. Jun might be overextended.
Ulti coming in. Razor going to be in trouble. That's one very squishy Ivern. They don't quite have the ball damage to finish, but Closer does. Jun now in trouble as well. Fnatic getting picked apart. They get one kill back on the upset, but that's all they're going to walk away with.
They overextend him in the river as Fnatic. They're trying to get the vision down, but Closer's doing a great job of finding these moments to work with the team, find the picks that they want to, and Targamas now having that ult available, able to follow up brilliantly. So nicely done by KC. Closer definitely leading the charge on a lot of these plays.
And Closer again, when you look at this guy, LCS Summer, this was a guy who was dominant domestically for so long in the LCS. He's coming off one of the worst splits of his career, took a break at the start of this year. Remember, did not play competitive in our winter or spring split, was obviously not involved in MSI. So for him to show up on stage and start putting up numbers in his first game has to feel good for him. It has to be so validating for KC fans who see this big investment from the org to bring him over.
And it feels like this is the lifeblood that they needed. They brought in Bo, thought that Bo could be the jungler that they played around, but never really amounted to much. Now in game number 1, we've seen him correct the top side, now getting a ton of picks in mid, leading those fights in and around objectives, and it's giving Karmine Corp this kind of voice that they needed, and it was something that Closer gave on 100 Thieves as well. You saw tons of clips of him in team fights, target selection, micromanaging people, making sure that they're all on the same page, and that really felt like what was missing on Karmine Corp over the last few splits.
And it frees the carries up, right, to focus on doing the damage, on keeping themselves safe, so he can take that role. For now, it's looking good. Again, I don't want to oversell it. It's positive early signs for KC. Certainly early game was, you know, one of the better points of this team when we look back at 2 pretty tragic splits. So we'll need to see what it looks like as we get to the mid game, as we get later on. But so far, the coordination already much better than what we saw in winter and spring. That said, Fnatic are only going to get scarier. That's an Ivern. They've got a Poppy to tank in the fight. Hwei is going to get scarier, and we know what Noah can do on 3 items on the Zeri. Yes, the build is slightly different. Static Shiv a little bit different, but ultimately, the damage output as we get later in the game, very much the same.
Yeah, and I think that's where you're going to be looking to see if KC can try and play through these side lanes. Already getting that top tower down helps out nice. You can see Vladdy making sure to really push that wave in to get control of the map there. But you kind of need Kana to open up on this bottom side as well. Rift Tower is going to help in making sure they can put pressure on towards mid tower. But if you don't get these towers down, it feels like that fallback plan of the 5-man team fight for Fnatic is going to come fully online.
Definitely will. And Kana, of course, earlier on, got bailed out of, you know, kind of a questionable couple of levels, as we talked to Odo about. But then those kills coming through, the assist coming through on that fight around KC's blue buff, really keeping Oscar at least up in terms of pace, allowing him to match in terms of itemization for Kana. Yes, he's not going to outscale the Jax, but anything you can do to mitigate, to offer more in the fights, it's going to go a long way for Fnatic. Herald going to be used here. One on the back of the previous fight. Mid lane likely to fall. Big, big boon to the side of KC. Again, remember their long-range engage threat with this Ornn is huge. So denying or gaining any passive vision by breaking down that mid lane tier 1 tower is big for the team.
It's also because it forces Noah and Jun to play very defensive on this mid wave. Traditionally, you'd see the AD carry step up, especially if they have static shiv, and try and very quickly clear out these waves. But because of the threat Targamas has with this ult, the follow-up from closer, the burst damage, you have to play very far back or bring multiple members like Fnatic have at the moment. So it opens up opportunities for KC to start to push in mid and play four sides, which is exactly what they want. But Fnatic doing a good job here of responding and getting a tower for themselves as well.
Yeah, good move overall. Again, once Fnatic have set up for that siege with the Hui, with the Ivern, it feels pretty easy for them to just start pointing and clicking. Unless KC are willing to burn all of their engaged tools to force them off or to try to fight. And Humanoid, again, you know, we talked about Noah. We know the threat that he can provide. We talked a lot about the topside matchup. But Humanoid, the guy who very often in the previous season, you know, if you gave him a champion where he could split, was solo leading the game for Fnatic. Yes, their split season ended very well, but there are some moments where the games looked a little bit loose, and it was often Humanoid who was kind of rallying the team on a side lane, keeping push, keeping advantage individually, and now on the way, got the Blackfire Torch, right? Like set up really to do so much work in these fights.
A lot of KC members on the bottom side though. Fnatic predicting this though, responding with a full stack almost on this bottom half of the map, and as long as you don't overextend, Humanoid is going to be fine to just continue to clear out this wave. And here comes KC's play though.
Humanoid isolated, has to flash away from the flick back, but does manage to get away. There's Shadow, but now the hook onto Vladdy. Vladdy in trouble, forced to flash back the Ram to try to disengage. Target needs to get the hell out. Jun ready to re-engage at a moment's notice. Hook ready to go, but it seems like they've gotten enough range. Kana off to the side. Nobody wants to follow up on that one. Kana still with the TP, might have to return to the top side of the map as Oscar keeps the pressure up.
But that's kind of KC's play. They spent their turn trying to make this play happen on the bottom side, and they don't get anything out of it. In fact, they're the ones that have to turn tail and run. Oscar got to push in on top side, and now you get Fnatic coming back out of the map in a really good spot as we start to look towards pushing mid for Dragon in a minute and a half, keeping pressure up and making sure they can continue to stack these objectives.
An interesting choice from Kana coming in. Has gone for the Seekers. Will allow him to play incredibly psycho in the fights, right? You can find that flank, you can wait for all those cooldowns to be used, and when you see the Hui damage coming in, which is super telegraphed, the Zeri, all whatever piece of, you know, CC or utility that Fnatic want to use to try to get Jax out of the picture, you can just immediately Seekers and mitigate all of that disengage.
Yeah, I do think though, if you go golden and you don't win the fight, it doesn't matter, you're dead.
Yeah.
You don't get a second chance here. This is, as you say, a go-in button to keep you alive in the hopes that the team will follow up. But realistically, you've already got that engage from Targamas, so I'm curious to see how Kana ends up feeling out these fights.
It's not a, you know, and look, like Jax scales with just about everything in the game, so the AP won't feel bad, don't get me wrong. But stopwatch would have been much nicer. Spending 1,600 gold on this active is a big cost, and so if it doesn't work, if you jump in, you go gold, and then you die anyway.
Is he running Jack of all trades?
Ooh.
I actually don't know. I don't have access to it, so maybe a producer could tell me, but maybe that's why he wants to get the AP for that.
We can check in with our observers, get the information. Obviously gets a ton of stats from Trinity Force. Remember, Jack of all trades, the more different kind of stats you have, the more value it's going to give you. 5 and 10 being the breakpoints. Trinity Force already giving you an immense number by itself. Seeker's going to give you AP, as well as armor, which aren't given, so probably approaching that 10 point. Now KC grouping here. 5 members strong, might be gearing up for the full front to back, but it's Oscar who's on the flank. Both sides happy to just poke at each other. Kana now locking up Oscar. Oscar flick back. He's tanky, but is he tanky enough? But they're all into the choke. Humanoid is doing so much work. Noah immediately going to go for the ultimate. The knockup now coming through for the disengage on Targamas. They grouped for the Hui. The follow-up from Fnatic. Brutal is closer. Cut down. Humanoid check sniper there, cleaning it up.
That was so good from Fnatic. Carmine Corp try to get in position to have Closer come over on a flank. They can set up a Targamas, and then you get that 1-2 combo, but just not the play. Fnatic sniff it out, and now they want to go towards Bar.
And we wanted to know if it was going to feel good. Kana not running Jack of all trades. Thanks, production and observers, for updating us, and not going to get much more use out of that Seeker's armor guard, so going to feel a little bit difficult. Baron getting lower and lower. Again, Fnatic shredding through this objective pretty damn quickly. The question is, KC, what can they do to stop this? Jun not afraid to frontline, has Celestial opposition, could eat damage for so long. 4K, it's getting lower. Closer on the way, but he's not going to be there in time to stop the smite. They'll be able to grab at least 1 kill. Jun Taken out, Baron taken down. KC, do they want to keep following? 2 souls to upset, the only consolation prize alongside the kill gold onto Jund, but Fnatic, Red Bull Baron power play. Let's see what they can do with it. I
saw the unsealed spellbook on Targamas and thought maybe we might get a smite swap coming in for the Ornn, but not going to be the case. The KC, when they have to get the steal, they get a kill, but still Fnatic coming out with that Baron buff. May even be in position now to try and contest for this dragon, although KC do it very quickly.
KC should just be able to take this one down, at least slow the dragon stacking. On the side of Fnatic, Ocean Soul again, very impactful. Oscar by himself, but doesn't have to be too scared here. Again, the immediate fall-off damage, not too big, especially without Vladdy in the picture. Death Cap and the Seraphs for Vladdy. He's going to start to hurt, but Humanoid already 2.5 items in, already working on Magic Pen. And again, if they keep maneuvering into these chokes, like the problem is both sides kind of want the opposing team to be grouped. But right now, Humanoid is the one who does the damage, and Noah pretty close behind him. Yeah,
the problem is KC want to try and play sides, but now they're on the back foot, so Fnatic just abusing the fact of how strong they are in this 5-man stack, just going to burn through this bottom lane tower, and using Ivern's ultimate of Daisy to just push back Karmine Corp and make sure they're able to get it.
Oscar continuing to step forward. Brush is set up for the siege, and again, anyone who walks up is going to take a bunch of damage from Humanoid. Oscar with a knockback as well onto Vladdy, the main source of wave clear. That should be included in the Poppy sound kit, I think.
Definitely.
The Wii there. All right, so Inhibitor will fall, traded for tier 2 as Kana at least tries to keep up a bit of pressure mid, knowing that there's not really an angle for them to fight at this point in the game. Upset is at 105 souls, but he's only level 10.
There's not really a TP opportunity for Kana either. I was trying to see where the wards were, because you had Poppy reset, which meant that maybe you could try and TP Kana in behind and you look for the engage off of Oscar and Chona Wave, but not going to be the case. It was just bot lane turret now gone with that Rebel Baron power play, and they're going to start to set up in mid, continue up towards this top side. You can start to shift back and forth. Karmine Corp, again, this is kind of what we got to see a lot from them in winter and spring, was good early game into fumbling the battle and then just having Fnatic coming roaring from behind to take the game fully by the horns.
Kana getting closer to 2 items. We'll have another Zhonya's active in the fight. If they can find a good angle with Vladdy there as well, they can do a lot of work. But again, Upset on the Senna, gonna need a few more stacks, a few more items before he really starts to feel like a threat that can work through that front line, especially when there's an Ivern in the mix. And the tough thing for KC as well is, even if you get a fight that starts positive, if you can't kill Noah, if you can't finish off that Zeri, Noah will be more than happy to clean up in favor of Fnatic. Another tower falling down. Vladdy using the wall to get involved as Kana stands off to the side. It just feels like Fnatic are taking whatever they want. KC don't quite feel confident enough to pull the trigger. Don't think that this is their time to force a fight, but they're losing 2 inhibitors effectively for nothing this second one.
I mean, how do you engage? Oscar Innen's in a great position to deny Targamas entry. Closer's being marked by Jun. They're just playing bouncer for the entirety of KC, denying them access into the vulnerable backline. So they're just able to walk up and do whatever the hell they want. It's just really good play from Fnatic, understanding the strengths of their composition. Kana, though,
desperate to force, Dawning Shadow to try to interrupt. Jun and Razork both going to get knocked up, but that's the start of the fight. Kana, flick back is good onto Humanoid, good start. Kana needs to get involved in the fight. The Jack's still coming in, but they just immediately kill Closer. KC, the call was made, but the pieces were scattered. Not everyone was in position. Fnatic happy to have the gimme, the free kill, the free TP.
Yeah, the younger brother hit, and then the big brother came in, and Fnatic very quickly reminded KC as to what their position in this league is, because that was just not fair. KC tried desperately to see if they could interrupt it back, maybe catch Fnatic when they're split, but great ultimate from Oscar Innen, and the immediate turnaround means that KC just don't get to do anything.
And it's just so hard now. Right, like you can look at the Senna versus Zeri gold comparison, and it's going to be misleading because Senna isn't farming, but 2.5 items, almost 3 for Noah. A true terror. Again, Static Shiv, very different item, but that second crit item going to feel good for Noah. Hit him over to 50%, and Zeri is still Zeri, turns out. 3 items, still a pretty important spike, and was just going to be a nightmare to deal with, especially when Noah hasn't even really been that involved in a lot of these fights.
It's not even Noah I'm worried about. It's the double burn on Humanoid. Blackfire Torch and Leandri's Anguish, and he's going to be able to hit multiple people consistently with the way Fnatic's teamfight is set up. It becomes nigh impossible for KC to really do anything to him, and he's just going to hit from so far away as well. Like, Karmine Corp are going to try and stand underneath this tower, but the poke from everyone is insane.
KC do what they can to hold the line. Again, difficult when the flick back doesn't connect. Spiraling Despair used just to get a bit of poke onto Targamas, losing almost his entire health bar. KC fans few of them in the house, really just wanting to wish the best for this new lineup. And despite the early game success, despite some positive early indicators, Fnatic are now choking them out of this game. Wall, good start. Ornn ultimate, Oscar gets the disengage. Ornn denied from the ball, but Jun getting lower and lower. And Oscar, again, we talked about Oscar versus Kana. Oscar has been everywhere, 2, 1, and 3s involved in these plays. He's disengaging left and right. And Kana's still scaling. We're still waiting for that involvement. And yeah, you know what? It's his first game on stage. You don't want to expect too much. It's a new team. It's a new project. But the relative impact in this game, Oscar's just been miles ahead.
Exactly. There's very little that Kana can do from this position. And I mean, we heard Odo talk about what he was still here. This Poppy pick was great. May not have been what we wanted from a pure fistfight perspective, but in a game of chess where you can position Oscar in to deny Kana entry, end up sending a lot of members back from KC as Targamas goes to the engage, it was a perfect pick. And Fnatic really setting themselves up fantastically, coming through from draft, and now they get to bear the fruit of that labor. As KC going to try and contest Baron, but I don't feel like they're in a great position to do so.
Ornn ultimate not too long of a kill cooldown at this point in the game. A lot of cooldown reduction. Upset going to get slowed up a bit by the Spark.
Wait, you
flash in for Targa.
That did half of Upset's health.
Yeah, that
was painful.
That's concerning. Targamas, of course, dying would have been worse, but this is definitely not ideal. Luckily, Upset has a lot of healing. Push there. Targamas, though, caught in a bit of a tough spot. Hook going to go a little bit wide from Jun. Objective already started. Noah moving back and forth. Not sure if they want to keep the fight. Oscar getting lower and lower. Targamas has to be careful not to get caught out. Uses the Unstoppable and Closer waiting over the wall. Clearly ready to try to force the steal. Ornn ultimate going to get used. Knock up on a 3 is good, but again, there's no immediate fall. Vladdy laying down as much damage as he can, but the front line is just too damn strong. Razork will not let any of his tanks fall. Kana dropped. Oscar on a killing spree. Vladdy doing what he can, but it does not matter. Razork, the shields coming in left and right. Noah starting to take over the fight, and Upset absolutely useless in the exchange. Closer retreating. Upset retreating. Fnatic again finding the angles. The TPs come out on the bottom side. It looks like they're ready to end it here.
Fnatic are done. Karmine Corp are done. And Fnatic, with a confidence team fight, will pick themselves up a win in summer.
No matter what optimism KC, the team, the organization, the fans might have, Fnatic are here to remind them that they're still a step ahead as they get first blood here in the LEC Summer Split.
And what a performance from Oscar Innen on the Poppy. Every single fight, the ultimates were hitting key targets. He had a great laning phase against Kana until things went a little astray. But we don't worry about that. At the end of the day, he was magnificent across the course of this game.
He was, and overall, Fnatic more disciplined. Junglers as well, closers in so many of those early fights did a lot of work, but Razork, as we got later and later, just made sure that nobody else on his team could die. It was so hard for KC to finish a kill, even when they landed 3-man Ornn ultimates. The follow-up damage just wasn't there.
Yeah, Humanoid's damage was absurd as well, and you can see it both for your Kia player of the game at LEC on X, Oscar Innen, Humanoid, or Noah. I mean, honestly, it was just... I understand now why Quay needed to get nerfed. Because the more I saw him, I was like, oh yeah, Black Fire Torch is a really good item on him. Then I was like, oh, Leandri's Anguish works really well with that as well. And suddenly he's getting a ton of AP. He's hitting you from off the screen. And if you try and run at him, he's just got so many tools. Like, he half-held Upset off of one ultimate.
Yeah. That's scary. I'm not going to lie. Quay looking a little bit scary here. Humanoid as scary as ever, certainly. And Fnatic, of course, you know, again, feels good. You're back on home soil. You want to come in, you want to show up with a win, remind the Fnatic faithful, show these fans their faith is well placed. And it is. You see it, you're coming through. Again, KC, we can talk later about how they're doing, how it compares to what we've seen in the previous splits. It's only one game, it's only one day, it's not the end of the world, but positive indicators for Fnatic.
And they get to do it again tomorrow against GiantX, so I think definitely an opportunity for them to try to get their footing again after MSI. I mean, as we talked about, a bit of a disappointing loss to TL at MSI, but honestly, they look great there. And I think if you can get Oscar Innen keeping his performance from MSI coming into this regular split, they're going to be a team that are dominating in so many of these matchups.
I mean, feels good when you can weather the storm of an early game, when you can adapt on the fly, when you can come back better in team fights. For me, Fnatic, a lot of things to be happy about coming out of that day one. Of course, we'll see what week one looks like as a whole. 3-0, I think the goal for so many of these teams, but a hard, hard task to achieve. Fnatic one step on the way. We're moments away from getting an interview on stage. And it sounds like we're ready now. So let's send it on down to Lore and Razork Chroma.
Razor, Chroma, indeed, for the Marriott Bonvoy check-in here on stage. I wonder, there's a lot of dragons here today. I think it's the first time we have so many Fnatic dragons here in the LEC. Do you want to say hi to your fans?
Well, I couldn't understand anything you said.
You guys are really loud, but for the best way. Do you want to say hi to your fans?
Yeah, hello, my brothers. They're crazy, actually.
I know. We appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. How was the game today? Because KC revamps lineup, 3 new players, Kana in the top lane. I know that Oscar was really looking forward to playing against him. How did you prep for this game?
Well, I think if I have to resume the game, I feel like we fucked up, Oscar and me on top, the 2v2. But I think we outdrafted them really hard. I feel like their comp can't really do anything when we get 2 items. I feel like they have no way to engage into us. And yeah, Ivern just puts all my teammates full HP. So even though I was like just pressing E, I feel like I had fun.
Something I've been saying a lot during the interviews today is the fact that you guys have to get used to playing on stage after such a long break. How did you utilize your break after MSI? We're going to talk about this in a few moments. But what did you do? Did you have some time off? Did you go back to the office fast? How was the plan? What was the plan for you guys?
Well, I think everyone did what's best for themselves. Personally, I took a break from League. I played other games. Okay. Yeah, like Elden Ring and other types. So,
perfect.
Oh yeah, I shouldn't say that probably. But I think, for example, Noah, I think he probably took a big break and then he ran out of social media, and I feel like right now his mentality is starting to change. Yeah. He usually gets very nervous on stage games, and he's working on it, so I'm really proud of him.
Yeah, and I really think it's important because as happy as you guys were qualifying for MSI, getting back to this stage, I don't think it was the end you guys wanted after play-ins, especially stopping so fast. What were the learnings from this that you're going to carry through Summer Split? You were mentioning Noah and his nerves. Is there anything else for the team that you identified as being an absolute thing to focus fast?
I mean, we already knew what our problems were. I feel like us as a team, we are still very inconsistent. Yeah. As you could see in MSI, we did decent against Genji. We put a fight against top esports, but then one day we're just off and we are like silver players playing together. And it's something that we really want to fix because it's a mistake that has been happening for so long. And yeah, I mean, we are on it. I feel like our practice so far has been really good. And I just hope we don't go mental boom like we used to happen, these splits, and we can keep doing what we are doing.
Yeah, and that's what this is about, right? Just coming back instead of crumbling under pressure, especially with Summer Split. You were mentioning silver players. I dig the silver hair here that you chose, new hairstyle for Summer. What was the idea behind this? New split, new me?
No idea. I mean, I was just doing it with one friend. Okay. He went silver also, and I was a bit tired of my hair. I just wanted to change a little bit. Change are good.
All right.
So I don't care if it looks good or bad. The worst case, I just go bald like Jankos, and then it just goes same like all the time, you know?
You had to do him like this, Razor. Thank you so much. Do you have a message for Oscar? He's waiting for post-game lobby. On the
sorry?
Your top laner.
Oh, good job, bro, Oscar. Good puppy, bro. I'm so proud of you.
Good job. We're proud of you. Razor, thank you so much. Shocks, over to you.
Thank you so much. Welcome to PGL as the Fnatic Dragons have something to celebrate today, and we've got Oscar here with Aragon. I actually didn't catch, if producers can tell me, because I was talking to Oscar, so I didn't catch what Razor wanted to say to Oscar, if it was interesting. Oh yeah, he said that you did really, really well, actually.
Good job.
And I know we saw in a little interview with you that you were excited to play Kana, so how was it?
I mean, it was good, obviously, to play against someone that I know that is pretty good and has played many years in really good teams like T1. But I think he didn't really play insane this game. I think he, I don't know, he was not feeling it maybe, or he, I don't know, he just underperformed. But I didn't feel like he was insane, like I expected.
Maybe you were just insane. He was intimidated.
Yeah, maybe my puppy is just too good.
It's true. I believe it.
I mean, you were really surprised there as well, right? I think you were really surprised by maybe the gameplay as well as the draft. You were saying, what is this Jax pick? It's really difficult to play. So a tangential thing, I just want to ask, What is your opinion on the state of CC in the game at the moment? Do you think CC is kind of busted at the moment? It's kind of difficult to go into people. Jax has to leap into a bunch of people in that game. What do you think?
For sure, since they removed like tenacity in and unflinching, like it's harder now, like against CC comps, like for champions like Jax or Camille, something like that. Like if they have a lot of CC, you cannot really play fights.
Yeah, and because like you were really surprised about the Jax blind pick, right? I think we were backstage, we were like, Jax blind? Really? Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I was not like super surprised about Jax, but I was surprised because they went TF and Camille and picked Jax, and Jax is a hard counter of both, so it was really weird. And I didn't even think Jax was insane in tower comp, so like it was really weird to me that they did that for 5.
Yeah, they had a couple of skirmishes that they won early, right? And kind of optically, maybe you think, oh, they could have an advantage. But overall, did you even, with your comp, know that you were always going to have the game actually if you had your chances?
Yeah, I mean, even after the 2v2 on top that we lost and we died, I think like I thought the game was completely fine. I think if we reach mid game kinda even, maybe 2-3k behind, they cannot even do anything, you know, even if they are ahead. So
yeah. I've been watching today, and I've watched all days of LPL, right? Absolutely every single one, and I'm just so confused, you know, because the priorities, they just feel so different. Like, in the LPL, you see stuff like Tristana for Corki trades, and today we didn't see a single Tristana. You see way more AP junglers, but here we're seeing blind tanks, and it feels like they're not punished by the AP junglers. Do you think there's a detriment here? It's a detriment to your practice, or do you think you have the right meta, and the LPL's wrong? What is the take there?
I mean, I think we have the right meta. I'm not sure about the other teams. I think the other teams are still doing some weird things.
Okay.
I think even in LPL, they are not drafting well. I think they can improve, but I think they are better than what I saw from LEC today, for sure.
Hey, I love that soundbite to have it clipped. Oscar, we talked to Rezokar as well about kind of MSI and now looking forward. For you, how was your experience at MSI in terms of kind of how you feel about your own performance, the things you feel that you should be focusing on? Because when you went to Worlds, of course, we had it was hard for me to judge because I think you did really well at Worlds last year, but that was keeping in mind that you were recovering from an injury, right? So I feel like this was a big chance to go all in. How do you feel you did, and what did you pick up?
I mean, even though I'm not super happy with MSI, I'm still kind of okay with it. Like, I think I played better than what people expected, for sure. I think I did a pretty decent MSI, but I'm still looking for more, obviously. I still want to actually play against the best top laners in the world and actually beat them. I don't want to just be fine against them. I want to be the best. So I'm working for it. And obviously, I got a lot from MSI, I would say, from my weaknesses, mostly. And I think I'm going to work on it, and yeah, I'm going to show what I can do this split.
You had some really good Camille games, MSI, from memory. Do you think it's still a cope take that, you know, top lane's actually recovering now? Be honest, right? Do you think top lane is a role we can look forward to now at internationals? Because for the years, I feel like top lane was EU's weakest role, right? But now I feel like you and BB especially are having such crazy performances sometimes. Do you think the role is one of the better ones in EU now?
I wouldn't say it's one of the best in EU. I think it's decent. Like, I think the top laners are pretty good, but I don't think everyone is really good, you know?
Yeah.
But even me and Bibi, which I think we are the best, I don't think we are as good as maybe Keen, Zeus, being like these top laners. I think we still have to learn and improve, but I think we are on it, and I feel like every split we are getting better, so yeah.
Do you think it has to do with kind of personal, like laning, or being able to be more inventive in draft and react to what they do? Or is it more an issue that the teams, like you as Fnatic, you think as a team you are kind of a little worse than, or in some cases, of course, a bit more worse than some of those teams? So it's really hard for you as a top laner to be straight up better because you feel like you have to think about all these other things in the game as well?
I mean, I think draft-wise, I think here in Europe, I feel like we are more adaptive. I think we play more things, and they are like more stable. They just pick their Cassantes and things, you know.
And it always works.
Yeah, I mean, Cassante always works, right? But I think we just have to improve individually mostly, I would say. Like, I don't think it's just about the team or about the draft. I think it's just individual level which we have to improve, maybe a bit of laning too, and that's it.
Okay, cool. We'll look at that. You are our Kia player of the game, Oscar, so congratulations.
Thank you.
That's a good start to the split. He deserves it, right, Aragon?
Yeah, I'd say so. Played pretty well. Had a really nice performance on the
Thank
Poppy.
you. I mean, I had a pretty good Poppy game, yeah. I think I'm a pretty good Poppy, so
Really
it's
good
nice.
Poppy. I don't understand why anyone still gets it, really, sometimes, but yeah, it's fair enough. Cool.
I had one more thing. One little thing, because you're talking about improvement just there. And I want you to help me improve. Because I'm a top laner, and I OTP for Nectin. And I played against you. I played against your Rumble, and you absolutely pulled my pants down and ran rings around me, and solo killed me off cooldown. What can I do? Help me and everyone out there who plays the champion. And
like in that matchup?
Yeah, exactly. Give me specifics.
I mean, that matchup is actually a bit hard for Renekton. So, like, it depends a bit on what the Rumble does, but if you just want to play chill, you should just try to make Rumble Q the wave, level 1, and don't get really poked, so it pushes into you and you are just receiving. And after in the slow push, if your jungler is also pathing top, you can play. 1v1, I think if he's like playing over aggro in the bounce, you can play it easily. So yeah, you just have to make him like push, because probably most of the Rumbles are just gonna Q the wave and not care about anything.
So I'm getting cry for jungle, hope he pushes and gets ganked with my setup.
I mean, if you get the jungler, it's way easier.
Yeah,
actually.
but he's playing like solo queue, right? So is that jungler ever going to come?
So I'm going to sit on the tower and cry and get poked out, get dove eventually as well, right?
Yeah.
I mean, under tower, you are not getting like super poked anyway. Like, because like if you have wave coming, he's not getting the east, right? And he cannot really Q you, so you can just slow push slowly, I guess.
So final verdict, is it skill issue on my part? Or is it...
It's a hard matchup for Renekton for sure. And more if the Rumble has Ignite, because I don't think you have all-in potential if he has Ignite, and yeah, it makes it way harder.
Like you did, yeah. That was
yeah, but I think it's playable and survivable at least.
Okay. So
I learned something.
You have some homework. Let us know how it went.
Yeah.
And then maybe in next PGL we can know. Let's wrap up our very first day of summer. We'll take a look at the standings. And see the winners of today. Fnatic, of course, leading the charge there. G2, SK, Team BDS, and Heretics all won. And GiantX, Karma and Core, Mad Lions, Koi, Rogue, and Team Vitality on the other end. Oh yeah, Oscar, what do you think overall of KC? Because, I mean, with the system, right? If you get top 3 in summer, you still make it to season finals, you can still make it to Worlds. So I think a lot of the KC fans are looking at that. What's your impression of them?
I think today they and I don't think they played bad, but I think their draft was not super good, so it was probably harder for them to play. I think they played pretty decently, so I just want to see more of them, because with one game, like, it's hard to tell.
So you're saying there's a chance?
I think there is a chance.
Okay.
For sure, yeah.
Awesome. Let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow, day 2. We also have another day on Monday. That'll be day 3. But we're going to kick off the day with BDS versus Heretics and then Rogue Vitality. Oh, Vitality must be Maul Day.
Yeah. I was so disappointed. I was just looking at Vitality being 0-1 on the screen before, and I was just so gutted for them after that throw. I don't know if you saw as well, Oscar. It was rough.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know how Vitality lost that game. They really wanted to lose that game. Like, it was unlosable, actually.
Yeah, 3 of them entered like in one minute time.
They were just kind of for funning, I feel like they could end, but they were just fighting for fun.
It was wild. You're playing GiantX tomorrow. What do you think? They, of course, have the Antonio in the top lane from Spain as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a special matchup, I guess, since I didn't play Antonio for a while, and in Spain, I feel like we have a bit of beef, maybe.
Oh, do tell.
Like, long time ago, like, I would like to be spicy in Twitter, you know? So, yeah, we would have some,
So you're telling us to look up those tweets?
And bring them on the show tomorrow?
I mean, if, like, I don't know, if you want. Like, I don't even remember what I said. I would probably say that I was better, and that's it, you know? Like, I don't know. But, yeah, I still think I'm better, so I'm going to win tomorrow, too.
Okay, fair. We'll look it up, though. I'm just, mentally with production for tomorrow's matchup. But that will be it from us for the first day of the summer split. I'll let you join the fan meet, I think. I think the Fnatic Dragons are there waiting for you as well. And we'll see you all tomorrow with some more action in the LEC. Good night.
Bye.
Okay, guys, but like we should be in draft already. What's going on? There's 3-minute delay.
Riot should lose a ban.
Riot should actually just lose a ban. I agree.
But Heretics come out of it without losing a man and taking down 4 from GiantX. Step up doesn't go down. Marcoon gets the knock-up onto Isma, who can just dash away. But the re-engage coming out as Nisqy oversteps. Marcoon survives.
For those long-time viewers, they'll be familiar.
Oh! Didn't have flash. Didn't have the satchel either. Must have used it earlier on.
Expecting that damage.
There's a draw ward in with that bush, but it's not going to help. Ben! Oh, it does! Just enough to take out Luon.
For Adam, not quite able to pull back Photon. Sheo coming up though, Photon now going to be in trouble, tries to get the kill back, goes in and gets the first blood. Tower going back, Guardian proc, one more shot to finish! 1 minion! Can't do it! What's he back? He dies to Alien, he doesn't want to get the assist. That's the beefy frontline power Alien is here though. They're trying to turn it back, knocking him up! Plants out of nowhere, Poison Ivy getting to work. Double kill there for MDK. BrokenBlade now realizes he has to back away. The pushback is there, but Miro's not quite ready for the follow-up. The hook shot, the wall dive, but BrokenBlade will still get taken down, and now it's Caps who's going to be in trouble. Spiraling despair, the kill finished by Caps.
Here, they were going to hit CS finish here, but this one is favoring Oscar because...
Flash in, the knock-up closer gets one.
Keep going, Oscar, I shield you. Don't push Talia, don't push Sex. I can go on Talia, I Q her, don't push Talia, she's Q.
The
weather is
you know?
very warm outside in Berlin.
It's pretty hot inside as well.
Is it?
Well, I'm standing next to you.
Oh my goodness, you need to stop.